This little beggar boy is our Doan, but don't look down on him just because he's a beggar. Even as he walks, he is constantly observing the mana of the entire world. It turns out that, from a young age, he had already grasped the concept of the world's mana flow, destined to become the most powerful magic genius. And without further ado, let's begin. Late one night at the gate of the Doan shelter, a servant came out to open it, his annoyance clear as he asked Tisk, who could it be at this hour? Go on home. He squinted from the inside, shooing them away. We're full here. We can't take any more. Outside were two figures, one large and one small, wearing black cloaks that hid their faces. A voice pleaded, forgive me, I truly have nowhere else to go. Please can you consider my situation? As she spoke, the woman's filthy hands held out a shiny circular pendant. The moment he saw it, the servant's expression changed completely. Humph. He took the pendant to examine it, then quickly opened the gate for them. Follow me. The child who was brought along stood silently to the side the entire time, his face dirty-looking, utterly pitiful. In his eyes, this place was pitch black, without a single glimmer of hope. The man led them to a room and said, since it's late, I'll explain the shelter's rules and the responsibility fee tomorrow. All right, I'm leaving now. His attitude was just as dismissive as before. The woman hurriedly bowed her head, repeatedly replying, thank you. Thank you. After he left, she said, come little one, sit here. You must have had a hard time. The boy's large round eyes shimmered with tears. You must be having a hard time too, ma'am. The old woman pressed her dry lips together, sweat beading on her exhausted face. You just need to get some sleep. Someone will be here for you soon. She gently cupped the boy's face. So, for today, please try to rest, okay? He obediently smiled. Yes, ma'am. It was very late. Doan lay on the bed to sleep while the old woman kept watch beside him. The room fell silent. Suddenly, the old woman let out a gasp. Ha! Blood covered her hands. Her vision blurred, her whole body trembled, and her face turned pale. Before she died, she struggled to look at the little boy on the bed. Please, you have to be happy. With those words, she collapsed by the bed and passed away right there. Doan, half asleep, opened his eyes. Seeing the old woman collapsed by the bed, he even asked, Helen, are you asleep? But he immediately jolted wide awake. He looked down at his hands, covered in the old woman's blood, and began to tremble in fear, frantically shaking her body and shouting, Helen. The next morning, the servant from the previous night brought a woman with him. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, coldly observing the scene and clicking his tongue. Tisk, what bad luck. Why did she have to die here and cause so much trouble? The woman with him wondered aloud, annoyed. What are we going to do with that kid? They conferred. Since his hair color was similar to Bowin's, they decided he should go with her. They would look like a pitiful mother-son duo, wouldn't they? Just then, a girl with platinum blonde hair walked in. They looked over immediately. Ah, Bowin, perfect timing. The man pointed at Doan and ordered the girl, from now on, take him with you to work. She could only agree. Yes. Before the two of them left, they were still muttering curses. Tsk. This isn't a volunteer organization after all. But since they're paired up like this, they should at least be able to earn some money. The Doan shelter. On the surface, it's a royal charity organization that cares for those with nowhere to go and receives subsidies. In reality, it's a cruel place that exploits children under the guise of a responsibility fee to make a profit. Bowin looked at the little boy, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes, and decided to approach him first. Hello, my name is Bowin. From now on, you'll be with me. Doan was still in shock from the old woman's death the day before, his face vacant as he remained silent. All she could do was offer some words of encouragement. I don't know what you've been through, but one thing is certain, you must survive no matter what. If you can do that, the chance for happiness will eventually come. She extended her hand towards Doan. So let's go. A warm light seemed to radiate from her. The little boy decided to agree. Yes. After that, I began to beg in the arms of Mother Bowin. Although our mother-son relationship was just for begging, we grew closer and closer each day. Mother Bowin always took care of me. She protected me from the other kids who bullied me, and from the other beggars. Because Mother Bowin was always by my side, I was never lonely. 5 years passed. One evening, as Bowin was sitting on a bench, she suddenly heard someone call out Mother Bowin. She turned and immediately recognized him. It was Doan, now 8 years old, waving at her. The two of them sat down to talk. You've worked hard. Sit down. Mother Bowin, you've worked hard too. This morning I heard that you're leaving soon, Mother Bowin. Her face fell with sadness. That's right. I heard I'll be going to work as a servant in some noble's mansion. The boy, still innocent, smiled and said, That's great. If it's you, Mother Bowin, you can do well anywhere. His world-untouched innocence lightened the mood considerably. She turned to tease him. What are you talking about? Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. She ruffled his hair until it was a mess. Aha, your hair is all messed up now. Suddenly Doan's tone turned serious. Thank you for these past years. When Helen passed away, I felt like I had lost everything. When the kids at the shelter bullied me, and when the other beggars started trouble, you were always there to protect me. So now that you, Mother Bowin, the person I'm so grateful for, are going to a better place, I should really be sincerely congratulating you. But after all, he was still just a child. At this point, he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. My parents, Helen, and now you, Mother Bowin. Everyone is leaving. The more he spoke, the harder he cried, his whole body trembling. Bowin quickly cupped Doan's small, pale face in her hands. Doan, look at me. Just because someone isn't by your side, it doesn't mean you're alone. She placed her hand on the boy's chest. A person is only truly lonely when their heart is empty. If you continue to hold on to the people who have left, and quietly look deep inside your soul, you'll be able to see just how much everyone loved and cherished you. So, whenever you feel lonely, close your eyes and feel your heart. At this, Bowin couldn't hold back her own tears. I will always be with you. That was their last conversation. Mother Bowin, the one who was always with me, had left. On lonely nights, Doan would look up at the sky and gently close his eyes. Didn't she tell me to look into my heart whenever I feel lonely? To feel the presence of my loved ones, she told me to open the eye of my heart. A stream of energy within Doan's body began to truly change, growing larger and larger. The eye of the heart. The moment he opened his inner eye, the scenery around him completely changed. Even with my eyes closed, I can see the world. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to feel it, something far beyond the imagination of a naive child. It's so beautiful. I can see everything. My parents Helen and Mother Bowin. Everyone. I'm really not alone. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Bowin. In that moment, the boy was so happy, he cried. I'll never forget you for my entire life. The next morning at the shelter, life went on. The daily calls echoed, just like any other day. Wake up, everyone. Time to get ready for work. A year after Mother Bowin left, I'm still in this place. Sometimes I still think that maybe she's still getting used to her new job, which is why she hasn't contacted me yet. I wonder if she's doing okay. Meanwhile, I've gotten used to begging alone just like the other kids. The director assigned me to Area 1, the most profitable spot. Even there, I still managed to earn a decent amount, so I was treated pretty well. The big guy patted Doan on the shoulder. Hey Doan, do a good job today, alright? He confidently pointed to his chest. Don't worry, I'll protect you from the bad guys. This man is Black, the supervisor of Area 1. One day after hearing about my past, he started treating me kindly. He's also the one who helped me realize that the clusters of light I see are actually mana. Doan had a good impression of him and nodded obediently. Yes, Black. I'll be counting on you again today. That's because he had a dense cluster of light inside his body, and I later found out he was a swordsman who used mana. However, his mana had a rather murky glow. Mana is the energy source that makes up everything in this world. Everyone absorbs and releases mana through breathing. It unconsciously influences the flow of the world. Among them, some people like Black can use mana in a special way through a training method called mana cultivation. Every day, Doan sat on the street begging while also secretly practicing with his mana. Even though Black had warned me not to even think about it because it's very dangerous if you do it wrong. But I can already see it. Suddenly, someone tossed a few coins into his can. Doan's eyes immediately lit up. It was an expression he'd practiced countless times, both beautiful and disarming. Thank you. You truly have a kind heart. The two noble women who had just given the boy money were instantly captivated. Oh my, everyone is so moved by Doan's appearance. After they left, the kid continued his practice. First, I have to get used to seeing both physical objects and mana at the same time. All these people walking on the street have mana. Not long ago, it was hard for me to see both at once, but I'm getting used to it now. Still, seeing the physical world and mana overlapping makes me a little dizzy. Suddenly, someone walking by called out his name. Doan. It was Black. You're back. He looked at Doan's coin-filled bowl, impressed. You got all this in such a short time. Doan beamed, smiling brightly as he replied, It's because there are so many kind-hearted people. But Black just rested his chin on his hand and sighed. That's why you have to be more careful. There are a lot of people out there who can't stand seeing others do well. The boy could only reply, Yes, I know. He added a careful warning. If you see anyone suspicious, or if anything strange happens, you have to tell me immediately. I'm leaving now. The boy nodded. Okay, see you later. But inwardly, he'd already decided it was best not to say anything. Actually, since yesterday, I've been seeing something very strange. In the crowd, there are a few strangers with especially strong and bright mana flows. They seem to have dense mana in their abdomens just like Black, but the boy had been secretly observing the two of them. Their mana is very bright. They looked at me from the crowd, and then immediately disappeared by jumping across the rooftops. But they don't seem very dangerous. And I can't let anyone know I can see mana, because anything could happen. It's better to keep this to myself. Whenever someone gave him money, he would say, Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Before he knew it, his box was almost full. He thought I should report back so the camp can give me a new one. Seems like Doan was doing great business. With that thought, he immediately headed back to camp. As he was walking, the boy suddenly saw something up ahead. That mana. It's them. The people with the very bright mana were on the rooftops, stalking him. Doan tried to act normal, clutching his money tin tightly as he walked faster. They're following me. What do they want? They've never approached me so openly before. He noticed one behind him and one to his side. I just have to make it to the main camp. But just as he reached the middle of the alley, one of them made a move. Doan hurried, scared out of his mind, trying to stay calm. All he needed to do was find Black, but no matter how fast he walked, he couldn't outrun two adults. They were right on his tail. Panicking and not knowing how to escape, the boy was on the verge of tears and just broke into a desperate run. Oh no. At this rate, I'm going to. Just when things seemed hopeless, a loud roar echoed from up ahead. Doan. It was Black. He was also rushing toward Doan. He ran incredibly fast, leaping high into the air and landing right in front of Doan in an instant. The boy scrambled towards him. Black scooped Doan into his arms and said, "Hold on tight." With that, he took off, leaping straight onto the rooftops. The other two quickly gave chase. He knew they were catching up. Black picked up speed and decided, "We'll head to the shelter first." Even at a time like this, he reminded Doan, "Be careful not to drop the money box or you won't eat today. You hear me, Doan?" But no matter how many times he called, Doan's face was blank, completely unresponsive. His eyes were staring intently at something, leaving Black wondering what was wrong with him. They finally made it back to the shelter. "Doan, you go inside first. Now that it's safe, the other kids will be back soon. Just get some rest, you hear?" The boy's face was still blank, as if he'd lost his soul. It wasn't until Black flicked him hard on the forehead, "Hey Doan, snap out of it," that the boy jolted back to his senses. He scolded irritably, "You've been frozen in fear this whole time. Those people can't follow us all the way here, so calm down and get inside." Doan quickly replied, Yes. You be careful." Alone in his room, the boy finally came to. He covered his face with his hands and broke into a grin of pure bliss. "I can see it. How mana flows through the body during movement." While Black was carrying him across the rooftops, Doan had seen it all, the way the dense mana rippled as power was focused in his limbs, the way the mana flared and then dissipated as he gathered momentum to leap onto a roof. All right, let's give it a try. He'd just seen it, now it was time to practice. You breathe to draw mana into your body, circulate it, then condense it inside and use it when needed, right? It's not that difficult. He let out a breath. So now I understand how to use mana. I want to try it right now. Suddenly, he saw some other kids returning, chatting amongst themselves. "What's going on beats me. I heard the kids from the other dorms were all called back too. They'd barely spoken a few words before the manager came over and threatened them. All of you be quiet. You all must be wondering why you were called back so urgently, but don't worry, it's nothing serious. After each area leader finishes their check, everyone will return to work as usual. We just don't know when that will be. So all of you maintain order and stay in your rooms." But as for Doan, he immediately spoke up. "Yes, sir." With a serious expression, he gave the order, "Pack your things. You're being transferred." So Doan grabbed his small bag of belongings and followed the man. When they reached a gate, the man made the boy stand far away. "Wait here and stay put." Then he went to speak with the person standing there. Watching from a distance, little Doan grew curious and wanted to hear what they were saying, but it was too far to hear clearly. He immediately thought of using mana. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Circulating his mana, he focused it all into his ears, concentrating intensely. He could hear it now. "Transferred from the dorms to the main building, a kid who used to be a beggar." The other man explained briefly, "That's what I heard. I think the director has taken a liking to him, probably because of his looks." The big man turned to look at Doan. That actually makes sense. They probably want to keep him on the grounds for safety. Besides, something happened in Area 1 today." "You mean with the Union?" "Yeah, I heard it had something to do with 2 escapees." Little Doan overheard everything but didn't understand. The Union escapees, 2 of them. Could they be talking about those people? The boy's mind raced back to the 2 people who had chased him earlier. As he was eavesdropping, he suddenly heard them call out, "Hey kid, follow me." Doan now had to follow the big man in the black suit. He led the boy up a very long staircase. Stopping in front of a room, he knocked to signal their arrival and opened the door to go inside. Inside was a girl with short black hair. "Hello." The man left Doan there, tossing out one more sentence. "From today on, this person will be your caretaker. She's Amy, and this is Doan from the dormitory area. It seems he doesn't know how to read yet. Well, then I'll be taking my leave." After saying that, he left immediately. She seemed quite friendly and asked, "How old are you?" Doan replied, "I'm almost 10. She seemed a bit flustered. "You really don't know how to read? Hasn't anyone taught you since you were 3? He suddenly felt so pathetic. "No. I've never been taught." She let out a sigh. "Well, I figured. It's to be expected. What can you hope for from a student from the dorms? Starting tomorrow, I'll be teaching you, so you must call me teacher. When we're not in a formal setting, you can also call me Big Sis." Amy looked him over from head to toe. "For someone from the dorms, you have a pretty bright face." However, up until now, Doan had never known the importance of learning. Excuse me, why do I have to learn how to read?" Hearing such a naive and foolish question annoyed her. "You came here without even knowing about the reading sessions. They should have explained something at least." Good grief, a reading is when someone reads a book aloud to a group of people on a special occasion. Sometimes it's hosted by the author of a new book, or it could be a regular social gathering organized by the nobility. Amy explained. You can think of it as a refined hobby for the upper class. Doan still couldn't understand. He had only ever begged for food. What would he know? Does that happen at the orphanage too? She nodded. That's right. You will participate in sponsored readings in front of the patrons. Then, if a child is lucky, they will be chosen to perform a special reading. Doan listened, only understanding half of it. A special reading, she added. If you read well, you'll usually be adopted. The chosen child will read a book alone in front of a patron. She understood. For a child like you, who can't read this, probably sounds like it's from another world, doesn't it? The boy nodded. I understand. She was surprised that Doan adapted so quickly and without fuss. What? This kid isn't scared. But anyway, Doan was both handsome and well-behaved. She patted Doan's head, opened the door to go out, and waved for him to follow. Come with me. She took him to another room and introduced him. This is Doan from the dormitory area. Don't cause any trouble and get along with each other. The bed in the far left corner is yours. Doan nodded. Yes, I understand. Inside the room were 4 other children. Before leaving, she warned them, don't get too loud. Doan began to examine his new living space. I have my own locker. How strange. Suddenly, a boy approached and called out to him. Hey. He was a little taller than Doan. Are you really from the dorms? Doan nodded. Yeah, that's right. The boy grinned widely. Ah, that's cool. I've never met anyone from the dorms before. I'm Theo. And this is Noah, Heron, and Lily. He turned to introduce the other 3. The kids gathered around Doan. So have you ever been beaten up before? Don't worry, we're not mean like the kids in that other area. These kids seemed relaxed, and they were much cleaner and neater. You won't have to go out and beg for food anymore. The children in the main building participate in readings and are only responsible for managing the library, greeting guests, and helping at the reception hall. He nodded. Oh, okay. Our room is in charge of the library. We're responsible for organizing and managing the books there. So let's give Doan a warm welcome. Welcome, Doan. We're so glad you're with us. His first day here seemed to pass peacefully. That night, Doan couldn't sleep for a long time, lying there thinking about the books. Bowin once said that the entire world of knowledge lay within them. At the time the boy had asked, really, Doan was a curious child. You'll definitely love it. He was so excited back then. Wow, I really want to read books. Books. My wish has come true. As Bowin thought this, he gently drifted off to sleep. Time passed. In the room, the sound of children reading echoed, and they lived happily ever after. At that moment in Area 1, just as Doan closed the book, he heard someone call his name. Doan. From the other corner of the room, Amy called out, let's check. Bring me the books you read today. He immediately brought them over. She began to evaluate them. The Lonely Shoemaker, The Death of Bowin, The Golden Pig's Fortune, The Fluffy Bride. Then her expression turned dark. Doan keenly noticed the change in Amy's expression as she suddenly snapped the book shut. That's enough fairy tales. Let's move on to the novel section in Area 2. You did well today. The boy hadn't expected to be praised. He smiled happily. Thank you, Miss Amy. Inside, he was a little confused. Am I imagining things? But the good news was that he could now read books in Area 2. He was so eager to read that he took the initiative to ask, can I stay a little longer to read before heading back to the dorm? She readily agreed. Be my guest. Area 2, where all the books adults read, are gathered. I'm sure you'll find many interesting things there. Doan ran frantically around the library, looking at everything. Wow, this one looks interesting. And this one too, and this one. Suddenly one book caught his attention. The Union. The Birth of the Gaetan Kingdom and the Union. He immediately opened it to take a look. So that tiny faraway place is where I'm living. One of the Gaetan nations was victorious after a long war, and the world was then reorganized into a system of 1 kingdom and 6 autonomous states. Later, to prevent war and maintain social welfare and order, the king established an organization. That organization was the Alliance. They have fought for over 200 years for peace and stability. They were supposed to be good and kind. Reading this, the observant Doan suddenly noticed a contradiction. So then why would someone like Black have to be on the run? Could it be because begging is a bad thing, even though he got along with the local supervisors? One thing was for sure, the Sanctuary and the Alliance didn't seem to have a good relationship, and for some reason the Sanctuary was covering up what happened that day. What on earth were they hiding? The more the kid read, the more confused and conflicted he felt. In the end, he couldn't even be sure if he was on the good side or the bad side. He had to find more information. The boy's concentration unintentionally activated the mana within him. Although it wasn't perfect, yet moving while circulating, mana had become easier to control. Whenever I did chores, I used to sit down and comfortably breathe in mana. But things were different now. I've been practicing so I can circulate mana even while moving. Thanks to that, I can move and channel mana at the same time even while reading a book. However, the density of my mana hasn't increased at all. Why does my mana keep dispersing instead of gathering? It's a bit disappointing, but I'll just have to try little by little, one step at a time. Just as he was absorbed in the library, a loud shout called for an assembly. All the children present lined up neatly. A red-haired noblewoman walked in. All right, now for today. Who should I choose today? Looking at everyone here, She stared intently at each child past Noah, Lily, and Doan. When his name was called, Doan jumped in surprise. Yes, she covered her mouth, smiling teasingly. I can't let you, the boy who just stepped out of a fairy tale, participate in the reading session. However, if you were there, you'd definitely stand out. So for today, just observe and get a feel for the atmosphere, okay, she said, while caressing the boy's face, seeming very pleased with his appearance. Doan put on an obedient expression and bowed his head. Yes, thank you for your consideration, Madam Director. She was very pleased. Very good. Amy, standing nearby, ended the assembly. The 10 of you who were called, please change into your outfits and gather in the reception hall. The other kids who saw Doan get chosen looked visibly annoyed. He just finished reading a fairy tale. Isn't this a bit unfair? Theo, standing by his friend, couldn't hold back. Hey, you guys. Just then, Doan came out after changing his face bright and handsome as a flower. The whole group of kids immediately swarmed him. Doan, you look so handsome. You really stand out. The boy grinned with delight. Thanks. You look cool too, Theo. Amy pointed and told Doan. Doan, you can sit over there. All the chosen children were present, sitting obediently in a row. Amy shouted, Everyone get ready, the guests have arrived. A group of splendidly dressed noblewomen entered the room, among them a rather familiar face. Oh, my goodness, is it really you? She recognized Doan as the little beggar, who had once told her, Thank you, madam. You are truly a kind-hearted person. The boy also remembered her. Hello, ma'am. It's wonderful to see you here. I've always remembered and been grateful for your help that day. She walked straight over to Doan. How have you been? I'm also very happy to see you again. As they were talking, the red-haired woman from earlier approached. Oh, my Lady Caroline, you know our Doan. So the boy's name is Doan. I saw him begging at the riverside intersection last winter. The two of them continued to talk around the young boy. Oh goodness, in that case, could we have Doan read this book today? He was so adorable back then, and now he's even more handsome. And it's thanks to our support that Doan learned to read here. That woman Caroline immediately held out a book. Oh goodness, in that case, could we ask Doan to read this book today? The other woman explained. Doan was only scheduled to sit and listen today. The noblewoman looked a little disappointed and sad. Really, what a shame. I truly wanted to hear his voice when he reads. The manager spoke up. Well then, would you like him to try reading the final chapter as a test? Caroline agreed immediately. Yes, of course, I'd be more than happy to. A moment later, the sound of Doan's reading filled the room. Every one of the ladies sat listening intently, their eyes shining. I never expected we would meet again like this. I don't try to remember, but that image keeps replaying in my mind. I don't understand why I feel this way either. It all just happened so naturally. I didn't mean for it to, it's just that my heart no longer seems to listen to reason, so I decided to say it. Doan's already beautiful voice, combined with his handsome expression, was simply perfect. I like you. Those 3 words from the book, uttered from Doan's lips, made all the ladies swoon. Doan even infused his voice with mana. His steady voice rang out, narrating how the Duke's gentle confession left the flustered lady at a loss for what to do. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye, trying to avoid his gaze. As Doan read, he could feel his own voice, each sound echoing clearly. A soft breath like a sigh, the sound of tears rolling down a cheek, a gentle bite of a lower lip, and the distinct heartbeat of each person. They were completely immersed in the emotions the boy conveyed. Lady Caroline beamed. That moment was magical. A truly beautiful reading. After finishing, the kid stood before the ladies, bowed, and said, Thank you very much. It was all thanks to the help of the deputy in charge. The women adored him. How can you speak so beautifully? Can I hear you read again tomorrow? Of course. I'll prepare even more thoroughly. Oh my goodness, that's wonderful. I'm going to die. Scene changed to the second library. After that reading session, Doan came here again to look for more books. In the end, it's my body that has to master the flow of mana. Just as he was searching, a book with the title, The Laws and Principles of Movement Phenomena and the Human Body, fell down, catching the boy's attention. The title alone sounds interesting. Another useful-looking book. There was also a red-covered book. He was still sounding out the words understanding. While he was struggling with it, Black, who had appeared right behind him at some point, teased him with a smug grin. Understanding. Sexy things. Doan spun around, startled. Geez, you scared me. It was Black, but the kid wasn't actually scared. I knew you'd show up eventually. The man was practically crying with laughter as he continued to tease him. Don't pretend you're not interested. You're at that age where you're curious about this stuff, aren't you? Doan ignored him and changed the subject. What's up? He looked incredibly cheerful. Nothing much. I just heard you caused quite a stir at the charity reading today, right? I'm just sad I couldn't hear it in person. I heard you were reading in the library, so I came to see you for a bit, Doan replied. Well, I'm on duty anyway. We'll talk later. It had been a while since they'd last met, and they shook hands. Right, things have been a bit busy lately. But there's no way he'd just show up for no reason. The kid asked cautiously, What is it? Is something wrong? The man crouched down to his level and got straight to the point. You remember those guys who were chasing you? They're starting trouble again. I'm going to deal with them and the administration. Doan figured it out immediately, smiling casually. The Alliance, huh? If Black makes a move, they'll definitely learn their place. Being praised put him in a much better mood. He cupped Doan's face. What's this haha hearing you say? That really does make me feel more confident. It's a shame I can't come to the reading tomorrow. But that was just on the surface. Deep down, the boy was already suspicious. Based on what he'd read before, there was a high chance Black was the villain. But he's been so nice to me, so should I call him a good person? It doesn't matter. In any case, his concern is real. His face red from the fondling. Doan uncomfortably shook his head, free from the man's hands, and sighed sadly. There will be other chances, and I have a feeling. We'll be reading books together often. Anyway, be careful. Black. The man pushed himself up, nodding casually. Yeah, you do your best too. He even pointed at the book Doan was holding and instructed, and read this book on the days there aren't any reading sessions. Okay, don't waste your energy randomly. With that, he left. Well, I'm off. Doan was left wondering again. The Alliance and Black. I wonder what a battle between masters looks like. He suddenly felt sad and helpless. How strong am I right now? Can I ever be like them? He placed a hand on his chest, feeling his own mana, and channeled it through his hands into the book he was holding. In the blink of an eye, the entire book was torn in half. Doan's eyes went wide in shock. I didn't even bend down to pick it up. What a waste. Doan knocked on the door from outside and a voice echoed from within. Is that you, Doan? Come in. Vice Director, did you call for me? She looked flustered as she told him the truth. Here's the thing. The noblewomen are all making demands. Today, Doan will be the main reader, correct? Please let the boy read alone if possible. I don't want any other voice to interfere. The boy will read, won't he? The Vice Director tried to object. About that child. But they couldn't have cared less and just insisted. The boy will read, won't he? Finally, she agreed with tears in her eyes. I will do my best. In the end, Doan had to carry the whole burden. She seemed a little embarrassed. So, that's what happened. Do you think you can do it? Doan had no choice but to agree. Yes, I'll do my best. Don't worry, Vice Director. She was pleased. You're such a good kid. The next day, the woman gathered the children again. All right, everyone, listen up. I'm sure you've all heard. Today we will be announcing the special reader. This time the special reader is Theo. He jumped in surprise. Placing a hand on his chest, he asked in disbelief. Me, the woman nodded. That's right. Everyone, let's congratulate him. The boy looked over at Doan, confused. I thought it would be Doan. The others turned to him. Congratulations. Theo scratched his face and chuckled. Thanks. Doan. The boy even blushed as he smiled encouragingly. You read so well. You'll definitely get to a good place soon. Take care. He followed the woman out. The other children stayed behind, watching through the window. Doan thought to himself, he's a good kid. It was a little disappointing, but the feeling didn't last long. Doan still had to read for the noble women. Stop right there. I came because I wanted to hold your hand. Missing you is inevitable, and there is still so much I haven't said. His voice remained just as expressive as ever, because he was so busy reading for everyone who came to see him. Even the Vice Director asked worriedly, you have to read all morning and all afternoon today. Are you going to be okay? He asked back in surprise. So that means I have to do 2 sessions. She rubbed her temples and took off her glasses. It's going to be tough, but what can we do? Everyone wants to hear you read. Doan's eyes crinkled into a happy smile. I'm truly grateful for that. I'm glad everyone enjoys it. But then, Doan clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling brightly as he put on a pleading, whining expression. After each session, I feel mentally drained. Would it be okay for me to go outside for some fresh air during my break? The woman couldn't resist and agreed. All right, you can go, but don't go any further than the backyard. The boy nodded immediately. I understand. Thank you. And just like that, he went straight outside to rest and began to practice with the mana inside his body, marking the positions of muscles, joints, and bones as described in the book, connecting them with lines. As if he were drawing along blood vessels, sending a stream of mana flowing along that path. The important thing was the will to make the mana move through the body. It didn't just need an idea, but a powerful will. A brilliant mana light shone as the power within Doan erupted. He had figured it out all by himself. Phew, everything else is fine. The real issue is mana density. Is the problem with the container my body? I shouldn't rush. It's more important to make sure I don't have a weakness when using mana like other people do. When Black carried me to the hideout, I was almost able to walk on my own. Even the Alliance couldn't continue the chase. They must have been exhausted. It seems there's a common weakness when using reserved mana. As he thought about it, an idea came to him. Using reserved mana, I wonder if there's a way to use external mana as if it were my own. I did emit a sound saturated with mana right. With that sound, I even repelled external mana. If I think about it carefully, it should be possible if it has weight or form right. The moment he thought of it, Doan immediately tried picking up a leaf to see. His whole body began to radiate mana. Just as he thought it was a success. He looked at the leaf and celebrated inwardly. I knew it. Inside the room, the crowd was still listening to the children read. This time, the special reader is Lily. Let's all give her a round of applause. The children said their goodbyes to each other. Congratulations, Lily. Live well and stay healthy out there. The little girl shyly walked straight over to Doan. Doan asked in surprise, "Is there something you want to say?" The girl's face was beet red, and she squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment, stammering, "Doan, I actually like." Before she could finish, another voice piped up from behind. "But it's weird. Lily's good, but I didn't think Doan would be passed over. The director would never let him go." A group of kids huddled together, whispering excitedly, "Don't you know the story of the goose that laid the golden eggs? Ah, so they're keeping him because he makes them money." The little girl heard it too, her face falling as she looked at Doan. Only then did Doan remember his friend. He turned back with a smile and asked, "Oh, sorry, Lily, could you say that again?" But the girl was so embarrassed, she just ran off saying, "It's nothing." The little girl ran over to her friends and burst into tears, leaving Doan standing there completely confused. "Oh well, whatever. They said that if I get to leave, I'll go to a good family. Then I can read new books and experience a bigger world. I might even find clues about accumulating mana. I don't know when that will happen, but I'm a little curious." The next day, behind the main building, a wooden stylus spun round and round in midair. Doan leaned against the wall, fiddling with a pen. "This is getting easier now. All right, if I just keep practicing like this." Suddenly, Doan flinched and whipped his head around. On the opposite wall, someone was climbing over. That man. He recognized him. It was the manager who brought him here. The moment he got over the wall, he collapsed to the ground, coughing. Cough, cough. Damn it. Doan sat frozen, staring and thinking to himself, "What's going on? His mana, it's disappearing. He's not okay." He started walking toward the man. "Sorry, huh?" Just then, another large man approached. He frowned with worry, then helped the first man inside. "Damn it, what the hell is happening? Those damn bastards from the Alliance." Doan overheard the keywords. As he stood there dumbfounded, he heard a voice call out, "Hey kid." The large man warned him, "Just pretend you didn't see anything and go back inside." Doan understood immediately and quickly obediently replied, "Ah yes sir." He stood frozen on the spot, watching them leave, wondering, what's going on? Something isn't right. The scene shifts to a large room where a woman's voice booms, shouting at the children. "The afternoon reading in the garden is cancelled. Everyone return to your dormitories." The children were confused. So suddenly, she kept shouting. "We've already sent the patrons home." She paced around the house. "What's happening? This has never happened before." Then the woman placed a hand on Doan's shoulder. "You," she said seriously, calling him the special reader. In his room, Doan changed into a formal outfit, his expression somber as he thought back. Amy had glared at him, her voice a low command. "Get ready, you're the special reader." He recalled her expression so different from usual. Then he remembered the wretched state of the manager from earlier. The Alliance did that to him. This is probably all connected to the sudden cancellation of the sponsored reading. "I'm not sure, but whatever's happening, I have to do what they say." Amy was still standing there waiting for him. Doan came out and called softly, "Miss Amy, are we going directly to the patron's location?" The boy knew for sure that something was going on at the shelter. Even at a time like this, she couldn't help but be mesmerized by the boy's dazzling appearance. She was completely frozen until Doan called out, Miss Amy," which snapped her out of her trance. She turned away. "Ah, right. Follow me." As they walked, he tried to fish for more information. "Was it Lady Caroline who requested to sponsor me?" She shook her head. "It's someone else," Doan asked curiously. "Who is it?" But she didn't answer, simply leading him straight outside to the shelter's auxiliary wing. "Here," Amy stopped. "We're here." Doan stood beside her and looked up at the building. He could feel it clearly. It was overflowing with dark and murky mana. He knew instantly this was not a good place. A large man opened the door and said, "Get in, Doan. We need to get straight to business." The woman immediately pushed him forward. But Doan was sharp enough to catch a glimpse of Miss Amy's face as she stood behind, the door staring at him as if she were saying a final goodbye. As Doan followed the man inside, he carefully observed his surroundings. "I thought it was strange that the building had no windows, but it's even darker inside than I imagined. Just in case, I can't let my guard down." Suddenly, he heard voices coming from within. "Do we really have to do this while we're trying to escape?" He recognized the voice instantly. It belonged to the vice director. Another voice replied, "If we want to salvage anything before we pull out, we have to. This damned ritual requires it. What other choice do we have?" The woman then ordered Doan, "Sit in that chair over there and get ready to read." Doan replied obediently, "Yes, ma'am." He glanced at the book already placed for him, his mind racing. Escape. Are they trying to run from the Alliance because of what happened before? What is this ritual? Do I really have to read this book? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, but he still sat down in the chair. He placed the book on his lap, his eyes wide as he stared at the enormous pit in the middle of the room. Anyway, what's in that pit? Doan wondered, stunned. Mana. I've never seen such a huge mass of mana before. Just then, the woman's voice rang out, urging him on. Doan, begin. He looked at the people sitting there just as he normally would. The reading will now begin. Beneath the flashes of lightning that streaked the dawn sky, she gazed upon the face of the man lying in bed. As the boy read, he thought to himself, that pit. I can feel an enormous amount of mana coming from it, but it's strange. He continued reading. It was a sudden encounter, but perhaps that was why they could be more honest with each other. He felt a surge of emotions. Joy, longing, regret, loneliness, anger, relief, sadness, and grief. Suddenly, the boy understood. Ah, that mass of mana. That's what's listening to this special reading. Where have you been all this time? My faith is slowly crumbling. Streams of blue light began to flow from Doan's body down into the pit. He flinched. What's happening? The more I read, the more I feel my mana being drained towards that pit. Doan broke out in a cold sweat, but tried to remain calm. I can't let it drain all of my mana. I have to hold on. If they're running away, that means the Alliance will be here soon. Focus, I have to save myself. I'll try to absorb the mana floating in the air and control the flow. A brilliant light erupted from his body. It spread out like a neural network before finally coalescing into a sphere of mana that enveloped him, protecting Doan from having any more of his energy drained by the pit. I did it. I can completely control the flow of mana. He no longer felt tired. With a bright smile, he continued to read. Come a little closer, she said in a trembling voice. Doan had it all figured out. Now he just needed to buy more time. If I can't sense any new mana approaching, it means the Alliance hasn't reached the building yet. I have to drag this reading out for as long as I can. The others started to notice something was off. That kid. Hasn't he been reading for a while now? Is the book really this long? It should have taken effect by now, right? This isn't right. I'm going to check on him. I'll go with you. Doan immediately sensed their movements. The director and someone else are on the move. Did I buy enough time? As he worried, the entire ground began to shake violently. The boy quickly looked in one direction. They're here. The large man in the room quickly used a statue of a girl to barricade the door, preventing anyone from storming in. After securing the door, he stormed back inside, cursing furiously. Those stupid idiots. A voice from outside shouted. They all went underground. There are just 2 statues blocking the door now. What the hell is down there? One of the men was struck squarely in the face. Hey, what was that for, you goddamn rats? You've been up to something shady, haven't you? You must have been, or you wouldn't be trying to run away. The man turned and struck the old director and her follower. The 2 of them tried to explain. Sir, we were just... Before they could finish, a spiral staircase began to rise from the ground. Doan stared, frozen in shock. He recognized the shape of a tree, but it was a tree made of frozen human corpses. And there, what struck his eyes was the desiccated corpse of his mother, Bowin, frozen in a state of agony, her stomach impaled. A shiny sword. The kid was terrified, unable to believe his eyes, and stammered out a call. Mom. Bowin. The large guy suddenly grabbed the kid's head and yelled, You little rat. Just as he was about to deal with him, a voice came from behind. Ear, what the hell is this? Why are all the directors dead? The big guy turned around. Well, they were trying to escape, so. Ear said as he took out an orange fruit. They suddenly ran off, so I followed them and found this scene. Black looked on, completely confused. Why do these fruits look so strange? I brought Doan here to create at least one more fruit before they arrived, but I have no idea why it turned out like this. I don't know what happened. Black didn't say much more, grabbing the sword embedded in Bowlin's chest. He tried to pull it out. This scene made Doan remember asking him once before. Black, you're a swordsman, so why don't you carry a sword? Back then, he had answered evasively. Ah, well, I had to use it for something else. Now Doan understood. His something else was plunging that sword into Bowlin's stomach. The truth before him was too cruel. He gripped Ear's hand, which was still holding his hair with both of his own. His expression turned colder than ice. Black flinched and turned around. What? Before he could even get a clear look, blood splattered everywhere. Doan had become like a demon, a massive amount of mana radiating from his body. The other guy couldn't react in time, a stupid look on his face as he wondered what the hell little Doan had killed Ear without any weapon. Only 2 people remained in the room. Black looked at Doan mockingly. It seems your bloodline isn't just for show, but this far exceeds my expectations. It seems you've awakened, our little boy. Before he could finish, Doan walked straight past him, paying him no mind. His eyes were fixed only on Bowlin's lifeless body. Little Doan gently reached out, cupping his mother Bowlin's cheeks as tears of anguish streamed down his face. He placed his hand on the deep hole in her chest where the sword had pierced her. He channeled his mana into it. The last memories of the dead appeared before him. At that moment, fire was raging everywhere. The young boy looked at the screaming injured people, wondering, what is this? Why is that person crying? Blood and corpses littered the ground amidst the flames. What are these horrifying memories? Then Doan saw a young man with white hair and blue eyes, just like himself. He realized it was him, but in the blink of an eye, that space shattered like a mirror. Just a little more. I don't know what it is, but something is slowly seeping in. This warm, familiar mana. I miss this memory. Ah, that's right, I'd forgotten it. Doan, you're only truly lonely when this place is empty. If you keep those who have passed in your heart, it means you're never truly alone. If you hold on to them and quietly look inside, you'll see just how much they cared for and loved you. How do I look into my own heart? It was Bowin who had taught the young boy these things. Close your eyes and feel. Close your eyes and look into your heart, he answered perfunctorily. You'll probably be sent to another farm. Another farm. You'll manage the people who are to become trees and cultivate them just like the one in front of you. You'll be working under me. Simply put, you'll become a part of Zelo. That's my organization. Our leader intends to change the world using dark magic, and we are his loyal servants." Doan's face turned as black as thunder. He was beyond furious. Glaring at Black, he asked one last time, "So you're the one who created that tree?" He seemed to know Doan's intentions. Leaning on his sword, he remained confident. "Your face is quite terrifying." He even had the gall to ask one last time, "So will you come with me? There isn't much time left." He probably thought the kid was intrigued, but Doan decisively shook his head. "I'm not going." Unable to persuade him, he grew angry, gritting his teeth and glaring. Then I have no choice." With that, he swung his sword straight down, attacking Doan. But no matter how sharp his blade was, it couldn't touch him. The mana surrounding Doan's body completely stopped his sword. Black was shocked. "What, I can't lift my sword?" Little Doan even blocked his sword with just 2 fingers. "Did you kill Mother Bowin?" The man was at death's door and still didn't know his place. "How dare you challenge me?" "So, what if I did? Are you trying to get revenge?" The boy was just waiting for those words to unleash his vengeance. His anger erupted. "If that's true, I won't let you live." His mana transformed into lightning. The guy still had a dumbfounded look on his face, his brain unable to process it. What the hell? In an instant, he was struck by a sharp slash of mana, his whole body collapsing to the ground in agony, trembling uncontrollably. The boy's cold voice rang out, "I told you to dodge." The man was furious, but he couldn't do anything. "You bastard." Before he could finish, his head flew from his shoulders. Little Doan killed for the first time without batting an eye. "I hope you don't feel too wronged because you brought this upon yourself. I will never forgive people like you." And just like that, it was over. Doan had killed Black, partially avenging his mother, Bowin. Suddenly, he was startled and looked to the side, noticing a streak of light descending. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people. It was an old, blonde-haired man leading a whole group. He gave the order, "Search this entire area. Don't miss a single spot." The old man was the vice captain of the Alliance Faith Squad, Oka. He finally noticed Doan. Hey kid." The old man got straight to the point. "That's an interesting ability. Relic manifestation." The boy had only ever practiced. No one had ever taught him the theory. "What, sir?" the old man asked in return. "Did you learn magic from Zelo?" The more little Doan listened, the more confused he became. "Magic? I've never learned it, and I'm not part of Zelo." The old man was shocked to hear that. "Never learned? Then your mana." Doan boasted confidently, "I'm self-taught." This statement was like a clap of thunder, completely absurd. The old man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boy. But he didn't look like he was lying. It was clear the man was suspicious, but he let it go immediately. Only then did he properly introduce himself. "I am Oka, Vice Captain of the Alliance Faith Squad. What's your name?" Little Doan introduced himself as well. "I'm Doan." The Faith Squad specializes in intelligence and reconnaissance using the Blazefire Heart Sword style. "Right." He was even sharp enough to notice the man's gold badge. "So you must be S-class, right?" The old man was still sizing him up. He'd never seen a kid like this before. The sword's blade is indeed dangerous, but the boy is still being cautious. The old man put on an adult air. "Ahem, let's go outside first." He had it all planned out. He'd figure the kid out later. Oka tested him a little. "Can you pick that sword back up?" And he did it instantly. Not only that, he didn't pick it up normally. He used his mana. The old man watched mesmerized. Incredible. Such mana from a 10-year-old child. Just then, one of his subordinates came over and whispered, "Vice Captain, I have something to report." "It's about." From the looks of it, this tree was created less than 2 years ago, but it seems the spell has been broken. The two of them continued talking. If it was created by a high priest, there should at least be some traces left. Perhaps Father Xion got here before us. The condition of the fruits is strange too. We need to investigate what happened here. Doan stood there looking at the bodies of the children on that tree, heartbroken. "I'm sorry, Theo. I should have played with you a little longer." "Lie. When you left, I should have been kinder." Suddenly, Doan wanted to ask the old man, "Vice Captain, have you ever seen many trees like this?" The old man fell silent but finally answered, "Yes." Doan understood. "You'll probably be going to many other farms like this, won't you?" Old man Oka watched the boy intently. "Surprising. I thought the boy would have collapsed from grief." He continued, "Uprooting Zoel's farms is our mission." The boy's voice was strangely dry, not at all like a child's, but one thing was certain. Doan had made up his mind and asked directly, "Then, can you all take me with you?" A clear, powerful will emanated from the boy. The boy wasn't unaffected by the shock. He just didn't show it on the outside. The old man didn't refuse, but he didn't agree right away either, simply turning to leave. "The investigation is the top priority. We'll decide what to do with you later. Follow me." And so, Doan followed the old man out of there. On the way out, they passed 2 more bodies. On the woman's chest was a shiny round metal badge. "That's the head of the snake." He was determined to get it back. "We have to go together. Vice Captain, the Pillars of Faith are unharmed. It's very late now." The men gathered outside the building. We've confirmed 13 casualties on the ZTE side and 3 from the shelter. We estimate 2 escapees. It appears the high priests and other high-ranking figures were involved in setting up the initial ritual. The cause of the ritual's collapse has not yet been determined. We have requested assistance from Stabilization Team 4 for a detailed analysis. End of report. After listening, Old Man Oa replied gravely, "Good work." He turned and asked, Doan, where did you feel most comfortable here? The boy didn't even have to think. The answer came instantly. The library. The old man nodded. Then we should move over there. Lead the way. In the library, the two sat facing each other. The old man was a bit suspicious. Looking around the library, there didn't seem to be any books on mana cultivation or magic use. So how did you learn on your own? The boy answered casually. I just figured it out myself. He said it so easily, it surprised the old man yet again. Just figured it out. The kid nodded. Yep. He even demonstrated making a sharp mana dagger float in the air. I'm very smart, you know. How could Old Man Oka argue? I can tell you're not lying. And it's true, you are very smart. In that case, tell me everything that's happened to you up to this point. It was a simple request, but the kid's past was too dark. Doan froze for a moment, but in the end he told him. It all started when I came to the shelter. Just like that, the kid explained everything. And that's why I believe Mother Bowin gave me this power. The old man just listened without judgment. I see. Still, he felt that too many things didn't add up. A child who'd never cultivated mana somehow managed to kill Ear and Black. I know Black's skills well. What's more, it seems this kid even shattered the ritual established by High Priest Zatio. There were too many things that were far beyond the old man's imagination. Even now, the boy was using psychokinesis without any chance or magic circles. And he showed no signs of exhaustion. There was no way a talent like this could have gone undiscovered. After finishing his story, Doan saw that the old man was silent. Doan boldly asked, So can I ask a question? What is the tree Oka knew about this? The old man explained, the tree is a tool for a dark ritual created by Zateo. It's based on human life. Both the director and Zell's people mentioned the fruits they were cultivating. Is that it? That's right. It absorbs mana and forms a crystal. That is the fruit. Because it's a concentrated form of life's foundation, it's incredibly valuable. The old man held out a shriveled, ugly fruit for the boy to see. This is what they're making, Doan asked curiously. Do people eat it? The old man nodded. Yes. Eating it instantly increases your mana reserves. It's sold for a very high price on the black market. Old Man Oa was slowly earning the boy's trust. Thinking of all the things he didn't know, he immediately asked why reading books was necessary. The old man explained, some magic rituals require specific conditions. We believe that reading books helps stabilize the tree and improves the quality of the fruit. Thinking back when the books were being read, the tree was like a person listening in. It seemed completely absorbed in the story. The kid stroked his chin seriously, deep in thought, looking like a little old man. I guess that stabilized it. After all, before they were a tree, they were people with hearts. The more Old Man Oka talked with Doan, the more surprised he became. That's a very good observation. We're also considering that angle. Feeling encouraged, the boy asked more. Can I ask another question? But the old man was very accommodating. Of course. What is psychokinesis? The old man replied. It's a type of magic. The magic of controlling objects with mana, just like when you made that sword fly. Doan caught on quickly, immediately tossing the mana dagger back and forth. So it's a type of magic too. I still don't know much about magic. Watching this, Oa couldn't help but think. It's only level 1 psychokinesis, but even so, the boy is exceptional. He asked again. You said you're 10 years old, right? He was actually 9, but the kid still nodded. Yes. The old man then asked a stunner. You said you want to come with us, but I'm a little curious. You've been betrayed by people who treated you well, so why would you trust the Alliance? Of course, Doan wasn't an idiot, and he didn't hide anything. I don't completely trust you, but based on my intuition, the boy's eyes curved into a beautiful smile. He placed a hand on his chest and declared, Vice Captain Oa seems like a good person. You look very bright and clear. That's all. That's enough for now. The old man looked at his own chocolate-colored skin, shocked. Me bright and clear, so you're willing to trust and follow us based on just that. Isn't that a bit reckless? They went back and forth. I'm very good at reading people. Even so, joining isn't something that can be decided carelessly. Even if I allowed it, we can't let an outsider interfere in the Alliance's affairs. The kid questioned him. Am I not capable enough I can use both mana and psychokinesis? Before he could finish, the old man cut him off with a deep frown. Listen closely, Doan. There are things more important than ability. Anyone would be sad after being rejected, especially since Doan had nowhere else to go. His spirits plummeted, and he looked like he was about to cry. Seeing the boy's pitiful expression made the old man feel like a villain. He quickly tried to reassure him. Hey Doan, I don't mean there's a problem with you. It's just that making an exception isn't easy. Besides, you're too young. Unexpectedly, Doan turned the tables on him. Is age more important than ability? The old man froze solid, his eyes wide in disbelief. Of course, the boy's magical talent was near genius level. It was undeniable that he had taken down Ear and Black, but that was a different matter entirely. The old man was speechless and quickly tried to change the subject. No matter what their abilities were, the Union always had to make countless decisions. And those decisions mainly came from rich experience, and experience is directly proportional to one's age. The old man was cornered by every question the boy asked. Since I lack both, you're saying I'm not mature enough. Oka sighed helplessly. I wouldn't go that far, he had to reply, not necessarily. After all, I've only been speaking with you for a few hours. In short, no matter what he said, he felt like he was in the wrong. With a throbbing headache, he decided to compromise. All right, let's consider this a trial interview. The old man seriously changed the subject. Why did you kill E? He had only just grabbed your head. Of course, Doan didn't think he was in the wrong, and immediately explained. He killed the director and his wife that same way, and he acted as if he was about to crush my head next, so I couldn't just wait. A kid who killed without hesitation still made the old man wary enough to ask. But in the end, you killed them both. Can you be sure that decision wasn't influenced by your emotions? Tell me, didn't your anger cloud your judgment? Old man Oka tried to set a trap, but Doan was sharp. He calmly replied, I don't intend to deny the crime I committed, in a moment of emotional outburst. That's an unchangeable fact, and I accept the consequences of my actions. However, I think my anger and sorrow helped me make a clearer decision. Too many people had become victims at his hands. Even if he felt remorse, there was no one left in this world to forgive him. And most importantly, I didn't have the right to grant him the chance to live on. The old man's eyes narrowed. But did you have the right to kill him? Doan still saw no wrong in his actions, looking down at his own clenched fists. Because he took the lives of many people, I thought it was only fair, and I had the power to do it. He covered his face tightly. Even so, it's still a fact that I decided to kill him on my own. If anyone says I must take responsibility for that, I won't make excuses. The old man pressed on. So was it really necessary to kill him? From beginning to end, the boy held firm to his stance. Someone had to do it. Isn't that why the Union exists? Doan lowered his hands, revealing his brightly glowing eyes. He seemed to have become a different person, looking somewhat frightening. Even the old man was startled. The Union is an organization established to carry out missions with its core objective based on supreme values. But in reality, the ideal that the Union pursues is a place where just looking up at the sky can make you feel at ease. A world of peace and stability where hope still flickers. Even for future generations, it's a goal that will probably never be fully achieved. But they still carry that burden themselves in their own way. That is the sole reason for the Union's existence. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire essence of the Union lies in that. I want to give you a high score for that understanding and calm answer, but that's not the answer others would expect. From a child. In the end, age is still an obstacle. The old man continued. Have you ever heard of the G? Of course not, the old man explained. They are those who go around threatening the peace and existence of the kingdom. Zael is one of them. Currently, Team 1 is trying to destroy Zael's scattered farms and reorganize the Union's branches. I don't know how long it will take, but if you can help, things might just change. A moment ago, he was beating around the bush, and now he was closing the deal. Young Doan couldn't keep up. What do you mean? Old man Oka leaned on the table and stood up, saying decisively, Come to the Union. Prove your abilities. And then we will recognize you as one of our members. In his heart, the old man held a hope. Let's see if this boy can live up to my expectations. Finally, everything here was settled. Outside, everyone was serious. The subordinates stood at attention, waiting for orders. The old man addressed them. Until now, the Dungtan shelter has been exploiting vagrants and helpless orphans, colluding with the dark cult of Zael to commit heinous crimes. The crime of human sacrifice. Therefore, as a symbol of the kingdom's strength and knowledge, the Union has been pursuing the hidden members of Zael. And now we aim to restore order at the Dungtan shelter. That is all. If there are no questions, we will depart for the west at sunrise. Team 4, upon arrival, conduct the handover and then rendezvous with us. Sinna. The young woman immediately stepped before the old man and bowed. Yes, Vice Captain. Standing there, Doan could see a flow of mana from her that looked like a rippling mist. The old man gave her the mission. This is Doan, a witness at the Dungtan site. Escort the boy safely to the Union. She bowed to accept the order. Yes, sir. The two looked at each other and introduced themselves. I am Sinna, a messenger of the Pillar of Faith. Hello, ma'am. My name is Doan, she informed him. It will take about 2 weeks to reach the Union. It's a long journey, so you should pack your things quickly. Young Doan replied without a second thought. It's all right, I don't have anything. The young woman warned him. Once we leave, there will be no chance to return. If you have any questions, ask them now. Unexpectedly, the boy asked something completely unrelated. Miss Sinna, are you an elf? She replied, a dark elf. She never expected Doan to praise her. You're so bright. I thought dark elves were supposed to be, dark or gloomy or something. But after saying it, Doan realized he was being rude and quickly bowed. If anything I asked or said was rude, please forgive me. It's just that you're the first dark elf I've ever met, and you seem so mysterious. It was the first time she'd heard someone say that. She wondered. Mysterious, not amazing, she replied vaguely. It must be because of your blood, kid. This time it was Doan's turn to be confused. Huh, what do you mean? Young Doan got on the horse with her. Well then, let's go. Old man Oka waved. See you at the Union Doan. He nodded. I'll be waiting there. Vice Captain Oka and everyone else have a safe trip. The whole group couldn't help but chuckle at his naive words. Ha ha. And so the two of them rode off. After tonight, the boy's life would turn a new page. After riding for a while, the two stopped to rest and build a fire in the forest. Cinna held something out for Doan. Here, take this. I figured that blade of yours could use a sheath. So that's what it was. I was wondering what you were doing while we were setting up camp. You were making this for me. Thank you very much. Miss Cinna, the young woman chuckled. That sounds strange. It seemed the two had grown closer. He took the initiative to suggest, then can I call you sister? But the young woman grew shy and a bit flustered. Never mind then. Doan tried putting his knife into the sheath. It fit like a glove. The boy smiled happily. Well, I'll be joining the Union soon. So I'll call you senpai, okay? It's not too close but not too distant either. It was the first time she dealt with something like this. She was a bit stunned, her face flushed red as she quickly turned away. Call me whatever you want. So she didn't refuse. The two of them sat by the fire warming themselves through the night. Occasionally she glanced over at him and suddenly complimented him. Your ability is truly special. She was referring to the mana sword that kept circling around him. The boy explained, is that so? Deputy Wa said it was telekinesis, something she knows too. On the surface it does seem that way. So perhaps it would be better for you if we just told everyone that. Doan understood what she meant. So what exactly is your ability, Cinna? I've never seen anything like it. An ability that seems to directly touch and control mana without any incantations or chants. That's the kind of power only the ancient elves could possess. The original race that created the elves before they split into different branches like me today. Just by looking at the color of your eyes, I can tell your parents were no ordinary people. At the mention of his parents, Doan's expression changed, his face fell, and the two of them sank back into silence. The next morning, they set off on their journey again. Suddenly, Cinna called out to Doan, that's the Union. They had arrived before a vast campus, a place like a beautiful little town. As they walked inside, she told the boy that the Union was divided into residential and commercial districts. Resources and races from all over gathered here. The Union is the most fortified city on the continent. But it's not just because of those walls. It's because this is where the strongest people in the world gather. That's why it's called the Sword and the Book of the Continent. This place is the center of military power, supporting the kingdom, keeping the 6 duchies in check, and protecting the citizens from the grave. He looked up with wide eyes. I understand. She suddenly stopped. We're here. This is your new home. The door opened. Cinna led the boy inside. Someone was already waiting for them. You must be weary from your journey, Lady Cinna. The person greeting them was the director of the Union Management Bureau, Lazarus. He stood there smiling warmly. He looked over at the boy. You must be Doan. You look so serious for our first meeting. Doan, may I speak with you for a moment? This made the boy feel a sudden pang of anxiety. The two sat facing each other at a tea table. Doan was a little tense. I had a feeling before, but this place is actually so bright. I wonder if this is really where the military forces are gathered. That's why it's called the Sword and the Book of the Continent. This place is the center of military power supporting the kingdom, keeping the 6 duchies in check, and protecting the citizens from the grave. He sized up the bald man, looking him over from head to toe. Of all the people I've ever met, he's the most radiant and intense. Just how strong is this person? After a long silence, the old man finally spoke, but his first question was, may I hold your hand? After speaking, he very seriously took Doan's small hand in both of his. Immediately, the boy's eyes went wide. Something is coming from his tattoos. So it's possible to control mana this delicately. This is a completely different method of mana control than what I've been doing. What I know is just a tiny fraction. Today was truly an eye-opening experience for Doan. There were so many people who could control mana with such skill. The bald man noticed the object in his pocket and asked, that hairpin, is that what you stole from the relief camp's deputy director? Doan knew what he was asking and answered firmly, I didn't steal it. It originally belonged to my grandmother. The old man nodded. So you took back what was yours. May I see it for a moment? Doan suddenly felt something was wrong. He tried to pull his hand back to get the item, but he couldn't. Oh, I can't pull my hand away. I can't move. It's like our mana has connected and won't separate. The director's mana control was incredibly refined, yet every movement carried enormous power. If I can withstand both the physical and mana pressure at the same time like this, Doan figured out a way to escape. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and finally with a light tug, he successfully pulled his hand away. The bald man chuckled in amusement. Haha, so I was testing you. I was wondering what kind of ability could use telekinesis without any incantations or chants. It's truly unbelievable. I'm genuinely astonished. The boy took out the hairpin, blaming himself for being careless. I only copied his mana control out of curiosity, but I didn't expect to be seen through so easily. The bald man took the hairpin and observed it intently. It looked very ordinary on the outside, but his expression had changed. Doan sat to the side, waiting nervously. The director's mana had clearly fluctuated just now. After a while, he returned the item. Thank you for letting me see it. It's a very beautiful hairpin. Doan took the opportunity to ask, "May I ask you a question?" The bald man replied casually. Of course. The two began their Q&A session. Are you the strongest person in the union? Haha, not at all. I'm just an old raccoon who helps out the members of the union. Doan naively looked at the old man's completely bald head and retorted, You don't look much like a raccoon. Raccoons usually have fluffier fur. The man wasn't offended at all and patiently explained that he was speaking figuratively. In any case, not only are the top captains experts, but they're also extremely powerful. And the governor who holds the highest authority in the union. Compared to them, I'm just a raccoon. So, are all your questions answered? It was time for them to part ways. The boy was a little sad to leave. Yes, sir. If I have more questions, may I come see you again? The old man agreed immediately. Of course. Just remember to make an appointment next time. I'm quite a busy man. The bald man's attitude made the boy feel a sense of warmth towards him. He's a wonderful person, both kind and strong. I like him. Thank you, Mr. Director. I'm so glad I came to the union. That evening, Cinna led him to a large gate. Doan, this is your new home, the Union Academy. When team members with families go on missions, they send their children here. Since it's a school, you'll be learning things. You'll be treated as a potential team member and receive a basic education along with training for 5 years. However, because the Union is a convergence of swordsmanship, magic, and skills from many nations and disciplines, we don't teach specific secret techniques or unique styles. We only teach theory and the fundamentals. But just that alone was more than enough for the boy whose round eyes lit up with admiration. A school. Cinna couldn't help but chuckle at him. The next morning, at the Union Academy on Doan's first day, a woman looked at the handsome boy in front of her and complimented him. That uniform suits you quite well. Thank you, ma'am. Are you a teacher? The woman started as if just remembering something. Oh my, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jane, the head of academic affairs. I teach foreign languages. She handed him a long list. This is the schedule and course list for the first year. Besides the mandatory subjects, you are free to choose your own classes. Understanding mana, basic swordsmanship, fundamental magic, studies herbology, astronomy, this and that. Everything looks so interesting and worth learning. Doan checked off every single subject. After he finished, he handed the list back to the teacher. I've noted them all. Let me see. The moment the teacher looked at it, she was stunned, speechless. This is way too much. If you schedule your classes like this, it will definitely be overwhelming. If you can't keep up and fail a subject, that will be a huge problem, won't it? I know, but these things are so new and everything looks so fun. I want to learn it all. The teacher tried to reason with him, explaining that there weren't just class lectures but also homework and exams, making it very difficult to keep up. Studying isn't always about doing what you want. Having never attended school before, little Doan didn't understand any of that. He simply saw things he liked and wanted to learn them. Doan asked seriously, "Why is studying hard?" The teacher was completely stumped. She had no idea how to explain it. She thought to herself, we've got a strange one here. Helpless, she had no choice but to agree. All right then, I'll share this exact issue with the other teachers. Shall we head to your first class? He nodded enthusiastically. Yes, ma'am. Inside the classroom, the students were chattering away, gossiping about everything under the sun. The teacher led Doan into the room. He curiously scanned the room. Just as I thought, he mused, all of these children have denser mana than I do. As expected, the key lies within my body. Miss. Raffen stood at the podium and addressed the students below. Although it's a bit late in the term, this is Doan, our new student. Doan, why don't you introduce yourself? The boy took a deep breath, composing himself before speaking. Standing in front of everyone, like this reminds me of all the times I did readings. So I guess I have a little experience with public speaking. Hello everyone, my name is Doan from the Dungtun Orphanage. I hope we can all get along. Everyone was captivated by the boy's radiant, handsome appearance. Even the teacher found herself staring dumbfounded, before quickly snapping herself out of it. I was listening so intently I have nothing more to add. All right, well done. You can go sit in that empty seat over there. Yes, ma'am. With that, he chose a seat for himself and the lesson began. All right, today we will be reading a fairy tale from page 24 of the literature textbook. Doan, do you know how to read? The little boy nodded. Yes, I do. I learned at the orphanage. The teacher called on him immediately. Then let's hear Doan's reading voice. The class replied in unison. Yes, this is too easy, he thought. But when he looked at the book, let's see here. He subconsciously recalled the books he had read before. The Wise Caterpillar Who Never Felt Lonely, enjoying the delicious droppings of the Golden Pig and the Hairy Bride. Back when I was at the orphanage, he realized he had read this book before. Isn't this the Hairy Bride? The last fairy tale Miss Amy tested me on. Doan began to read. It was that same voice infused with mana. The girl tried every method she could think of to remove the hair growing on her knees, but the more she plucked, the more hair grew back, and it was even thicker than before. As he read, he wondered why he'd had such a terrible expression when he saw this book during his final test. Did I unconsciously sympathize with the girl with the invisible hair because I was hiding the fact that I'm a part of Zoel? I'm overthinking it. Unless I meet Miss Amy again and hear it directly from her, I'll never know how she truly felt. I guess people are harder to understand than any subject. A girl sitting right behind Doan seemed to be listening intently, staring at him the entire time. When he finally finished, the entire class was silent, captivated by his reading. The teacher was absolutely enthralled, her expression just like that of the noble ladies at his book readings. She maintained her original thought. An extraordinary child has enrolled. When class ended, the children went out to play. A group of female students surrounded Doan, showering him with praise. Doan, your reading was amazing. That's the first time I've ever seen Miss Raffin praise someone so much. It was like you brought the words to life. Suddenly, Doan's attention was drawn forward. In front of him was the brown-haired girl who had been staring at him. Now she was blocking his path, making Doan jump. His eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat, startled. It's definitely her, he realized. The girl who appeared in the tree's vision. The girl took the initiative, holding out her hand to introduce herself. I'm Sophia, the class president and student representative. It's a pleasure to meet you. The boy politely shook her hand. Yeah, let's do our best. After exchanging a few words, they talked about their next class, which was an elective. Which class did you choose? I signed up for basic swordsmanship. I thought so. You have a dagger on your belt, right? So you want to become a member of the Alliance too. She's pretty observant, Doan thought. But his only reason for choosing the class was because I just added all the electives. Speaking of which, Doan took the opportunity to ask, but do you really have to learn swordsmanship to join the Alliance? I don't feel like wielding a sword suits me very well. The girl's attitude suddenly changed as she stared at him bewildered. The boy felt her gaze but stood still, waiting for an answer, a bit confused. Did I say something wrong? The scene changes to the swordsmanship training grounds. The instructor was already waiting. Seeing the students slowly ambling over, he bellowed, "Hurry up, first come, first served." The entire group of students was spurred on, and immediately picked up the pace, practically breaking into a race. Only Doan stood there confused. But when he saw them running, he understood. As they ran, the students called out, "We're running ahead, try to keep up, don't get left too far behind." Little Doan, who hadn't even had a chance to get his bearings, was already left far behind. Everyone's using mana. It's not just me. All the kids here are doing it. In that case, I can freely unleash my power. This place was completely different from the orphanage. Suddenly, a blue flash of light shot past the group so fast that no one could even see who it was. The students wondered, who was that? They're super fast. It was Doan and Sophia. The girl turned to see him running right alongside her, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. Doan, that speed was unbelievable. He even ran past her. He had been the last one to start, but now he was in the lead. He passed everyone in the blink of an eye. It had been a long time since Doan had had this much fun. He grinned from ear to ear. Catch me if you can. His heart was racing with excitement. I feel so happy, sensing mana boiling up all around me. At this, the students screamed, "What in the world is happening?" Everyone be careful. The instructor watched astonished. He saw Doan in the lead. Is that the new kid? He's insanely fast. I can't believe that tiny kid can run like that. Maybe he was focusing his mana from the start. I need to keep a closer eye on this kid. And so the instructor yelled out another command. Keep running. Don't you dare stop. I want to see who can last until the very end. The students were so tired they could barely breathe, but they had to force themselves to keep running. Model. Yes, sir. After a long while, the group finally lined up in an orderly fashion. Doan still looked incredibly cheerful, without a single drop of sweat, even smiling as he thought about jogging with his friends while using mana. They did this every day at Hata Academy. The girl, Sophia, stood beside him watching Doan for a long time, wondering, is he even human? Even though I passed him, he caught up and then lapped me. After running like that, he doesn't look tired at all. And then he had the nerve to turn and ask me, that was fun, wasn't it? Sophia, the girl whose face was pale and twisted, was fuming. Yeah, fun. I'm dead tired. Was it really that fun? She was truly speechless. Just as I thought, he's a monster. Seeing that he was the most energetic of the bunch, the old teacher walked up to him, put his hands on his hips and asked, looks like you've had enough rest. I'm Jigo Sanchez, and from now on, I'll be teaching you basic swordsmanship. Nice to meet you, Doan. The boy nodded politely in response. I'll be in your care. The old teacher Jigo pointed towards the weapon rack. Now I'm going to start teaching for real. You all go get your wooden swords. The still exhausted students began to whine. I want to rest a little longer, the old man scolded them. Stop acting like children. Suddenly he looked over at Doan, who was still just standing there. Go get your sword. What are you still doing? The boy Doan thought of the time Black had beaten him with a sword and softly uttered, I just don't want to hold it. His sadness was plain to see. You don't want to hold a sword, yet you signed up for swordsmanship class. The old teacher's face screamed, are you kidding me? But he still put on an understanding expression and asked, are you afraid of swords? The boy didn't deny it, just stood there in silence. The old man placed a hand on Doan's shoulder to comfort him. A sword is a very dangerous thing. It's right to be cautious of it, but in the end, it's just a tool. Doesn't it change depending on the heart of the one who wields it? The sword is proof of that heart, so try facing it just once. No one had ever said that to him before. It's just a tool. If Black had used a stick instead of a sword, would I have ended up hating sticks too? Suddenly, it was like a fog had lifted in his mind. He boldly walked over to the sword rack and chose one that felt right in his hand. I still don't want to become a great swordsman. But that doesn't mean I should run away from it. He channeled mana into it and gave it a few test swings. The old teacher stared with wide eyes. It seems he has the makings of a great swordsman. It's a shame his will is a bit weak. Let's begin class. Now we'll be sparring in pairs. Any method is fine. Just go at them with the determination to defeat your opponent. Doan, Sophia. To be fair, the two who finished first will fight each other. The two kids turned to look at each other, surprised. Me. And Doan, the boy was also dazed. A match with Sophia. The other students started to gossip. Even if Doan won the race, a sword fight is still going to be tough, right? Of course. The Bobo family's swordsmanship is famous throughout the kingdom. The old teacher had made his decision, no more talk. When you two are ready, you may begin. That girl was true to her lineage. Her stance and the way she swung the sword were very professional, her gaze serious and sharp. As for Doan, this was his first time even holding a sword, let alone knowing how to fight with one. But he could feel it clearly. He had never seen real swordsmanship before, but hers felt as solid as a rock. It didn't have that terrible feeling from before. He instinctively looked down at the wooden sword in his hand, wondering, so, is that good swordsmanship? Doan held the sword with both hands, his feet shifting. Well, I might as well use this chance to learn. First, he channeled mana into the sword. Nothing to lose, let's just fight. The old man was in for another shock. The girl was also surprised. His offensive and defensive stance was perfect. She was suspicious. With a stance that stable, who would believe it's his first time holding a sword? The girl steeled her resolve. I can't lose in both running and swordsmanship. This is for me and for the pride of the Bobo family. I absolutely cannot lose. Without another thought, she made her move. The girl attacked while the boy defended. They went back and forth evenly matched. The girl froze, completely stunned. He dodged my sword, but in reality, Doan's ability was far greater than that. He predicted that Sophia's next strike would be aimed at his chest, and just as he predicted, next is the shoulder, then the head. If he could predict everything, he could dodge everything. The girl couldn't land a single hit, and worse, she was being counterattacked. Their two swords clashed and vibrated, and finally, they both unleashed a decisive blow. Unexpectedly, this time it was Doan who delivered the final strike, pointing his sword straight at the girl. I win. The teacher's alarmed voice rang out. Stop. The boy was startled and stopped without a second thought. The wooden sword was just an inch from the girl. If he hadn't stopped in time, there would have been a serious accident. But the girl knew the sword had stopped even before the teacher gave the order. What's more, it's like he read all of my moves. Just how far ahead was he seeing? The girl's spirit was dealt a serious blow the first time she had ever tasted such bitter defeat. Biting her lip, she conceded, I lost. But, let's fight again. Very sportsmanlike. Doan liked that and agreed immediately. Okay. Time passed, and at the end of class the two sat under a tree talking. Doan, your performance in the match today was really impressive. Who knew you were so good, even though it was your first time holding a sword? You must have a natural talent for swordsmanship. He just smiled and replied, the first 2 times were just luck. The last 2 times I lost completely. So humble. So it's a draw today. The girl's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you for saying that. Let's have another match next time. Suddenly, a student shouted. Oh, thank goodness. The next period is basic magic, which means we get a longer break. Doan didn't understand and asked, why is magic class a break time? The other students turned to look at him like he was an alien. The guy just shrugged nonchalantly and explained, the teacher is really skilled, but no matter how well he teaches, learning magic is still really hard. So it just becomes a break time. It's so hard we don't even bother. Doan became even more curious. Is learning magic that hard, and which teacher is it? The group was speechless. Doan, do you really not know anything? The basic magic teacher is the former honorary commander and now the head of the magic department. That sounded impressive. When it was time for magic class, the students sat neatly in the classroom. The door opened, and an old teacher with long white hair and a beard walked in. Sophia turned and whispered to Doan, that's Professor Arthur. You remember what I told you before, right? He was once the honorary commander and is now the head of the magic department. The boy observed the old man. His mana is even denser than the director's. I wonder just how strong the most powerful person in the union is. As soon as the old man entered, he asked, I heard there's a new student who enrolled today. Doan immediately stood up. Hello, sir. I'm Doan. I'll be joining this class from today. The old man stroked his beard and introduced himself. I am Arthur, and I teach basic magic. Well, for some of the students auditing this class, this might be a rather boring lesson. The lazy students probably felt called out hearing that. Unexpectedly, the kid confidently made his declaration, but I plan to become a mage and join the union. The old man burst out laughing. Ho ho, you're enthusiastic, kid. But Doan, do you realize the path you're aiming for is even more distant than swordsmanship? More distant than swordsmanship. He didn't know that. Was that why he reacted that way earlier? The other students were on the edge of their seats. The kid answered him. I don't know why that is, sir. Old Arthur didn't reply, instead looking over at the girl. Sophia, why don't you answer this? The girl answered seriously. To master magic, you not only need extensive knowledge, but it also places a great burden on both the mind and body. Even if you have a special talent for magic, you still won't be recognized as a first-class mage without at least 10 years of training. The old man was very pleased with her answer. That's right. Therefore, with magic, it's very difficult to become a member of the Union right after graduation. Doan understood now. A mere first-class mage wasn't enough to be a direct combat asset. The best they could be was a reserve member like Oz. To become an active member, someone on the front lines, you'd need to reach the second class. In that case, thinking backwards, if you don't need 10 years, then you just need to reach third-class magic before graduation. And that was exactly right. The old man was stunned, silent, his eyes wide. Do you even know what third class means? The kid shook his head. No, sir. I don't know much about magic. The old man let out a sigh. No wonder he was so naive. And he couldn't be blamed for approaching it so casually. Then, I'll take this opportunity to teach you. Why is swordsmanship the focus in the Union? And why is magic increasingly seen as an academic pursuit of knowledge and intellect? The old man wrote a long string of text on the board. Now this is the formula to recreate a firebolt. Does anyone know what's wrong with this formula? Doan remembered that it looked like the formula he saw near the tiger and those trees, and it was strangely complex. He focused on the old man's lecture. It's only natural that you can't figure it out, so don't be disappointed. Although it looks very complex, Firebolt is one of the most basic spells. Higher-level spells are far beyond your imagination. As he spoke, the old man demonstrated. A flame erupted from him, hovering in midair. It was the first time Doan had witnessed magic so real, and he quickly noticed something. Oh, but something's unstable. Even though it was fire, it looked like it was about to melt and disappear. The old man waved his hand, dismissing the flame. However, the formula is that sensitive. Even though it drained all my mana, just one small mistake can make everything collapse. He only needed to make a slight change, and the flame instantly blazed much more intensely, looking far more impressive than before. The whole class stared in awe. Thus, mages have to reanalyze the entire formula just to find one mistake, or to bring about even the slightest change. Ordinary patience and comprehension won't be enough. To change a firebolt into a fireball, it not only requires more mana, but it also puts much more strain on the mind and body. The flame in old Arthur's hand transformed into a sphere, but that wasn't all. Compared to swordsmanship, magic reaches its limits much faster. Does anyone know why Sophia immediately volunteered? Because, although both use mana, channeling mana into a weapon as an aura is much more efficient than materializing it as magic. The old man nodded. Correct, Sophia. Well done. Because magic consumes so much mana, it places a great burden on the body and mind. Its power depends on the mage's mana reserves. Doan got it. It was just as he thought. He quickly copied the formulas from the board into his notebook. If a mage's power is proportional to their mana, then with my relatively low mana reserves, using powerful magic will be very difficult. But if I study the process of spell execution and its related phenomena, couldn't I still use more powerful magic? Suddenly, the old man pointed to the board and called on him by name. Here's a question. What do you think is necessary to cast this spell, Doan? The old man wiped some of it away with a cloth. But you can't process a formula this long every time you cast a spell. That's why. This enormous amount of information is usually drawn in the form of concentric circles. It's commonly called a magic circle. The old man drew the formulas into a circle. This reminded him of the old man's tattoo. Was the thing carved on Director Lazarus's body also a magic circle? Doan answered. Sometimes people carve it onto their bodies, right? They do it to cast commonly used spells faster. After he spoke, the old man said nothing. It's like a symbol. If the formula is an equation, and the magic circle is a symbol, the kid continued his line of thought and asked old Arthur another question. Then is chanting just converting the language of the formula? The old man's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Yes, that's exactly right. You seem to have hit the nail on the head. Why did you think of that? Doan answered confidently. The formula you wrote on the board looks like a blueprint to materialize a fireball. If we consider the magic circle a symbol, then speaking it aloud must become a part of its language. Right, the old man was speechless. He was just a first-year student, yet he was already thinking about things that only seasoned high-class mages could conceive of. Calming himself, he finally said, That's an impressive answer. Well done. Putting the right words in the right place, that's the essence of chanting. Each word, when infused with mana and spoken aloud, will bring forth equivalent power. We call those true names or incantations. Like this, the old man shouted an incantation, raising his hand high, and instantly, a massive fireball appeared much more powerful than before. It's not just the arrangement of carefully chosen words. Even nonverbal elements like tone, speed, and emotional state are all linked together. It's like reciting poetry. Doan watched mesmerized, thinking that no performance had ever moved him this much. So it wasn't an easy task at all. After showing off, old Arthur teased him. Well, I think you've had a proper scare about magic now. Are you still as determined as before? Doan fear wasn't in his vocabulary. In fact, he was even more excited. Yes. I'm even more interested now than before. The other students, however, just had headaches and wanted to sleep. The old man was very fond of Doan's attitude toward learning. Good. Starting next lesson, we will begin studying the ancient languages. I will give each of you a book, so try to ponder the nature of the ancient languages. After class, the scene shifted to a long, brightly lit hallway. Sophia scratched her head, looking at him puzzled. I mean, I'm one thing, but Doan, you're on a whole other level. I heard you've booked your schedule solid for the entire week. Is your lunch break the only free time you have? Doan nodded. Yeah, studying is the most interesting thing to do. What kid is that eager to learn? His sister was annoyed. You're a little irritating, you know that. By the way, Doan, where's your room? Doan pointed straight ahead. Over there, the second room at the end of the hall on the first floor. As soon as she saw the room, his sister gasped. Oh, you're rooming with Lucas. All right, see you later. The kid nods goodbye to his friend. See you tomorrow. Good night. Sophia heads back to her room, while Doan is still studying hard, reviewing the fire spells from today. These characters are so complex, but after deciphering them, I understand how to construct the formula. The thing is, I can't use powerful magic with my current mana levels. Maybe I should try to create magic that's more suitable for me. He tinkered with it all night. Done, let's test it out right away. Unexpectedly, the kid actually managed to create a small fireball. I'm so stoked I did it. Even though I'm experimenting and making mistakes, if I disassemble and restructure the formula like this. His vision started to blur, and in the blink of an eye, he passed out cold. He'd overexerted himself. Much later that night, someone opened the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Doan lying on the floor, face flushed and drenched in sweat. He was startled. What's this? He scratched his head, wondering why he was sleeping here. But when he got closer, he realized something was wrong. Doan had a high fever. The next morning, voices echoed through the building. It must have been a difficult match for a child. I wasn't paying attention. I just assumed he was fine, so it's my fault. Doan wasn't fully awake yet. Hearing the voice, he silently tried to place it. Lady Cinna, it's the association's fault, not yours. Lady Cinna, he wondered what they were talking about. Is it about me? I also feel bad for pushing him with so many lessons right from the start. I just got a little excited because he has so much potential. Doan groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a red-haired young man. Where am I? Seeing Doan open his eyes, he exclaimed, You're awake. Are you okay? He seemed genuinely worried. Doan sat up and rubbed his eyes, still a bit dazed. Overjoyed, he hugged him tightly. Oh man, what a relief. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw you collapse. Doan had no idea who this was. Who are you? Only then did he remember to introduce himself as Lucas, his classmate and roommate. I just got back from training and found you passed out. If my father finds out about this, I'll be. Before he could finish, a dazed Doan cut him off. I passed out, he asked. Lucas explained. It's nothing serious. They said you just overexerted yourself. You'll be fine after some rest. That doesn't sound serious enough for a stranger to be so concerned. But, why are you so worried about me? He sat down in a chair looking serious. My father told me to take good care of you. Oka, the vice captain of the Faith Alliance, he's my father. Now Doan understood. Seeing the mana light emanating from him, he's the vice captain's son. Ah, and he's looking quite proud of himself. Later, make sure you tell my father that I carried you to the infirmary, okay? And that I took care of you all night. Got it. Doan could clearly feel that his mana was very pure, so he was probably not lying. They really do look alike. He nodded in agreement immediately. I'll tell him that. Lucas laughed. You're friendlier than you look. Most first years think I'm an upperclassman when they see me. I might not look it, but I'm 12 years old. The kid asked curiously. Did you start school late? He'd hit a sore spot. Not exactly. I failed twice because I didn't meet the attendance requirement. Of course, perfect attendance doesn't guarantee you'll level up either. I'm just not the type who likes to study. For a slacker like him, it was strange. Anyway, did you really pass out from studying magic? The room is a total mess. Doan tried to remember. He was sure he'd created a fireball, but he couldn't recall what happened after that. He just passed out on the spot. There was no after that. Lucas suddenly sighed. What a shame. If it were swordsmanship, I could train with you and help you out with other things. Hearing that it was obvious he was into swords. Lucas, do you focus on swordsmanship too? It's not like he has a choice. Well, my father is the vice commander of the Faith Alliance after all. The kid nodded. I see. Doan observed him more closely. Even though he's 2 years older than me, his mana density is much stronger than our other peers. He's tall and well-built. I wonder how much effort it took to get results like that. It's really admirable. I need to work hard too. As soon as he came to the first thing Doan worried about was, "It looks like we're late for class, aren't we?" Lucas was exasperated. "You're planning on going to class. You just passed out from studying." Doan looked out at the clear blue sky through the door. "Humph. How about we go outside and get some fresh air? My head hurts a little." Lucas the slacker loved the idea. "All right then. I skip class when I want to enjoy the fresh air outside too." Doan immediately called him out. "That's not a valid reason to skip class." Lucas jumped to his feet and argued back. "Why not? The weather is so nice. Let's just go out. When your head hurts, you should get some fresh air, eat something delicious, and relax your body." This guy sure knows how to live, doesn't he? The kid actually liked the sound of that. "Yeah, I get it now. So Lucas, this is why you fail your classes." Outside, on the bustling street, he bought the kid some food. "Eat up. You look so frail, I'm worried you'll pass out again." Suddenly, a shop caught the boy's attention. "A magic shop, I can feel mana coming from that place." He pointed, inviting him along. "Lucas, I want to go check that place out." He looked over. "Where? A magic shop. If you're curious, let's go take a look." "Let's go." The two of them went inside immediately. There were no other customers. After just one lap, Lucas was already bored stiff, yawning widely. Doan, however, was observing his surroundings. Every item here was filled with powerful mana. "Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, I don't have any money." Being a broke kid who still wants to go shopping, his mood instantly hit rock bottom. "I wish all the money I earned at the refugee camp was mine." Lucas, standing beside him, noticed right away. "Why the long face? Can't you find anything you like?" The boy's voice was dejected. "Because I don't have any money." "Is that all?" he asked. Unexpectedly, he was very generous. "If there's something you want, just say the word. My father told me to take care of you, and that includes things like this." Doan was completely surprised. He turned his head and looked around, his eyes shining brightly. "Could you buy everything in here?" That question was a showstopper. He froze up and checked his pockets. Not quite to that extent. He pulled out a few copper and gold coins, which looked just about the same in value. Getting annoyed, he urged, "Just pick one thing for now. A single book could keep you busy for a whole month, right?" He glanced at the paltry few coins in his hand. Looking just as sad as Doan, he thought, "Can't be helped, I don't have that much money." But how can someone read one book for several months? Doan walked around the shop looking for something Lucas could afford. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him stop and stare. "What is this?" It was a black egg with a pattern etched on it. It was even radiating dark magic. The kid picked it up to examine it. Perhaps because of the gloomy mana, the price was quite cheap. "If it's this one." Suddenly, someone walked up next to Doan. "So you've chosen the Getty Stone. I'd completely forgotten we even had one of those in the shop." It was the first time the kid had seen such a thing, so he asked right away, "A Getty Stone? What's it for?" The old shopkeeper replied, "It's just for decoration. That egg will never wake up." The two chatted for a moment. "Is there something inside it?" The old man himself didn't even know. "They say it's a sealed object, some unknown entity bound by a magic circle. I got it from the southern region a long, long time ago. It's always been like this. I thought it was a useful magical tool, but it seems not. Objects that contain magical power are called magical tools." "Well, you learned a new term today. I get it. If the seal on this thing is broken, will something wake up?" The shopkeeper was tired of the egg, waving his hand dismissively. "Theoretically, yes, but it probably won't happen. That's a unique type of magic, and at a pretty high level." All this information only made Doan more interested in it. Unique magic. That's a very complex magic circle. If I convert it into a spell formula, it would be many times more complex than a fireball. He hesitated for a bit, then turned to ask Lucas, "What do you think?" Asking this guy is worse than asking a wall. He replied cluelessly, "It looks prettier than a book. Seems like you could use it for throwing or hitting." "Then it's a deal. Doan likes it too." "Then I'll buy this one, please." With the purchase complete, the two stepped out of the shop as evening began to fall. Lucas was visibly excited. "All right, what's next? Is it time already, Doan? We're going to be late." He didn't understand what the rush was about. "Where are we going?" Lucas put on a mysterious air. "The coolest place in the Union under the sunset." A magnificent towering castle stood beautifully. Doan crossed his arms, looking on in awe, while Lucas leaned on the railing with a proud smile. "Pretty cool, right?" The kid nodded. "Yeah. Is that clock tower the center of the Union?" He answered. "Exactly. That's the Union headquarters where the governor and the commander stay." Suddenly, Doan got curious. "Have you ever seen them?" Even Lucas had only seen one. "I saw the former commander once when I was a kid. I was with my father." Doan pressed on. "What were they like?" Lucas reminisced thoughtfully. "He wore a white suit, so he looked pretty cool. How should I describe it? Like a proud swan standing in the middle of a flock of black crows." Hearing that, Doan understood. "So the commander wears a white suit." "I didn't know that. All I know is the power of each rank described in the books. Even an expert who ranks 7th among the captains is strong enough to conquer an entire city on their own. The commander who leads them has the power to conquer an entire nation. Finally, the governor who holds the highest authority on the continent is on par with a king." The castle stood tall, seeming untouchable. Right now they seemed so distant and great. he resolved, but one day, I'll be able to reach them too. The two stood watching the tower until night fell. Doan realized how tall it was. You can see the Union from anywhere. That's right, even from school. Suddenly, he noticed the clock on it. Where is that arrow pointing? As soon as the question came to mind, he asked it. How do you read that clock? Lucas couldn't answer right away, scratching his head awkwardly. Do you see the characters on the red ribbon? They say it represents the year, but Doan saw something different. Looking closely, they resembled ancient symbols from an old language. Lucas was still stammering. I'm not sure how to read it either. It's just that right now, before he could finish, Doan cut him off. The year 262. Just like that, he remembered. That's right, the kingdom's year is 262. Looking at the side, it must indicate the day and month. According to the symbols, it's June 14th. Perfect. Today is June 14th, year 262. The time is 7:20. The more Lucas listened, the more bewildered he became. How does he know that? Only Doan knew. I think I saw it somewhere in the vision. The tree that showed the clock tower also appeared, and the time it marked was June 14th, 272. 10 years from now. This wasn't simple at all. He unconsciously hugged the egg tighter. When they got back to the room, Lucas grabbed his sword and left immediately. Well, you get some rest. I have to make up for my training. Turns out this guy is pretty diligent. If I miss just one day, my body gets stiff. I'm heading out. Now Doan was alone in the room, his mind still racing. I can't ignore the vision the tree showed me. Maybe it wasn't just an illusion, but a prophecy. If that's the case, what should I do? That vision was too terrifying. How can I change the future? First, I need to gather as much information as possible from the vision I saw. Most of the memories show the clock tower. I'll arrange them in chronological order like this. Doan subconsciously entered his inner world, concentrating as hard as he could. Next, I'll fill in the gaps in order. Here, the red roof is still intact, so rule this one out. The messenger died after the roof collapsed. Next, memory. I'll arrange the flow like this, and collect the experiences. And then recall the vision the tree showed me. This is the future. I can finally see it. Suddenly, he was startled, and looked to his side, his brow furrowing. Over there was Sophia sprawled on the ground, probably dead. Nearby were Lucas, his senior, and Cinna. All of them had been killed, his hand clenched, trembling. He didn't understand before, but now that he had met them, the feeling was indescribable. This time, I have to know my rank. Among the fragments, only one contained an image of himself. Here it is. In it, an adult, Doan, stood before the tower. From this angle, I can't see the rank insignia. But now, I think I can change the angle. He began to rotate the image. The future appeared a scene of the tower consumed by a massive fire. I've made it in. Good, now I can confirm it. What's my rank? But looking at himself made even the young boy gasp in shock. The Doan of the future. His eyes were filled with absolute terror. There was a giant hole blown through his own body. I'm going to die in 10 years. He had seen enough. Returning to reality, he slowly opened his eyes. The scene in the present was unchanged. He wondered, is this a warning from the tree? The death of the Union means the death of the kingdom and the continent. It's an apocalypse. It's no different from the extinction of humanity. The tree is a product of dark magic that absorbs mana from people, and those who were sacrificed are trapped between life and death. And then, there's someone. Perhaps because of that person's will, I got involved. I can't be sure if this vision will come true, but to make sure it's false, I have to create a reality different from the vision. He quickly sat at his desk, opening a book to find an answer. I'll start with myself. Since I don't know my rank, the insignia is meaningless. Maybe I won't even be a member, or I'll become an official in the management bureau and wear red, or an image of someone in white appeared in the book. I'll wear white. It was really too early to be thinking about that. The next morning, as he was getting his clothes ready for school, Lucas suddenly turned to him. By the way, Doan, Miss Raff said you should stop by the office before heading to school. Doan was puzzled. Just me? That's strange. He nodded. Yeah, so what? So that's what you were curious about. Haven't you also been away from school for a long time? He didn't seem to care much and just turned to leave. She didn't say anything to me. I'm leaving first. See you in class. The young boy's mind was filled with questions. Why did she want to see me? In the office, the two sat facing each other. The teacher asked with concern, "How are you feeling, Doan? You still look very pale." He replied politely, "Thank you for worrying about me, ma'am. I'm feeling much better now. I already heard from Lucas. Thank you for approving my leave of absence." In truth, she was worried about him. Don't push yourself too hard. Since this is an elective, you can drop it at any time. Do you need to make any adjustments? Ever the eager student Doan immediately refused. No, ma'am. The way it is now is just fine. I really like the classes I'm taking. And I'm also really looking forward to the classes I haven't taken yet. The teacher chuckled. I feel a bit guilty for making you work so hard. It's nothing really. Young Doan flashed a brilliant smile. I'm honestly fine. I'll be more careful from now on. The teacher nodded. All right. If you ever need to consult me about anything, you can come find me anytime. After their talk, Doan headed back to his classroom. I need to take as many classes as I can. Training is as easy as breathing for me, so there won't be any problems. But first I need to help my friends get stronger together. As he entered the classroom, his close friends were already there waiting for him. Dongthon called out Doan. Everyone rushed over to ask, "How are you feeling? I was so worried when I heard you collapsed." Young Doan thought to himself as he looked at the group, "If they get stronger with me, maybe my friends can survive." They asked him enthusiastically, "It's such a relief. Can we study together starting today?" Suddenly, Doan looked at them seriously. "Hey everyone, if it's not too much to ask, could you all do something for me? First, Isis Misa, Genketten, Yuzin, and Jian Tal aren't in the swordsmanship class, right?" They hesitated. "That's right. But then you also listed off Floa, Sabaton, Ibona, Jima Sinna, and probably Lucas too. None of you are taking basic magic." The girls were astonished when they heard that. He remembered everyone's names in just one day. That's amazing. "But why are you suddenly asking about our classes?" Doan placed a hand on his chest and explained. "I've heard that both of these classes are really good, so I was hoping you could all take them with me." As he said this, his face flushed red and his eyes sparkled. Wasn't this request a bit much? But who could resist such a charming appeal? The girls especially agreed immediately without a second thought. "Of course, that sounds great, right?" One of the guys timidly raised his hand. "But I'm a little hesitant about the magic class." Doan understood. The magic class. I can see why you'd want to avoid it. But what if we looked at it from a different perspective? Lucas looked puzzled. "What perspective?" The young man smiled at him. "I think it'd be easier to show you directly." "Lucas, could you come to the magic class and give it a try? Just for today is fine." He nodded. As long as he agreed to come even for just today, Doan was happy. "Thank you all so much. I'm really looking forward to it." In the magic classroom, Professor Arthur suddenly felt that something was off. It turned out that Doan had really encouraged everyone to join the magic class. The room was completely full. The professor asked his favorite student, "Are you all right?" Doan nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I feel much better now." Professor Arthur's face lit up. "This is the first time the magic class has been this lively. And it's all thanks to you, Doan, isn't it?" Young Doan answered honestly. "I want to show everyone that magic isn't such a distant thing." Even the old professor didn't understand what he meant, thinking to himself, "It's only been a day. I wonder what else he's learned." Curious, the professor asked, "So how do you plan to show everyone?" Doan immediately volunteered. "May I go up to the platform for a moment?" The professor readily agreed. "Of course. You can try whatever you like, just don't overexert yourself." Lucas watched his back as he walked up. "Isn't that kid scared?" Sophia turned and chimed in. "He really is strange." The two of them were swordsmanship majors, so how could they possibly understand the wonders of magic? Outside the closed door, the teacher turned to the old man and teased, "You must be the busiest person in the school, yet you're here so early. It's quite unusual." "Is it because of Doan?" He replied, mysteriously, "I have many things to attend to. Worrying about the school is part of the administration's responsibility after all." Sinna even nodded in agreement. The two confused teachers turned to look at her. "Sinna, why are you here? I thought today was your day off." The young woman replied, "I still have a mission assigned by Vice Captain Oa. More importantly, since when did so many teachers gather here? Isn't this the first time Professor Jigo has come to observe a class unrelated to swordsmanship?" The professor waved his hands frantically, trying to explain. "Oh no, it's just that everyone suddenly got interested in magic, so I got a little curious. Mr. Principal, I didn't expect you to be here as well. The head of administration is here. How could I pretend not to know? With the principal present, what else could the teacher say?" She helplessly reminded them, "Let's observe in silence so as not to disrupt the class." They immediately nodded, like obedient puppies. The teacher gently opened the door, and the moment she looked inside, her eyes widened in shock, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Inside the classroom was a gigantic fireball, and most importantly, it was created by Doan. The entire class sat silently, watching intently. Even Professor Arthur was astonished. A fireball. This isn't magic someone his age should be able to use. It's not just outside the curriculum. Even Magic Missile, which is a tier below Fireball, can only be cast by final year students, and only the most gifted ones at that. It seemed he had greatly underestimated Doan before. Now his eyes were truly opened. How could this small child? The old masters standing outside the door stroked their chins in awe. "I've never seen a fireball that radiates such pure energy. It's like witnessing primordial holy magic." The magical density of the fireball is also quite high for its size, and it's stable. It's more than just stable. This completely defies common sense. Lazarus was also bewildered. This is definitely magic that a normal person shouldn't be able to use at this age. But a fireball is supposed to be a simple spell, yet to maintain that size and heat, and to keep it hovering in one place. Sinna, standing next to him, also whispered in discussion. Then it's not a fireball anymore, but a completely different type of magic. From the first time I saw him, his judgment for using mana was already incredible. I heard he faced many hardships growing up in the shelter. How could he possibly possess such a massive amount of mana? Na suddenly felt a bit worried. Arthur and his student were still performing magic. I heard he just fainted the other day. Is it really okay not to let him rest like this? He might not have fully recovered yet. She was worried too. You're right, and it's not really my place to say this. But maybe we should tell him to tone it down a bit, don't you think? Doan was drenched in sweat, his face pale and looking a little tired. Young Doan looked at the large fireball and understood. The important thing is to focus on the mana supply, not the size. He couldn't let the flame become unstable because he couldn't control the mana. With that thought, he made the fireball smaller. Besides, the shield that Professor Arthur had created was absolutely amazing. Its shape was similar to the lake he had seen at the shelter that day, but its properties and uses were different. Suddenly the boy wondered what would happen if the fireball hit it. He had to ask right away. Professor Arthur, you're incredible. What's the name of this spell? The old man was stunned. There's no way he can maintain that spell without his full concentration, and yet he's able to ask that innocent question while keeping the fireball levitating. Even I have to concentrate this hard. The old man was straining just to maintain the blue protective mana layer. The mana layer wrapped around the fireball. He watched intently. Humph. The old man's mana shield completely enveloped the fireball. Professor Arthur really was something else. The student stared with wide eyes. He looked over at the young boy. I honestly don't know whether to scold this reckless kid or praise him. Before he could do anything, he heard a loud, clear voice. You did very well, Doan, the old man answered calmly. As for your question, that magic is a specialized spell of mine. He rubbed his hands together, smiling. It's called the Blue Fire Shield. This was a term he'd never heard before. Blue Fire Shield. What a cool name. Professor Arthur replied. What's so important about a name? Besides, I wasn't the one who named it. So that means someone helped you come up with a really awesome name. That must have felt pretty good. Suddenly, the old man asked him seriously. So Doan, does the magic you just showed us have a name? Oh, that's simple, young, Doan answered innocently. Sir, it's just a fireball. But the old man didn't think so. Everyone here knows it's more than just a fireball. And you more than anyone should know that it's not just a fireball. Well, but, he hadn't thought about it either, and just nodded vaguely. Yes, I haven't thought of one yet. He even assured the old man, but I'll try to seriously think of a name for it. Professor Arthur laughed at a loss for words. Haha, I was about to point out the dangers of this spell, but now everyone's distracted by what to name it. The professor announced to the class, as the head of the management department, I cannot let this go. Doan, why did you do something so dangerous? I want to know your intentions. With such a great teacher here, what did he have to fear? He beamed and answered casually. First off, I was very confident that I could control the flame, and I also figured Professor Arthur would be watching out for me. The old man immediately asked, so, your only goal was to show everyone a fireball. Doan had good intentions. I just wanted to give my friends a little confidence. Maybe they're really interested in magic, but are too scared to even try. The old man looked down at the seated students. Scared, young Doan continued. You said that if we could use the fireball spell before we graduated, it would be a huge achievement. But I've already done it, and I wanted to show them that it's totally possible. Professor Arthur looked at the boy's beaming face and thought, that's because you're a genius, but I can't say that out loud. How embarrassing. Now the old man didn't know what to do. Have I been unintentionally stifling these kids' talents? And now this child has helped me realize it. This was truly a huge lesson for him. He had to think carefully about what he said. Doan, who seemed tireless, immediately asked, if it's okay, could I stay up here a little longer? I still have something I want to show my friends. Professor Arthur nodded freely. Of course you can. The young boy immediately called out. Lucas, could you come up here for a moment? The guy sitting below jumped in surprise. Me? Why me? He wondered but still walked up to Doan. The boy smiled confidently and told him, I'll help you, so just try casting a spell. He explained clearly, basically both magic and swordsmanship involve controlling mana. You've been practicing every day, so I'm sure you can do it. But how could he believe him after just one sentence? He asked awkwardly. But even so, how can I possibly use magic? The young man held his ground patiently, instructing him. You don't train with magic often, so we can try reciting an incantation. It's easier to use than a magic circle or a spell formula. Now just repeat after me. With that, he recited a long chant. Of course, a poor student like Lucas couldn't possibly mimic it. He forgot everything after the very first word. What was that? Young Doan patiently recited it again. But he was still a lost cause, not even getting half a word right. It was then Doan realized something was very wrong. Is this the first time you've ever heard the ancient language? You've repeated your freshman year 3 times right. The guy's face froze a mix of embarrassment and confusion. You didn't know. The young man just thought simply, if you don't know, you learn, and continued to instruct him patiently. Then I'll teach you the meaning first. When using the ancient language, it's important to understand what it means. The sentence means this: footsteps of flame with silent breath, the afterimage of the airstream dying from the heat. It was one thing not to know, but hearing it explained gave Lucas goosebumps. That sounds way too scary. But it seemed he wasn't the only one who didn't know. The other students sitting there looked just as dumbfounded by his explanation. Even Sophia couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, after a few more sentences, Doan was also at his wits' end. What's going on? This is like talking to a brick wall. Absolutely nothing is getting through. This shouldn't be happening. Why isn't it working? Why can't anyone understand? If we're already hitting a wall, what's going to happen in the next 10 years? What am I supposed to do? Can I only stand by and watch them walk to their deaths? This incantation is so simple that even Lucas should be able to do it. But forget everyone else, it seems even Sophia doesn't understand. Seeing him lost in thought, the guy called out softly, "Hey Doan." Professor Arthur also noticed the strange look on his face and hurried over. Doan, today is Lucas's first day in this class, so please try to be understanding with him. By the way, I can understand the incantation, but could you teach me the spell formula for it? Even the professor didn't know it, which was very strange. Doan wrote a ton of characters on the board. The whole class watched in awe. Professor Arthur chuckled, amused. Ho ho, so you can even use object chanting magic. After the chalk finished writing, Doan looked at them. I've written it all out. A mana orb appeared in his palm, its energy spreading throughout the classroom. Professor Arthur immediately began practicing the formula as he read the words Doan had written. Professor Lazarus stared for a long time before asking, Doan, where did you find this spell formula? The young man answered honestly. I didn't copy it from anywhere. I just modified what I'd seen Professor Arthur write, but in my own way. Of course, only experts like you professors would be able to tell. This is more than just a modification, he admitted. It's just that when I changed it, I found this method was more effective for me personally. So you've grasped the main point. Are you saying you created an entirely new spell formula? Doan's face flushed with embarrassment. The two old professors exchanged a knowing glance. This conversation could take a while. We should move somewhere else. Would that be all right? Another professor asked. A female professor grinned and agreed. Of course, Professor Lazarus crouched down, placed his hands on Doan's shoulders, and looked him straight in the eye. Thank you for showing us this spell formula. Doan, we'll continue our chat later. Suddenly, someone called out, the messenger over there. What's your name? The young woman immediately introduced herself. I am Cinna of the Pillar of Faith. The moment she finished speaking, she was given an assignment. All right, Cinna, could you please take over teaching this class? The young woman jumped in surprise. What Professor Arthur just gave her the task. It's fine. You can let the students self-study or practice their swordsmanship. Either way, this class is basically a free period anyway. The young woman nodded, her voice trembling. I understand. Professor Jigo also took the opportunity to pass on his work. Hey, I'm handing my next class over to you too. The young woman couldn't refuse and could only reply, yes, sir. With a wave of his hand, Professor Arthur cast a magic circle that enveloped the entire classroom. After completing these actions, he left immediately. He didn't care what Cinna did, now that she was left behind. Shouldn't we get going now? The whole group took off, leaving the young woman standing there completely bewildered. Well, she figured she'd slam the desk to establish some authority first and figure things out from there. But the slam only managed to startle the students. Allow me to introduce myself to the class. I am Cinna, a messenger from the Pillar of Faith. I've been temporarily assigned to teach the remaining classes. She tried to sound tough, but inside, she was trembling, her face pale. What am I supposed to do? She felt like she could burst into tears. The scene changes to another room where the other teachers have gathered. An emergency meeting of the response committee has been convened. The teachers chatted amongst themselves. Hasn't it been years since one of these was called, This is my first time? The agenda for today's meeting concerns the educational system of the Union Academy. The bald professor looked at everyone seriously. Before that, let's start with the story of young Doan. You are the reason for this meeting. Professor Arthur, who had been holding it in, finally got to speak. Fireball was already a complete magic spell, but he interpreted it in a completely different way. Although its destructive power is weaker, it's closer to a unique magic. The very act of creating a new formula is unprecedented. A skeptical female professor questioned him. Is that even possible? We're in a meeting about it and you're still asking, the old professor affirmed. It's already been proven. I and the others confirmed it directly. The bald professor thought deeply. The administration needs to examine it more closely for analysis. But for now, we should treat this approach as a new concept. Another person spoke up. Even if he's an unprecedented genius, the boy is still just a first year. Age-appropriate education is essential. Another female teacher added, shouldn't a genius have a curriculum designed specifically for him? Everyone had a different opinion, and the debate grew heated. Are you saying we should provide special instruction for a single person? How can that be called public education? Well, we might lose his talent otherwise. Then maybe having him join the union early would be better. That's ridiculous. They started raising their voices. It was a mess of conflicting opinions. Is the union a place that only looks at skills? In any case, it seems we need to transition to serious practical combat training. Are there any other unusual points we should be aware of? Professor Arthur recalled Doan's eyes from earlier. He might have some personality issues. Personality. I heard he's a very friendly kid. Of course he is, but it seems he needs to be more considerate of his friends' feelings. Professor Arthur had witnessed it today. The union is an organization based entirely on ability and achievement. With that child's talent, he will certainly stand out. As long as he's accepted, there's nothing more to worry about. The final hurdle in the entrance exam is the interview. The thing that man values most is personality. Doan's intention to mobilize the kids today was good, but it might make some of them feel isolated. The level needs to be appropriate for both sides to grow, but right now the gap is still too wide. Isn't he the child who invented a new magic spell? But is it really right to discuss the personality of a child who is only 10 years old? Professor Lazarus suddenly had an idea. So what if we conduct an interview? The female Professor Jane immediately nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Let's try hearing Doan's side of the story. No sooner said than done, the professor summoned Doan. Hello, Doan. You look a bit down. Is it because Lucas couldn't manifest his magic earlier? At the mention of this, the boy sighed and nodded slightly. Yes, it's frustrating not to be able to grasp a friend's abilities. Professor Arthur encouraged him. Don't be disappointed. Teaching magic isn't an easy thing to do. The boy replied immediately. That's why I'm thinking about a lot of things, and I'm also coming up with various hypotheses. Just like how my other friends treat magic class as a break, maybe Lucas also gives up easily on things he's not interested in. Or maybe he started using a sword too early, and his mind is only focused in that direction. Perhaps he has a personal problem, and I forced him to focus without considering his circumstances. Those are my thoughts, and I hope they're not true. But the old professor was immediately intrigued and asked, "What else?" Doan looked very sincere, his face blushing. "I'm worried that Lucas or my other friends might be weak somewhere. The professor already knew this. It seems you don't need to worry about that. I can assure you of that." Just hearing the professor say that was enough to put him at ease. He smiled brightly, happy again. "I'm so glad my friends aren't sick." Professor Lazarus was very curious. "Doan, why do you want to teach your friends magic so badly? Even a teacher like Professor Arthur isn't that passionate." This question made the boy a little flustered. "It doesn't necessarily have to be magic. I just want to get stronger with my friends and become members of the Union together, one for all, knowing how to unite and support his comrades. Such a precious quality." The entire room fell silent. It was an answer no one expected. The teachers smiled at each other. "Doan, we've heard you clearly. We didn't mean to blame you. So don't worry, just get some rest." The kid gave a slight nod. With that done, it was time to leave the room. The teachers continued their meeting, deciding that the teaching direction for the first years should prioritize finding a balance. When it came to individual abilities, the curriculum would be based on the most exceptional students. Meanwhile, social skills and empathy would be tailored to the average level of the majority of children. The Alliance Academy was about to face a new transition centered around the first-year students. Alright, let's start by analyzing the curriculum. They had already found a more positive way to make changes. The next morning, in swordsmanship class, old Jigo stood with his arms crossed as he announced to the students, "Starting today, swordsmanship and magic are mandatory subjects." This news was quite a shock. Even Doan found it hard to believe. He never expected the school system to change in a single day, far exceeding his expectations. Two figures in black also appeared in the classroom. And, from now on, permanent members of the Alliance would participate as teaching assistants. This was also a valuable opportunity to hear about their real-world experiences. So, work hard. This method seemed effective. All the students loved it. Doan, Sophia, Lucas, the three of you will conduct self-directed training. Therefore, you will spar with each other. The three of them were completely confused. It felt like they were being singled out. Doan was still wondering, the three of us, when Lucas seemed to love the idea. Sounds good. I've wanted to fight you at least once. Sophia was also fired up with a fighting spirit. This is a chance to test the results of my training. Her expression was so serious that Lucas had to ask Doan, "Do you two have some kind of grudge?" The kid didn't get it. She's just like that. He then yelled out, "Doan, fight me first." Sophia immediately cut in, "I'm next." It was time for Doan and Sophia to fight. Standing in front of him, her imposing aura suddenly vanished, and she grew tense. It's that move again. He read my sword path again. But today, I saw an opening. If I train harder, maybe I can win next time. The two were completely satisfied and even shook hands. That was a great match. Sophia replied casually, "I thought so too." But she was still sad, her eyes glistening with tears. I wasn't confident I could beat Doan. Is there something wrong with my swordsmanship? He had already seen it all. Your mana flow is a little off. If you change its trajectory, it might be better. Lucas, who was standing nearby, added his own explanation. What he means is, stop swinging so awkwardly. Swing with precision and decisiveness. But that's probably because you lack strength. Your legs are even shaking. These words really ticked Sophia off. What did you say? But Doan confirmed it. Luke is right. Hearing that, he immediately got cocky. See, even Doan agrees with me. If you both say so, then it must be true. I've found the problem, but what's the solution? What should I do? Doan explained in more detail. He's right, but not completely. Right now, you're distributing your mana evenly between your upper and lower body. Try channeling more mana into your lower body to make it more stable. That guy Lucas kept interrupting from the side, teasing her. That's what I meant. You swing so hard your legs get tangled up. The sound of the three of them bickering loudly filled a corner of the training grounds. Hey, what's gotten into you? If you're so great, why don't you show us? Hey, don't you regret this? This was exactly what old Jigo wanted. He looked at them and snickered. Oh, are they finally going to fight? What problem were we worried about? It seems we adults were worrying for nothing. The three of them are getting along so well. Occasionally, Miss Jane would still call Doan to her office for a chat. Doan, how have things been at school lately? They've been fine. I'm having a lot of fun. The teacher seemed very concerned. Is your mind at ease now? He replied. After all, we're all separate individuals. Hearing him say that, the teacher smiled in relief. I'm glad you understand. The two continued to talk. And what about your friends? They're all great. They always make me happy and even give me tasty snacks. Suddenly his expression turned sad, as if he were resentful. The teacher immediately understood and set down the teacup in her hand. What about Lucas? I heard the three of you are often together. Doan answered honestly. Lucas has taught me a lot too. In terms of strength, he's exceptionally talented. Speaking of him, Doan seemed very happy. I can't let him fail another subject, so I'm trying to tutor him. The teacher was very pleased. Isn't that a wonderful thing? After his conversation with her, Doan also spoke with old Arthur, complaining with a disappointed look. But I still want to be able to use more magic than I can now. They're both so amazing. The old man could only concede this point. But if it were really that easy, everyone would be a mage. Magical tools, bought with money, are only temporary, or their abilities are very basic. They won't have any effect on your mana. Hearing this, Doan felt completely dejected, losing all motivation. Let's try a different path. What kind of elixirs are there? Old Arthur thought for a moment, and listed a series of them. There are types that restore mana, and also types that alleviate illnesses. And there are also elixirs that enhance the user's mana and physical constitution. There are many different kinds, and because they're so effective, they're extremely rare. Doan understood. It was just like the Ruto fruit. So there's a reason people eat it. As if he wasn't sad enough, the old man hit him with another line. But I can't guarantee there's an elixir that's right for you. Seeing the change in Doan's expression, the old man tried to make a joke. Even so, don't look so discouraged. He took out a necklace that held a small white pill. This is one of my elixirs. I received it from the governor for a great service I performed long ago. He casually gave it to the boy. Perhaps this elixir was always fated to be yours. The kid was still a bit hesitant. Something this valuable. Can I really accept it? Old Arthur placed it in his hand. It's not as powerful as you think. All right, if you're offering, I'll take it. Yes, thank you, sir. Doan looked at the tiny white pill in his hand, wondering if it would have any effect. But he popped it in his mouth and swallowed it anyway. Couldn't hurt, right? The pill went straight to his stomach, and a brilliant mana flared to life around his body. He could clearly feel a change. It seemed to be working. The old man stared at him intently, waiting to see if there were any further changes, but in the end, nothing else happened. It didn't work. The kid was even more disappointed, his sadness obvious. Right. The old man felt a headache coming on, and tried to console the boy. I didn't think it would improve your physical constitution, but I never expected it to have no effect at all. What a shame. The boy's face fell, and he didn't say another word, as I thought, instead of looking for a way to get stronger. I should reconsider what I'm capable of. Controlling the flow of mana by deciphering spells is probably a more suitable way for me to use magic. There's still a way. Doan's expression suddenly brightened, his eyes shining with gratitude as he said, It's all right, Professor Arthur. Thank you for worrying about me. He knew that all that was left for him to do was study hard. 6 months later, on a cold winter day, it was time for the final exam for the first years in the magic department. Inside were Old Man Arthur and Lazarus. They were testing Rogan Gan. The kid held a fireball in his hand. Doan had gotten better now. He could control the fireball at will without much effort. Old Baldy remarked, Since the boy can directly control mana, it's possible. Old Man Arthur also nodded in agreement. He's truly a great talent. This kid might even be combining magic from different schools that we don't even know about. In others' eyes, he was already outstanding, but Doan was still worried. This seems okay, but with such weak magic power, can I even be of use in the Alliance? Old Man Arthur told him, The fact that you can cast this spell without an incantation already proves your ability is on par with level 4. Old Baldy also reassured him, That's right. No matter what magic you cast, your opponents will see you as a high-level mage. You don't need to worry about the strength of your magic power now. Just focus on your strengths and develop your abilities. The results were pretty good. He asked further, Is there anything else I need to learn? These two always supported him to the fullest. Just keep doing what you're doing. For now, try to decode and cast level 4 incantations according to your own understanding. We'll help you find ancient books in the Bureau's library. Suddenly, the two old men warned Doan. Doan, it's best that you and all of us keep your physical condition a secret. Coincidentally, it's good that it's just the two of us. The two old men took each other's hands and recited a spell together. A secret between us, a secret that can't be revealed. Doan stood there speechless. I'm in the middle of an evaluation. What are you two doing? Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and another year passed. In a classroom, a voice rang out, Thank you all for coming on such short notice. This is a matter under my authority, but it's not just my problem, so I felt it should be brought up for consideration. From now on, the school will no longer teach Doan any mana techniques, martial arts, or swordsmanship. Naturally, someone immediately asked a question. I'm wondering why you're making such a sudden announcement. Why are you doing this? The man explained. Doan's intention to join the alliance is very clear. He's already a third-year student, so for him to gain practical skills, it's better for him to learn the basics again from scratch. Old man Arthur asked him, so you mean he should focus on learning magic? The man continued. More than anything else, that's what Doan wants. The old man liked this even more. This child is a talent worth having high hopes for, but you're more generous than I thought. Jigo nodded. Because I didn't become a professor for my own ambitions. From now on, I will only focus on his physical training. Cinna suddenly raised her hand to ask Senior, what level would you say Doan's abilities are at right now? Even old Baldy had to jump in. Is he really that good? When they heard his answer, they were stunned. Just by drawing his sword, he has already passed the initial stage of the entrance exam. Although he lacks strength that will gradually improve. Miss Jane also asked with concern. What about his abilities as a mage? Old man Arthur thought for a moment. If Doan becomes a mage, I'll have nothing left to teach him. Doan can already cast level 1 and level 2 magic on his own, and is currently decoding incantations for level 3 magic. You could say he's already reached level 4. It was because he was so intelligent that this kid treated complex incantations like toys, and he had only just become a third-year student. Doan maintained his form, drawing everyone's attention wherever he went. Alright, today's class ends here. Don't forget to submit your assignments before the next class. Doan, I need to see you privately for a moment. The students all left the classroom, leaving only Professor Arthur and Doan. Professor Arthur, you called for me. I don't know if you've heard the news, but this time we'll be organizing an academic magic exchange with Shine. It seems you'll have to participate. This hot news hadn't reached him yet. This is the first I've heard of this event. It seems it's not held regularly. The old man explained that in the past it was held frequently for the purpose of exchanging ideas. But as the age of magic declined, it naturally disappeared. The boy asked curiously, so why is it suddenly being held again this time? Unexpectedly, the old man looked at Doan with a serious expression. You are the reason. The fame of your outstanding magical talent has reached Shine. Shine is the only autonomous duchy among the 7 nations that still maintains a magic tower and focuses primarily on the development of magic. The Tower Master is also the head of the duchy. This place is very secretive. To say that all information about magic passes through Shine would not be an exaggeration. Hearing this, Doan guessed it. Professor, you're also from Shine, aren't you? The old man was stunned. I completed advanced training up to high level 3 magic, and then I joined the Alliance. Then you must know what Shine wants. Of course, the old man had already figured it out. First of all, it's curiosity. I don't know how much information they have, but assuming they know all the currently public information then, it's that a level 4 mage has appeared at the Alliance's school. But that's not. I haven't reached level 4 yet. The old man chuckled and explained, magic isn't just about power. The main purpose of this academic seminar is to directly witness an unprecedented talent. They also hope to gain something from a purely magical research perspective. In other words, what Shine wants is for you to represent our school. But Doan didn't want to. He scratched his head. What if I don't go? The old man hadn't considered that either. On one hand, that would be better, but when you hear the condition, you'll find it hard to refuse. The condition is that we will arrange the time and place, and they will give us an elixir. That was exactly what Doan wanted. An elixir. This is hard to refuse. Doan knew about this legendary medicine that could instantly restore mana, even bring the dead back to life, and sometimes even permanently enhance physical abilities. Hearing this, he was a little startled. Could it be that they already know about my physical condition, and that's why the old man understood his meaning and waved his hand? Don't worry, that's highly unlikely. They're just giving it to us like that. The old man nodded. Because this is an academic seminar to understand and discuss magic. They will compete with magical incantations and give it to the worthy person. It'll take some effort though. The boy understood. They're offering an elixir just to win a debate. But if I can get that elixir. Suddenly Doan realized it wouldn't be that simple. But just because I win doesn't mean the elixir will be mine. Knowing his concern, old man Arthur smiled as bright as a flower to persuade him. Of course, if you represent our school and win, it's yours. Then I have to participate. Then I accept. A few days later, the academic magic exchange took place right at the Alliance. The delegation from Shine had arrived. 2 long lines stood opposite each other, ready to begin. Old man Arthur politely greeted the guests. Welcome everyone. A man from the other side took off his hood. Model. Senior Arthur, long time no see. That's Bert, the mage from Shine. The old man recognized him too. Bert, is that you? It must have been a long journey. Doan stood to one side observing the opposing group. Every single one of them was huge, and none of them looked his age. They all possessed formidable magical energy. The old man asked the group, are those the young ones? The other side nodded. They were 3 third-year students, looking forward to the senior's guidance. The old man immediately thought the Alliance only gave advance notice to Doan, this boy. The mages from Shine were trying to give the impression that they were still very strong, sending a whole bunch of people, all of them, huge guys at that. Actually, this is good. The old man found it amusing. What could I possibly teach them? Even though it's a friendly competition, the Alliance school only has a single student capable of participating. So sorry, but Doan's going to handle this whole show by himself. The other side responded humbly, Senior, please don't say that. If they learn from you, they must be outstanding. We have high expectations for this exchange. Their eyes were fixed on the young boy. Seeing them staring, his face lit up with an incredibly gentle smile. The other guys suddenly got all flustered, even questioning their own sexuality. The representatives from both sides shook hands. Well then, please get some rest. We will meet again in the conference room this afternoon. A few hours later, it was time to battle. In the classroom, the students had heard the news and started gossiping. Senior Doan isn't going to fight all 3 of them alone, is he? Probably not. What if he gets hurt? Senior Doan take them all down in one hit. The girls in the class went wild, cheering him on. Lucas, sitting nearby, couldn't take it anymore and turned to correct them. Oh, come on, you guys. This isn't a competition where people get hurt. It's just a debate about magic where you use your brain. So what? A debate is still a battle, Senior Lucas. The girls were no longer amused. They immediately turned to argue their point. If Senior Doan's feelings get hurt by their harsh words, that counts as an injury too. Lucas was surprised and pointed at his own face. You know me. The 2 girls nodded. Of course, you're always with Senior Doan. He felt a small pang in his heart, realizing he was just basking in a bit of Doan's glow. Well anyway, they can't beat Doan, so don't worry. Sophia, sitting next to him, had to sigh, seeing him talk so patiently. Since when are you so outgoing? He just smiled. The underclassmen were so worried I had to say something. The girl suddenly looked down at the podium. Looks like they're finally starting. A woman walked out to a table in the middle of the room. We will now begin the academic magic exchange. Representatives from both sides, please enter the hall. Those 2 girls were beyond belief. They had even made banners and were screaming their heads off like true fangirls. The entire hall was silent. The other side had 3 people, but on this side, Doan was enough to take them all on. He wasn't scared at all, calmly looking at them. All 3 of them stared intently at Doan. The woman looked at them seriously. Before the debate begins, I will briefly explain the rules. Each representative will take turns presenting a topic, creating a corresponding magic spell, and then proceed with a question and answer session. The first debater is July Mako from Shine. Following him will be Doan from the Alliance School. Doan will begin his presentation first. The young boy placed a hand on his chest. He introduced himself confidently. I am Doan, a 3rd-year student at the Alliance School. My topic for today is telekinesis. The moment he finished, the guys on the other side were completely taken aback. It seemed this wasn't what they had prepared for. The Shine students watching from the sidelines were also panicking. Their leader thought to himself in the opening round, it's normal to seize the advantage by showcasing your side's achievements, but to deliberately choose a level 1 spell, and telekinesis at that. The 2 opponents stood facing each other, still discussing among themselves. This has to be an exaggerated rumor. How strange. I can't believe I came all this way just to see this level of skill. The teachers from the Alliance showed no expression, merely observing. The boy's opponent spoke with a condescending air before anything had even happened. I'm sorry, but a topic on telekinesis seems a bit basic for today's forum. Doan, are you trying to mock us? Poor Doan. He just proposed a topic and was already getting this much trouble. I would never dare to mock you, Senior. This may be a basic spell, but telekinesis has a profound complexity that I wish to discuss. They were still being arrogant. For all its depth, it's still just telekinesis. Isn't this a waste of time? It's only natural to spend time and effort exploring the principles and truths of the world. Seeing they couldn't win the argument against Doan, they begrudgingly accepted. Fine. To be precise, what part of telekinesis will we be exploring? The more Doan listened, the more dishonest it all felt, but he put on a confused expression. I don't quite understand what you mean, Senior, but may I ask what topic you prepared? The guy's tone was full of attitude. Well, for the current debate, perhaps choosing fireball is more appropriate. Doan asked them in return, what do you think? He dared to judge him by his appearance. Of course, for someone your age it might be a bit difficult. Doan. But for today's competition, why don't you try a little harder and show off your intellect? He was deliberately provoking Doan to reveal his abilities. Arthur was immediately on guard. He didn't know how much information had been leaked, but it seemed they even knew about the fireball that Gan had once used. The boy took the initiative and proposed to the other group. In that case, why don't we combine both telekinesis and fireball? He had never done that before. He asked again in surprise. Combine them. The boy nodded. Yes. I think it would be very meaningful if we discussed the combination of both spells. The other guy let out a sigh. Combine them. What do you mean? No matter how much he explained, they just weren't getting it. So Doan decided to just show them and dazzle them himself. Mana light shot out from his hand. It was only now that the other guys understood and started to get nervous. No incantation, he gritted his teeth. I know telekinesis too, but the difference is he has to recite an incantation. He's not as skilled as Doan. The two of them controlled chalk to write a flurry of characters on the board. The guys from Shine read the sentence. Doan wrote, and couldn't understand it. What kind of spell is that? I thought it might be invisibility, but surely you didn't actually combine both spells on the spot, did you? Now that you've finished writing, each side will explain their spell, and then we will move on to the Q&A session. We will begin with the Shine side. It was a very firm and clear statement. Now let's hear Doan's explanation. He stepped up to the podium and began his presentation. Telekinesis is a basic spell that anyone with mana can cast. What I want to discuss with you seniors is that this spell is too dependent on magical power. But today, thanks to Senior July Mako's suggestion, I had the idea to combine telekinesis with fireball and rewrite the spell formula for both. First is controlling a fireball with telekinesis, and second, the piece of chalk spun rapidly in space and began to shoot out fire. Looking just like a piece of chalk inside a fireball is turning a telekinetically controlled object into a fireball. At that July, Mako guy looked like he'd seen a ghost. His jaw dropped, his eyes went wide, and his heart stopped. The others were just as shocked. One guy even shot to his feet to get a better look, completely baffled. Only the two old men, Arthur and Lazarus, knew what was going on. Anyone who didn't know about Doan's abilities would surely be stunned by the magic the boy had just cast. It wasn't just his talent. The child's vast knowledge was also astonishing. The core of psychokinesis lies in object manipulation. We were all trying our best to comprehend Doan's explanation. Young Doan continued, so I broke that process down into smaller parts and replaced it with my own spell formula. Within that, I added the incantation for a fireball. That July, Mako guy's face darkened as he listened. He was toast. Doan had explained it so clearly, yet he still couldn't understand a single thing. After speaking, Doan even looked over at him. Your turn. That's my perspective on both topics, but perhaps you have a different point of view, senior. If I've misunderstood anything, I would be grateful for your guidance. July, Mako could have stood there all day, and he still wouldn't have been able to do it. His mind was blank. Even if I can't copy it, I should at least understand what's happening. I can't be humiliated by a kid like this. There's no way I, a representative of SN, can fail here. No matter what, he had to say something. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was so stressed that he got a nosebleed and just collapsed. Doan didn't expect the guy to be so mentally weak. With a splash of red, he fainted on the spot. He couldn't even get half a word out, losing by default. In the end, the elixir went to its rightful owner. Congratulations. Having a debate like that with the mages of SN was very refreshing. He took the elixir from his opponent's hand. Thank you, Teacher Ha. The man immediately gave him a warning. If you're planning on using it, I advise you to wait a while. At such a young age, you'll likely experience side effects. Doan understood. So I should be able to use it once I graduate, right? The man nodded. It should be fine then. The disappointment on Doan's face was obvious as he stared at the elixir. 2 more years until graduation. The competition ended. Outside the school grounds, a girl with orange hair appeared. Hello, I'm Jita, a third-year student at the Alliance Academy. And the girl walked toward Doan holding a pink love letter. I've had a crush on Doan for 3 years. I can confidently say there isn't a single student here who doesn't like Doan. He receives countless confessions, and more than half the students who enrolled in the Alliance did so just to pursue him. Honestly, I know I'm not the type of person Doan would go for. Until now, I've been happy just watching him from afar. But today I've decided to be brave, for once. On my last day as a third year, I will confess to Doan. Of course, as usual, Doan didn't even have to think before replying. I'm sorry. To me, love is simply about cherishing those who have passed on, nothing more. The girl Jita froze trembling. Doan, why are you being so cold? I really truly like you. That wasn't going to work. Doan confronted her head on. Can you really call that emotion true love? She was completely speechless, unable to argue. Most people who are truly in love exhibit symptoms similar to a mental illness. Excitement, anticipation, fear, doubt, jealousy, shame, even anger. But Jita, you don't feel anything that intense, do you? Of course I'm not denying your feelings. Perhaps you truly do feel something. Maybe you felt a spark because you were attracted to my appearance, or maybe you felt nervous or excited. But can we truly call that love? I think it's more like admiration. After listening for a while, the girl was basically brainwashed, suddenly doubting her own feelings. Doan's eyes sparkled as he sincerely advised her. Please listen to your heart very carefully. If you still think it's love, we can talk more about it later. I am always open to a sincere conversation. The girl was completely dazed now. Her brain had stopped working, and she stood rooted to the spot. I feel like I was just hit on the head, but in a strangely clarifying way. She was over her crush, just like that. Her inner monologue would now be, hello, this is Jita. Today I was rejected by the person I've had a crush on for 3 years, but I have no regrets. Confessing to someone like him was a brave and meaningful act, wasn't it? Along with the spring breeze, my first love and my third year have both come to an end. In a classroom, Miss Jane looked out at the students below and smiled as she announced CEO Lazarus has taken time out of his precious schedule to attend today's career orientation. He will be providing invaluable high-level information for you graduating students, so please listen carefully. Doan, Lucas, and Sophia were also sitting there. The bald man stepped up to the podium and began his speech. That is all I have prepared. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will try to answer to the best of my ability. A student raised their hand. Yes, please go ahead, the boy asked. Every year so many people apply. So why is the Alliance always short on manpower? This was an easy one. The bald man answered right away. If someone is capable enough to join the Alliance, they could just as easily establish their own noble family. Another student raised their hand. So what are the benefits of being in the Alliance? I'm curious about the salary benefits and public reputation. The old man wisely crossed his arms and gave a vague answer. The salary is enough for you to focus completely on your missions, and there is no shortage of support. You've all probably heard the saying, the Alliance is the kingdom's sword and shield. This means they receive their authority directly from the king. Alliance members, regardless of rank, can exercise appropriate authority over local officials in the kingdom and over any organization or family within the 6 great duchies. All of this is in accordance with the king's will. That sounded pretty impressive. The girl had to exclaim, wow, that's even more impressive than I imagined. Doan also raised his hand to ask a question. I understand that you recruit talented people, but can one become stronger by joining the Alliance? In his heart, he was always calculating his next move, with graduation fast approaching. I've studied magic as you taught, teacher, but I still don't feel satisfied. He knew he wasn't strong enough. He could never be satisfied with his own abilities. His fist clenched in immense frustration. The bald man looked at him seriously. He could see that Doan was already thinking about what came after joining. The man affirmed, that will most certainly happen. Doan was a bit surprised, but he fully understood everything the old man was saying. With that answer from the CEO, I have completely decided that joining the Alliance is my goal, and I will continue to pour all my effort into studying magic, as I always have, without a shred of doubt. Cinna once told me that my abilities were quite similar to those of the ancient elf tribe. When I looked back at old documents, I found that their abilities were more about controlling spirits than mana. They didn't summon wind, but controlled wind spirits. They summoned fire spirits to create flames and controlled water spirits to make it rain or freeze water. So why did the elf tribe lose that ability overnight? Suddenly, he understood. The answer was here. His hand gently caressed a circular symbol on the book. In the age of the World Tree and the great monsters, the Fey tribe was split into elves and high elves, alternating between periods of dominance and seclusion. After the World Tree went extinct, they lost their ability to use spiritual power. Since then, the world was divided for a long time, always hoping to be reunified. Eventually, humanity became the center of the world, while elves became one of the rarest races. It's a fascinating story, but I still don't really get what my own power is. The only thing I'm sure of is that the light I see isn't a spiritual form, but Ma. As he was reading intently, the boy suddenly froze. Something in the book had caught his eye. Arthur was surprised by his question. So what is dark magic? Doan explained. I tried looking it up, but all I could find was basic information. The old man understood. That's right. It's only recently that groups using dark magic have become enemies of the Alliance. Doan recounted, I once saw one of the Zelos rituals. They used an ancient language, but I don't get how it produced such an effect. If there's a difference, it's that. Before he could finish, the old man realized. Is it Mana? Doan was shocked that the old man knew, his eyes widening in surprise. Yes, but it's useless to me. I can't see mana like others, so I don't know exactly what the difference is. But groups like the RTO or the Shadow Alliance use something called dark mana. Come to think of it, that murky mana I saw back then, that must have been dark mana. So what exactly is dark mana? If everything in the world is made from mana, then evil worlds must be made from dark mana. The two of them discussed. An evil world. Huh. Sir, do you know anything about the demon world? Yes. The demon world is formed from dark mana, and the power that demons wield is also dark mana. In other words, Bonzave uses demonic power. Doan knew that even a normal person's mana could sometimes become murky and turn black. The old man added that negative emotions often make people susceptible to the influence of dark mana. Doan wondered, so what do these dark magic groups plan to do with it? The old man seemed a bit hesitant, scratching his head. I think you've probably figured it out by now. They want to overthrow the entire world. A few months later, Doan was in his room when he heard loud shouting from outside his door. Doan, are you really not going to the salon? He stuck his head out the window. It was Sophia and Lucas. I'm fine, she replied. Of course, still way better than someone, she said, glancing over at the other guy. The two of them were at it again. Lucas put his hands on his hips, annoyed. What are you looking at me for? She shot back immediately. I just turned my head, and you were right there. Don't play games with me. You were staring right at me. From his floor above, Doan watched the scene completely speechless. It was such a familiar sight, but he still found it hilarious. If you're not coming, that's fine. The other two started to walk off. Doan, we're heading out. Just take your time and relax, even if it is graduation day. He grinned, waving them goodbye. That's right, he thought to himself. Those two are so close. If I went, I'd just be a third wheel. Back in his room, he suddenly noticed the red box containing the elixir from before. Time really flies. The elixir. I said I'd drink it on graduation day. Graduation day, huh? He remembered Lucas telling him, actually I heard my dad is coming to the ceremony. If he sees me, he's definitely going to tease me. And Sophia wasn't sure if her clan leader would come. But the main family will definitely show up since I didn't get first place. I at least have to look presentable. Only he had no one coming for him. He let out a sigh. I don't have a family, so I guess that makes things easier in a way. I have to protect my family. Those two were the closest people he had now. But what he had gained here wasn't just magic. Doan always held a certain phrase deep in his heart. Doan, if you ever feel truly lonely when this place becomes empty, just remember, as long as you keep those who have left in your heart, you are never alone. That's what Bowin had taught him before she left. I'm never truly alone. He drank the entire vial of elixir. Its power was definitely stronger than the small pill Arthur had given him. He could clearly feel that his physical body hadn't changed, but after drinking it, his vision of mana became much clearer. Then his attention was drawn to the egg he had bought long ago. Years had passed, but the stone-like object hadn't changed at all. Picking it up, he wondered, is it because of the elixir? The mana was now visible in far greater detail. I think I can finally break this spell. He got to work right away. He had waited long enough. All right. He channeled his mana into the egg. It actually began to crack. Doan waited with bated breath. Something inside was trying to break free. The egg shook continuously as an immense amount of mana light radiated from it. Then a bird's leg appeared. Its feathers were yellow and its wings were black. The egg hatched into an owl. Its perfectly round eyes stared at him as it chirped continuously. Owl hoot. He froze. An owl. He couldn't understand why, but it got angry, flapping its wings furiously. He tried another guess. Are you a horned owl? That seemed to be it. The owl's attitude instantly softened. It even started to actively snuggle into his arms. It's so clingy. Doan happily stroked its feathers, praising it. Good boy, good boy. The dark mana seems to have vanished just now. It should be fine to keep it. He even gave it a name. All right, from now on your name will be Owl. Meanwhile, at the Alliance Academy's gate, an old man named Oka had arrived. It's been 5 years since I was last at the Alliance Academy. The old man looked at the paper bag in his hand. This graduation gift. I wonder if that devilish son of mine even managed to graduate. His eyes lit up. Inside were 2 gifts. He remembered a young Doan when the two of them had said, I'll see you at the Alliance, Doan. I'll be on my way then, Mr. O. Anyway, I'm the one who personally sent him to the Alliance. Since he doesn't have a guardian, the least I can do is come and congratulate him. Now. Which way is it? Suddenly he saw a few teachers talking and recognized Arthur's familiar face. But why was Cinna with them? A woman named Jane placed a hand on her chest and declared she is also Doan's mentor and is very close with the boy. She's someone Doan can open up to like family. Therefore, I think it's only fitting that I act as Doan's guardian. Arthur retorted, annoyed. This child will usher in a new future for magic. We'll be conducting research together even after he graduates. The group argued loudly. That just sounds like what you want as the head of the magic department. But that's no reason to claim guardianship. Doan already agreed to call me Grandpa Sam after graduation. Sorry to interrupt, but Doan calls me Big Sis. So when it comes to family, I'm the most suitable candidate. Oka listened and understood immediately. They're arguing over who gets to be the kid's guardian. I never expected him to grow up to be so influential. He looked at the gift bag in his hand and sighed in relief. Looks like I was worrying for nothing. The scene changes to the Alliance Academy's auditorium, where a voice rings out. The representative of the 266th graduating class and our valedictorian. Doan, please come to the stage. Doan immediately walked up. The headmaster handed him an award saying, Congratulations. Unsurprisingly, even at a moment like this, a few people in the back were gossiping. He probably only got valedictorian because of his looks. I wonder where he's even from. Model, what noble family is that I heard the illegitimate child of the Bobeo house is also graduating this term. Could it be him? They're completely oblivious to these rumors. I'll tell you myself right now. Since I was 3, I grew up in the Runton orphanage. I was almost sacrificed to the dark cult of Zoel, but the Alliance saved me. Then I came to this academy. Because of everything I learned here, I was able to protect people's lives from death and the forces of Zelo. Therefore, my power will only be used to serve peace and humanity. The people who helped me grow into a good person, who became my guardians, who helped me get to where I am today. Principal Jigo Sanchez, all the teachers and staff of this school, my upperclassmen. my underclassmen, who always supported and guided me, and my classmates who walked this journey with me. I dedicate this moment of honor to the union and the school that has sheltered us all." Hearing these words, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the boy never needed a guardian in the first place. Doan had been through so much since he was young, always doing everything himself. Now that he was grown, he needed a guardian even less. After the graduation ceremony, he went for a walk with his friends to talk. "Doan, your graduation speech was great. You're really something else." Lucas looked at him intrigued. "Right after graduation, you're already thinking about taking the union exam. Is that so strange? I've never hidden it. Was that your plan from the start? You guys are the same. He's got me there. I just wanted to run away, so my dad wouldn't scold me." Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Doan. "Oh right, my dad came looking for you." Doan nodded. "I'll go say hello after the exam." All this time, only Sophia had been silent, her sadness clearly visible on her face. Doan checked on his friend. "What's wrong?" To his surprise, the girl who usually seemed so strong said, "I'm fine. It's just, I get embarrassed in front of crowds. I lose all my confidence." Lucas looked bored, his hands shoved in his pockets. "Oh man, I don't even know if I'll do well on the sword test." Doan understood his friend's worries. He patted her shoulder encouragingly. "It's okay, Sophia. Let's pass the union exam together and aim even higher. They'll definitely acknowledge you then. I know your skills better than anyone. Just trust me." The girl gave a small nod. "Well, it's about time. Let's go register." Over at the desk, he presented his documents. "I'm Doan, a graduate of the Union Academy." A few others standing behind him looked him over critically. "They're graduates from the Union Academy. I heard over 100 people are taking the test this time. Are those tiny kids taking it too? If they're 15, they meet the minimum requirement. Still, they just look like kids to me." The receptionist pushed the documents back towards him. "Doan, valedictorian of the Union Academy. Registration confirmed. Please take this slip to testing area number 1. The group that had been talking trash overheard and were startled. "Valedictorian. Well, that's a different story. I heard this kid uses magic. They said he was really handsome. I guess the rumors were true." He turned to see his two friends, Lucas and Sophia. "Did you two register yet?" He nodded and pointed behind him. "All right, let's go." The scene changes to the waiting room of testing area number 1. The three of them stood talking. Lucas leaned on his hand and asked, "The first round is a freestyle demonstration, right?" Sophia confirmed. Just show off your best skills in front of the judges." Doan, on the other hand, was completely confident. "Let's just do what we always do. After we pass this round, we can focus again." The other two agreed, though they looked a bit tense. A person came out and called next candidate Union Academy valedictorian Doan. "If you're ready, please step forward." Inside, testing area 1, the arena, the judges were already seated. The first thing he had to fight was a fat, ugly stone monster. A bright, sparkling red stone was embedded in its body. "Begin." Doan chanted a long incantation as mana flared around him. Everyone present was terrified. His very first spell shattered the monster into several pieces. Chunks of stone from its body fell to the ground with a thud. He clenched his fist. The final blow. The red stone on the monster's body cracked as well. The monster was completely obliterated, leaving only the red stone hovering in mid-air. A thick cloud of dust obscured everything. The smoky haze gradually cleared. In just a moment, Doan had finished it off cleanly. The examiners frowned, completely bewildered. "How I thought the kid would just use something like ice arrows or fireballs." They whispered among themselves. "I've never seen magic like that. Have you? This is a first for me too. He really is the valedictorian." The praise wasn't an exaggeration at all. Doan finished his test. As he walked out, he saw Lucas grinning, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Congrats on passing, man. That was awesome." Finally, Sophia also praised him. "Incredible." Doan just smiled humbly, his eyes crinkling. "Thanks. But it's a bit early for congratulations. This is only the first round." Lucas pointed in a direction. "More importantly, did you see that? Over there, the guys who were whispering about us at the registration desk? Every single one of them failed miserably. They're still helping each other walk out terrified. After seeing your magic, their faces turned pale." He continued to tease. "You went all out right from the start. What are the rest of us supposed to do now? The people testing after you are so unlucky. And the great master Lucas hasn't even taken the stage yet." He said it with so much swagger that Doan felt second-hand embarrassment. In the middle of their cheerful banter, he suddenly stopped. He looked over and saw that Sophia was still lost in thought, her worried and dejected expression obvious. She'd been like that all day. Doan called to her softly, "Sophia, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Let's get into the union together. What could be better than having two great friends like you guys?" Her eyes sparkled with emotion. Thank you." Just then, a voice called out, "Next candidate, Sophia. Sophia. When you're ready, please step forward." The girl picked up her sword and walked straight ahead, but she still looked very nervous. Lucas suddenly called out, "Hey Sophia, don't be scared, just do what you always do." She looked back at them. smiled, nodded, and stepped into the arena, facing the exact same monster Doan had just fought. Her specialty was the sword. The other people watched from the stands. It looks like this girl is planning to use Sophia's swordsmanship, but her stance is too strange. Is that so? I've dueled with the Bow family a few times, so I know their technique very well. Their consecutive attacks are on par with phantom strikes, making them very difficult to block. But do you know why they say the bow sword is heavy? Why is that? Because of its depth. The sword must become one with the body. That's the most important point of the Sophia technique, but if you draw your sword like that, there's no depth at all. So what should she do? Everyone was talking about Sophia. You have to be one with the sword. That illegitimate child should learn how to hold a sword first. These words were clearly full of contempt. Doan stood there and heard everything. They talked a big game, but she didn't deserve to hear such harsh words. Prove them wrong, Sophia. Show them what you're really worth. The girl began her attack, charging straight at the enormous monster. Focusing all her strength, she unleashed countless slashes in a single instant. It immediately shattered to pieces. The group that had been badmouthing her just moments before could only stand there with their jaws on the floor, frozen in shock, as Doan let out a quiet sigh of relief. I'm so glad she pulled it off. The earth monster was completely shattered. Sophia did it in just one swing, but she still looks pretty tense. An official came over to tell Sophia to get her confirmation stamp and return. She did so well that the crowd couldn't even see what happened. I couldn't even follow it. How were her next attacks so fast? I had no idea a mud golem could be defeated so easily. It's impossible. Just look at the other contestants. It was impressive when they just managed to chip it. That was a perfect combo, and that's only her second best skill, as expected from a bow. Her natural talent is just insane. Doan and Lucas stood by listening to the crowd's chatter without saying anything. They simply smiled, waiting for Sophia to run over to them. Both Doan and Lucas praised her. You did great, Sophia. Lucas turned to tease her. Your blade was a bit slower than usual. I guess you were still a little nervous, huh? He then drew his sword. All right, my turn. Watch and learn, everyone. Let's see, next up is Lucas. Please step forward. It was finally his turn to show off after all that bragging. He gripped the longsword on his back and smiling at his friends, he said, time for a little warm-up. Begin when you're ready. But before the official could even finish, Lucas lunged forward to attack. The monster wasn't even prepared, and a single slash from his sword split the red stone on its chest. Just like that. It was so quick, no one even saw it happen. He then stood there looking disappointed. Seriously, I guess I got a little too excited. The officials just stared in shock. That's the third one. Stop breaking the equipment, one of them finally stammered out. After the test was over, Lucas brought Doan to his home. All right, make yourself comfortable. Just let me know if you need anything. So this is where I'll be living from now on. I didn't even know where I'd go after graduating. Thanks, Lucas. He replied casually. Don't mention it. Of course you were going to stay with me. Dad says dinner is ready, so finish unpacking and come on down. Doan nodded immediately. Yeah, I'll be right there. The meal turned out to be a bowl of soup that didn't look very appetizing. Carrots, Mr. Oka, however, offered it with great enthusiasm. If that's not enough, I can get you more. Eat plenty. Not daring to refuse, Doan could only say, yes sir, thank you. Lucas, however, grumbled, I'm not eating if there's no meat in it. He didn't even finish his sentence before he got a whack on the head. You little brat. How old are you? Still being a picky eater. Doan just ate his food, quietly ignoring their bickering. Dad, why'd you hit me? Stop complaining and eat. You'll see it's delicious once you try it. But when Doan took a bite, he shuddered. It was terrible. Oka suddenly asked him, did you like the gift? Doan nodded right away. It was exactly what I needed. Thank you, sir. Only Doan knew that he had received 6 identical wallets, which meant he knew who had sent the other 5. After dinner, the 3 of them sat around talking pleasantly. The first time I met you, I knew you were special. But I never imagined I'd see that level of magic during the first exam. Doan nodded and explained, well, they told us to give it our all. Oka looked at him. I'm really looking forward to the second round. Doan wasn't scared at all, smiling brightly as he replied, yes sir, please be there to watch. A week later, the day of the second test arrived. 2 figures stood on a balcony, looking down and talking. More candidates passed the second test than we anticipated. It's no wonder the exam had to be extended. In any case, it's been a long time since we've seen this many successful applicants. They're calling them the Radiant Generation. And that kid is the most brilliant of them all. Doan right. Meanwhile, Doan stood in the center of the arena, waiting for the second round to start. He wondered, the second test is 3 matches, isn't it? 3 matches in a row. Lucky I didn't get matched with Sophia or Lucas. I wonder who I'll be fighting. He looked up. Is it you? The man standing before Doan looked extremely familiar, but the man didn't seem to recognize him, squinting as he stared intently. Do you know me? In truth, they had just been 2 strangers standing near each other. Doan remembered I overheard him commenting on Sophia's swordsmanship during the first test. He'd been quite critical of her at the time, but he still managed to pass. Doan smiled and said directly to him, "Your perspective on combining swordsmanship with grip technique was really impressive. I hope I can learn a thing or two from you." The man was a little startled, not expecting that his behind-the-back comments had been overheard, but his arrogance remained intact. "Humph, fine. You look like you just got out of school. I'll teach you a lesson. You should be thankful you get to have a match with me. Now let's start." He drew his sword. Doan's eyes lit up. With a single glance, Doan sent his opponent's sword flying into the air. So much for all that talk. This match was already over. Finally realizing Doan had disarmed him, the man pointed and yelled, "What just happened? Losing your weapon means you've lost." The referee asked him, "Do you wish to continue?" The guy was utterly humiliated. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he cursed, unable to believe he was being provoked by this kid, and stubbornly answered, "Of course." He stomped his foot hard on the ground. "You arrogant brat." This guy was both foolish and stubborn, charging forward without knowing his own strength. "I don't need a weapon to take care of someone like you," or so he thought. After taking just a few steps, he froze completely, his eyes wide with shock. Doan was now controlling his opponent's sword, bringing it down to strike him. It landed right on his head. You could feel the pain just watching. The sword clattered to the ground as the man collapsed unconscious with a massive bump on his forehead. The referee was at a loss for words. Doan wins. Doan walked out of the arena, ready for his next fight. He was beaming, thinking to himself, "What a fascinating match. I didn't even have to move or lift a finger." A few days later, the results were delivered. The time had come for the final, decisive interview. He was on the verge of joining the Union, yet he didn't look pleased. "If there's one takeaway from that second match, it's that my attacks are too repetitive. I counter more often than I attack first, and I always rely on the circumstances to reverse the outcome." He already knew this about himself. Pacing around, he thought, "I need to be more proactive with my attacks or react more flexibly. Once I'm in the Union, I'll have to learn a lot of new skills. But for now, I should just be happy. I passed the exam, there's only the final interview left." As he was lost in thought, his pet owl suddenly flew straight to him. The two of them seemed very affectionate with each other. "Are you here to congratulate me?" he asked. Ever since he had awakened from the stone, the owl would frequently disappear, leaving no trace, only to reappear suddenly whenever he was alone. It seemed quite attached to him, snuggling its head against Doan's fingers. "It's so strange," he thought. "Every time it disappears, I can't sense its mana at all. As if it slips into another dimension." He looked at the owl and asked, "Where do you even come from? Are you always somewhere near me?" He still didn't fully understand the nature of this owl. "What are you, anyway?" he wondered. "Just wait a little longer. Once I join the Union, I'll find a way to communicate with you. There has to be a language book somewhere that can help me understand you." Suddenly the owl's demeanor shifted, prompting Doan to ask, "What's wrong?" Just then, a voice called out, "Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you." I turn around, and he's gone. He disappeared again. He must have sensed someone coming. His sister Sophia waved him over. "It's time. Let's go for the interview." At the Union headquarters, everyone else had already arrived. As Doan's group chatted, they noted that there were far fewer people here than during the initial test. Rumor had it that only about 50 people made it to the final interview round. Lucas couldn't keep his cool today. He was trembling all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Why are you so nervous again? Still trying to act tough? What are you talking about? I feel fine." Sophia didn't buy it for a second. "Fine, you're sweating buckets. You're never like this unless you're in front of your elders." Doan wondered if it was because of Vice Director Oka. Just then, someone came out from the interview room, looking completely dejected. Seeing that made Lucas even more anxious. Some people went in and took forever, while others came out so quickly it was like they gave up halfway. "What is going on in there?" Doan couldn't help but ask. "Why are you so antsy? You're 2 years older than us, aren't you? What good does my age do me now?" Lucas was at a loss for words. "Thanks for the helpful commentary, Doan. Friends are supposed to help each other, you know. This interview is to judge our character right. Right now, I'm a bundle of nerves. One wrong move and I'll snap. So you're saying you have a bad personality." Just then, a voice called from inside. Next, it was Doan's turn. In front of the closed door, a magic circle was inscribed. It opened on its own, the magic circle resonating with the mana of the person approaching. It was a rather complex type of magic. I'd love to study it more deeply, but not now. This way, I guess. But inside the room was empty. Doan was confused. Isn't the person in charge supposed to interview us directly? Or maybe they haven't arrived yet. Suddenly, Doan sensed something, a stream of golden mana drifting through the air, as if pointing the way. He immediately followed it to a closed wooden door. As he approached, it opened automatically. The sight on the other side completely stunned him, freezing him in place. There was an enormous source of mana. A voice echoed, "Come in." A beautiful woman with a black blindfold over her eyes stood waiting for him. "Welcome, Doan." So this was the person with that warm voice. He didn't know why, but it left a powerful impression on him. "The mana I'm sensing. It's powerful, and experienced beyond anything I've ever felt. Perhaps this is the pinnacle I must strive to reach someday." The woman gestured toward a table and chairs. "Please have a seat." Her voice snapped him out of his daze. "Ah, yes, thank you." She then poured him a cup of tea. "This is the head of the Union." He felt a wave of tension. Could I ever reach a position like this? He took a single sip of the tea, and his eyes widened in astonishment. She didn't miss his reaction and smiled. The tea seems to agree with you, Doan admitted. Yes, it's hot, but it has a strange purity to it. I feel refreshed. The woman explained that it was because his body had a unique characteristic. He was shocked. He had only just met her, yet she could already see that his body was incapable of retaining mana. She spoke like a fortune teller who knew all his secrets. Your journey to get here must have been incredibly difficult. You must have felt very lonely. But everything she said was true. He just sat there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Lonely? I'd never thought of it that way. Before I met everyone at the Union Academy, I always believed my heart was full of people I cherished. The woman's calm voice continued, and yet you've still grown into an exceptional young man. This is the first time I've ever heard anything like this. People always praise my effort and my talent. But this is the first time someone has truly understood my past. After all this time of pushing forward without rest, this is the first time anyone has ever comforted me like this. Tears began to fall from his eyes. Startled, Doan quickly wiped them away. Why am I suddenly crying? Is it because of her mana? The woman spoke again. Though your body may have its flaws, your heart is pure and sincere. It is strong, built upon a foundation of stability and peace. And you travel with a wondrous little creature. As she spoke, she pointed directly at his shoulder. A brilliant golden light filled the room. Owl appeared, looking at the woman with great respect. Even Doan was surprised. I've never seen Owl this quiet before. He introduced his companion. His name is Owl. She nodded. A wonderful child. I will keep an eye on him. All right, you may go now. And that was it. But he knew this woman didn't just know about his past. She even knew about Owl's existence. It was as if she understood everything. If I ask her about that vision I saw, will she give me an answer? He decided to ask. I have a question. She agreed immediately. Go ahead. Doan knew she understood everything. He kept his question brief. That vision I saw, was it the real future? She didn't give a direct answer. There is no such thing as a certain future. The moment you see a future, it ceases to be the future. Everything changes based on your will. So believe in the future you wish to create. I understand now. That's right. The vision I saw wasn't a fixed future, but just one possibility. I just have to keep fighting to prevent that possibility from coming true. That's how people have always lived, with that kind of faith. Until now, I've been shrouded in doubt, as if covered by a thick fog. But now, I can see the path I must walk. This is a milestone given to me by a truly great master. I'll cherish this moment forever. The next day at the Oka household, the sound of cheerful chatter filled the air. Come on, I've prepared all your favorite dishes. Eat your fill and enjoy yourselves. I poured my heart into this meal to celebrate you all joining the union. It turned out to be carrots with a bit of meat mixed in. That was his idea of a special dish. Lucas couldn't believe it. He calls it a special meal just because he added some meat. Doan and Sophia, however, were as polite as ever. Thank you, sir. We'll enjoy it. By the way, sir, where will we be assigned? But even he didn't know. It's hard to say. The head probably already made the arrangements during your interviews. There's no way all three of us will be stationed in the same place, right? Oka stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only 10 people were chosen in total, and you three are among them. You're also the only graduates from the Union Academy. To have all three of you in the same place, that would be hard to imagine. But honestly, I have no idea what the head is thinking. And even though I'm Lucas's father and your uncle here in this house, out there, I am your commander, and you are members of Seeker and Oz. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good. I'm heading out. I'll see you at the Union. And with that, he left the three of them alone. Lucas propped his chin on his hand, putting on a philosophical air. As long as I can hold on to my beliefs, I don't care where I end up. Sophia looked at him curiously. Do you really hate the idea of working under your father that much? He just shrugged. That's not it. There's always been a distance between us, even as father and son. The two continued their conversation. Then why is it? Are you afraid of him? I mean, it's better to keep work and our personal lives separate. Hearing Lucas say that, a slight smile appeared on Doan's face. Lucas, he's matured so much. He spoke up. Even if we work at the same place, we're not close enough to worry about mixing business with pleasure. Is that so? His brother replied. Then why don't you create a proper order to balance work and life? There they go again. The three of them, just like that, joking around without a care. The day finally came. The three of them stood outside the entrance to the Alliance headquarters. The gatekeeper read their names, Doan, Lucas, Sophia. Once it's confirmed that you have prepared everything necessary for your roles, we will begin basic training. Doan realized he had been down this path before to the administration building to see Sir Lazarus, but he had never received such a grand welcome. This reception truly made him feel his new position. The three followed the soldier inside, thinking of the things they needed. The moment the door opened, something felt off. Inside was a forge blazing with fire. Where do we begin? To be considered the new swords and books of the Alliance, what new weapons do you require? A dwarf blacksmith named Ike approached, crossing his arms and sizing them up. It's time to forge weapons suited for the three of you. Choose a weapon from that rack that feels right. Lucas immediately grabbed a spear. Oh, this is nice. Doan walked around making his selection. You chose the greatsword. Step up and swing it with confidence. Confidence, huh? Lucas immediately gave it a try. The old dwarf watched him intently. If we increase the weight and sharpen the tip, it will have greater destructive power. We'll adjust the length to fit you, so you must train relentlessly. As for Sophia, of course she chose a sword, picking one up right away. Oh, I've always wanted a sword like this. The old man looked over at her. Next you, take the long sword. The young woman swung the sword at once. With the Bo-Bao style of swordsmanship, you may lack power, but your balance and stability are excellent. You've trained your legs to be incredibly sturdy, so why not use a shield in combination with your sword? Now that you're in the alliance, you don't have to cling to your family's swordsmanship. The old man's advice was reasonable, wasn't it? The young woman nodded. I'll consider it. But to her surprise, the old man immediately said, all right, I'll make one for you to try. She was taken aback. Huh, both a sword and a shield at the same time. The old man nodded instantly. Why be afraid to try? That's right. Next, the one standing over there, it's your turn. Only Doan hadn't chosen a weapon. He stepped forward as the old man crossed his arms, staring intently. You're a mage, aren't you? The old man could tell at a glance without him needing to say a word. Ike asked him directly. Wait, you're a mage? Doan nodded. Yes. The old man grew thoughtful. In that case I should create an item suited to your class. But Doan spoke up before the old man could finish. Instead, could I ask for a different favor? The old man was surprised. A request. Doan took out his small sword fragment. I've always been very careful with this. I've never held a complete sword in my hand while fighting, so I use telekinesis to control these broken fragments. Is there any way you can repair them? The old man just said, let me see them. As soon as he looked, he knew. A magic sword controlled by dark magic, eh? What an interesting fellow. The old man knew how to fix it. It no longer functions as a normal sword, but if I reforge it my way, it can be transformed into a maximum of 12 thinner blades. Upon hearing this, Doan's face lit up, but before he could even celebrate, the old man waved his hand. Don't get too excited just yet. It's easier said than done. This reforging process is very complex. When this sword fragment is broken and reforged, each piece must contain a perfectly identical amount of magic. If it's done carelessly, this specimen will be destroyed. I'll need a 4th tier mage or higher to help me reforge it, and it will take a lot of time. Is that all? Not a problem. I'm right here. So, a 4th tier mage's assistance is all you need, correct? The old man was so stunned he almost fell over. Hey, this isn't something that even a young mage in the Alliance can do easily. Is he just being arrogant, or does he really have the power he claims? Let's see what he can do. Even if he fails, he'll have to take full responsibility for his actions. After much deliberation, the old man finally agreed. Just don't apply too much magical pressure on it. Doan began to follow the old man's instructions. Mana started to envelop the sword fragment. He closed his eyes. I can feel it now. Half of the insight and sensitivity that Mother Bowin taught me, along with the branches of magic in my body, are spreading outward. I'll guide this flow of magic gently, as if I'm touching every single thread of magic. Then I need to apply the type of magic that Sir Lazarus taught me. The key to success is to distribute the magic as evenly as possible into the 12 fragments. Once the magic is fixed and divided equally, it's done. Finally, it was complete. Ike couldn't believe his eyes, his jaw dropping in shock. Is that kid really using 4th tier magic? The cracks on the sword fragment were sealed. Doan swept his hands apart, and it shattered into identical pieces, each one perfectly formed, falling right into old man Ike's hands. Sweat drenched the old man's face as he carefully held the fragments, forcing a laugh. Ha ha. Unbelievable. Both the size and the level of magic are perfectly identical. And this is the work of a kid who's only 15 years old and just joined the Alliance. The old man had taken a liking to him. He declared seriously, I will pour my entire heart and soul into completing this for you. The scene changes to another classroom where an old teacher stands at a podium. You all have surely had your uniforms tailored and your weapons crafted, correct? Now, we will officially begin our frontline training. As you all know, the Alliance has 7 divisions: faith, harmony, honor, stability, practicality, responsibility, and freedom. You will be assigned to one of these 7 divisions to carry out your missions. Your initial rank is called Basic, and through merit achievements and talent, you can be promoted to Intermediate, Advanced, and Master rank. However, this world will not be simple or merciful to you. Just by bearing the name of the Alliance, you have become the target of countless dangers. Even people you know might call you the kingdom's dogs. Even so, you must never waver. Your very existence is to protect the peace of the kingdom and the safety of its people. Your mission is to build a better world. The man giving this ideological brainwashing speech was none other than old Lazarus. Now we will announce the divisions to which the new recruits have been assigned. Enlistment day will be in 1 week. Old man Ike handed a brown cloth bag to Doan. Here, take this. You'll like it. You can connect it to your magic. I call it 7. Doan nodded gratefully. Yes, he thought to himself. Doan, huh? He wanted to try it right away. So, he immediately called his best friend Lucas. Let's go. That guy was feeling super down. Lucas had finally been assigned to the Faith Division, where his father was the vice captain. Doan still had to cheer him up. Why do you look so down? We're going to be late for the meeting, let's go. The two of them chatted cheerfully, but Doan's head was throbbing. Is this some kind of divine punishment, Doan? He patted his shoulder consolingly. Think of it as a learning opportunity. Who knows, it might be a blessing in disguise. In the room, several people were training. Some were sparring with swords, others were gathered in groups talking. These were the seniors of the Faith Division, all busy with their training. Before the two could even say a word, a voice rang out. The rookies we've been waiting for have arrived. His eyes were drawn to a certain insignia. It was none other than the blonde man Adrian, the high-ranking leader of the Faith Division. He beamed, waving friendly, I'm Adrian. Doan stared at him. That guy. He's the Faith Division leader with the high-rank insignia. The two bowed their heads in greeting and introduced themselves. Doan, basic rank of the Faith Division. Lucas, basic rank of the Faith Division. The old man laughed heartily, walking towards them with open arms. Haha, welcome. I was getting bored since we haven't had any newcomers. Doan, let me test your skills. The two were completely confused. Why is he suddenly so interested in my skills? He pointed to the side. Your opponent will be this man. The other guy had just said it was a pleasure to meet them. When Lucas looked like he'd been struck by lightning, his jaw dropped and his eyes wide. I am Oka, vice captain of the Faith Division. This is just unbelievable. Do we really have to fight you? Old man Oka was very serious, crossing his arms and looking straight at Doan. On the battlefield, there are no set times. It's been 5 years since I've seen you use a sword with divine power. I want to see how much stronger you've become. Doan calmly accepted the challenge. I'm also very curious about that myself, to see what level I can reach here. The old man wasn't surprised. You're as confident as ever, but a match against me requires more than bold words. You have to prove your strength. Show me what you do best. As he spoke, the old man drew the longsword from his back. A blue light also began to glow from Doan's hand. What I do best is magic, and my 12 magically infused blades. Old man Oka still remembered. Interesting. It seems the number of blades has increased. Doan nodded. That's right. I was given a special gift on the day of my enlistment. He could tell with just a glance that it was clearly Ike's work. Have you named it yet? Doan introduced it. I call it 7. The old man stared at the identical sword fragments floating around him. It means a knight that protects its master. The blades look rather ordinary for such a name. Does it have power worthy of you? I'd like to see its capabilities as well. Suddenly, Doan spoke seriously. Sir, there's something I'd like to ask you. Oka paused. What is it? It turned out to be a request from Doan. Would you allow me to strike first? Adrian, who was watching, became excited. Now that's impressive. Old man Oka immediately became wary. Of course he couldn't refuse this request. His eyes narrowed. It wasn't out of fear. This kid definitely has something planned. This little brat is a clever one. The old man's sword pointed straight at him, gleamed. I will not show any mercy to a poor imitation from anyone anywhere. This sword of his is the claymore swordsmanship of the Bao Sao clan. He knew he had trained relentlessly with Lucas for 5 years just to understand it. But facing Vice Captain Oka created a completely different kind of pressure compared to Lucas. Before attacking, he gave a warning. Here I come. His blue eye glowed brightly, and the sword fragments shot forward like sharp arrows. The old man swung his sword defensively, making a comment. It still lacks fluidity, but with a bit more refinement, it will become a truly terrifying weapon. However, the old man immediately switched to the offensive. You're still a long way from matching me. And it was true. The old man was so fast and strong that Doan couldn't react in time. He stared blankly at the old man. I'm going to get hit. A glowing mana orb in his palm was instantly activated. I can't possibly block a sword strike coming at this speed. The best I can do right now is to slow that sword down. A series of mana ribbons from him wrapped tightly around Old Man Oka like binding cords. The old man couldn't move quickly anymore. Lucas watched, stunned. It's like the sword is caught by some kind of force. This was all part of my plan. I changed the weight and friction to hold that sword in place, adjusting the trajectory and using the airflow to guide 7 forward. Old Man Oka realized it too. He's learned a few new skills. But these little tricks can't stop my blade. You still don't have enough power for that. The old man's entire body leaped high into the air, swinging the sword down with both hands. It looked incredibly dangerous. All of Doan's sword fragments immediately wrapped around the old man's blade, stopping it. The swords trembled, but managed to hold on. Just that alone showed how strong he was. Even Old Man Oka exclaimed, "Impressive. Those blades have far more power than I anticipated." Doan escaped the dangerous situation, putting some distance between himself and the old man. He was well aware of his own weakness. But my mana is too weak to completely control his sword path. I know this is beyond my capabilities. I can regenerate 7 and control it again without any trouble. But the problem is, there's no way to retreat now. In that case, I'll have to face him head on. A fireball ignited in Doan's hand. Time to use my trump card. Old man Oka was caught off guard and startled. Luckily, he managed to block the fireball with his sword, nearly losing face. The students watching were shocked. The old man burst out laughing. I didn't expect that. Doan quickly said, I'm sorry. That last attack was too dangerous. One of the old man's cheeks was now burned. But instead of getting angry, he asked, well then, care to try again? Adrian, standing on the sidelines, couldn't stop grinning and applauded loudly. I can't believe you burned his beard on your first day here. Lucas, standing beside him, was struggling to hold back his laughter. The others also gathered around to tease him. Vice Captain, I guess you're not bushy beard anymore, but half beard, right? They chattered excitedly. That new kid is pretty good. Looks like the rumors were true, even if he's still a bit clumsy in combat, lowering his aim with the fireball just now out of some silly politeness. Hey kid, Adrian suddenly called out to Doan, come over here for a second. He praised him seriously. That was an interesting fight. Both your magic and your swordsmanship skills are good. Doan recalled his sword fragments. Yes, sir. Adrian asked again, what did you think of the vice captain's swordsmanship? He gave his honest assessment. Every strike contained explosive power, and his movements were always fluid when attacking. Adrian teased, it's funny because you instinctively blocked and dodged those strikes. Doan felt embarrassed hearing that. I feel like I'm still far below his level. Well, obviously. The old man has many more years of experience than you. Adrian hummed lightly. But it looks like you learned a valuable lesson from that duel. He slapped Doan heartily on the shoulder. In any case, you did well. The Faith Division highly values that kind of adaptability of yours. You'll fit in well with how we do things here. Seeing his sad face, he encouraged him, don't rush things. Even though you aren't quite there yet in combat, you're ready for the challenges ahead. Jago trained you well. After saying that, he turned and called for Cinna. She answered immediately. Yes, Commander. He ordered help Doan advance even further while he's here. She acknowledged the order, understood. All right, Doan is settled for now. The next rookie was none other than Lucas. As soon as he saw him, Adrian grinned from ear to ear. Oh, I know the perfect person for you to fight next. It was Oe's vice captain from the Trust Division. This guy is unbelievable, making a father and son fight each other. Lucas couldn't believe it. Please spare me. Before starting their private training session, Cinna said, there are a few things I need to talk to you about regarding that last match. Doan, your magic is truly impressive, but a moment ago, if you couldn't maintain distance from your opponent, you would have been the one struggling to gain the upper hand. Doan knew this. It was exactly what he'd been thinking. She's right. The greater the distance between me and the enemy, the better. Losing my maneuvering space like I just did is extremely dangerous for me. She began the training. Now, pay close attention first. The way you use your footwork in battle is the key to victory. She demonstrated all of her skills. Doan watched in shock. This was the first time he'd ever seen her wield a sword. She maintained her breathing and speed, while moving gracefully, her footsteps as light as clouds. Even though it was just a practice match, her movements, flowing with her mana, looked incredibly natural. This wasn't something you could master in just a few days. Cinna didn't hold anything back, and after her demonstration, she looked at Doan and said, even if you want to learn it right away, it will take time to get used to it like this. But before the sweat could dry, she froze, staring at him. His voice rang out, don't be hasty. Doan pictured himself standing there, surrounded by the radiating light of his mana. He was recalling the vice captain's movements from the match. The wide arc of the greatsword, how to maintain just enough distance, and then how to dodge its path. But everything would be different when facing a complex sword path. Even a slight tilt of a toe could decide life and death. Up to this point, it's no different from what I've done before. But if I use long-range magic to control the opponent's movements, the difference in our mana will decide the outcome. But my mana is still at a basic level. Now that I've joined the Alliance, I have to assume every enemy is stronger than me. Imitating a senior's actions is meaningless, because our core abilities are completely different. Doan had figured all this out on his own. Simply imitating without understanding the core principle was useless. Cinna looked at him and could guess, it seems you've realized something. He spoke up, those movements aren't something I can master quickly, but Cinna, you just imitated it after seeing it once, and now you're saying that. He shook his head and explained, I can't advance any further if I just keep copying you. I can't become like you, senior. She looked at Doan confused. Are you giving up? Have I been misjudging you all this time? The word give up doesn't exist in your vocabulary, does it? She furrowed her brow, trying to persuade him. I only demonstrated a simple move. You're a talented mage. Why are you getting discouraged so quickly? You just sound like you're whining. Her words made him pause. A mage must. He understood. Instead of blaming my weak mana, I should find a way to do what I can do. If I control the flow of mana to create the movements I want, I can stop the enemy from entering my safe zone, creating an invisible wall to protect myself. An imaginary boundary. That's it. The very thing I've been searching for. It seems he learned many valuable lessons today. Doan recalled something he had learned before. Below is the sacred fire barrier that Lord Arthur taught me. The sacred fire barrier. With my current power, I think I can replicate a part of its strength. If I can't completely stop an enemy from entering my space, then this method might be the closest solution to what I'm looking for. He raised his hand, and a mana orb began to glow. Control the trajectory and neutralize attacks from the enemy, while also enhancing the effectiveness of my own attacks. For me, this is my private space that no one can invade. Suddenly, someone stepped in. Without any warning, he immediately looked over and summoned his sword fragments. That person without a word rushed forward and attacked with lightning speed, clearly issuing a challenge. When you adjust the speed and friction of a sword, the power of a strike changes. This also means the trajectory of the blade will be affected. He recognized their movements. I see it now. Cinna watched Doan training frantically inside his space. She didn't know what to do, just stood there watching. Meanwhile, he was fighting against an illusion. No matter who the opponent is, I must train my body to be agile and regulate my breathing to maintain this speed, dodging all incoming attacks. Suddenly, he froze, startled. The illusion had transformed into Cinna, who was knocking away his blades. She had finally figured it out. I was wondering what you were doing, lost in thought all by yourself. It turns out you've discovered such a fascinating defensive method, he replied politely. Just as you guided me, senior, I have improved. She knew she hadn't really done anything, but she shyly turned away. Your talent for flattery hasn't changed, I see. Well then, let's see what you've learned. The lesson isn't over yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot forward like an arrow. This attack seemed intense. Doan controlled his small blades, merging them into one long sword. Cinna rushed in too quickly and fell right into his trap, her body feeling weary. What is this magic? The air feels heavy and restrictive. This isn't normal at all. Doan's eyes gleamed as he looked at her with a smug smile. Your first step was a bit off, senior. She had to admit it. Yes. I almost lost my breathing rhythm and my movement speed. This magic of yours will probably be very useful in a real fight. He knew his strengths, but he also understood his weaknesses. But I'm still not talented enough to keep up with the senior's movements. Cinna praised him. Recognizing your own weaknesses is the way to gain deeper insight into yourself. True understanding of everything will come from that, you see. But based on your recent speed and breathing, you should slow down and not push yourself so hard. You seem too hasty, he asked with wide, surprised eyes. You mean I look like I'm rushing too much? He had to admit that was true. Yes, could you guide me? More on this movement part, senior. Of course. That's why I'm here to guide you. The scene changes to another location where a sound is heard from inside a door. Come in. Cinna pushed the door right open. Inside the room, a guy named Adrian and old man Oa were waiting. The two of them, the commander and vice commander, have summoned me. Ah, the blonde guy got straight to the point. I've heard many praises about the kid here. He seems to have overcome the usual limitations of a mage. You've guided him well, haven't you? Old man Oa, with his arms crossed, asked seriously. Isn't it just that his innate talent was properly unlocked? A single sentence was enough to negate all of Cinna's efforts. But she just went along with it. I didn't do anything that special either. Adrian chuckled in response. You're so humble, but what you taught him is the foundation for his future growth. So Cinna will be responsible for his training from now on, right? We should probably teach him a thing or two as well, shouldn't we? He had it all figured out. But the compatibility and understanding between Cinna and Doan is the best. The two of them made the decision right then and there. So let Doan accompany you on this mission. She was completely floored when she heard that. Is it already time to do that? He had this huge, unbelievable grin on his face. He even tried to reassure Cinna. It's nothing too major, just a light reconnaissance mission. The vice commander already cleared out the Zoal rebels' farm, but it seems they're planning something new. The only information Adrian has is that they appear to be gathering mercenaries in Orland to make some kind of move against the Empire. All you have to do is sneak into their ranks and monitor the situation. Just a little observation. Just think of it as an outdoor internship, alright? It sounded way too easy. She was at a loss for words. Even if she didn't want to, she had to stay quiet and do it. Elsewhere, while Doan was training with Lucas, someone approached them. Today, right, it was Sophia holding a sword and a spear. It's great that you two have already been assigned missions. Sophia alone was assigned to Unit 4. She was appointed to the Honor Guard. The Honor Guard is a combat group consisting mainly of mages and magic swordsmen, specializing in protecting other mages. Sophia wasn't too thrilled about it. You could see the sadness in her eyes. She wanted to wield a sword more than a shield, but Doan still thought optimistically. But who knows, maybe this job will suit her better. As perceptive as he was, Lucas was just as dense. He said it straight to her face. You're still clumsy with your weapons and you want to talk about going on missions. The two immediately started arguing. I'm trying my best. I was given a weapon I'm not used to, so of course it's difficult. He could tell just by listening. Perhaps she hasn't realized what she needs to improve on. So he gave her a suggestion. Why don't you ask the seniors in the Honor Guard for help? It seemed like Sophia had only just thought of it. The seniors, he nodded. Yeah. They seem really friendly. Sophia froze again and turned to ask Lucas. Is the protection squad on your side like that too? He nodded. They're pretty nice too. Doan couldn't believe these two. He wondered if she didn't realize that everyone around her was being nice, or if she was just pretending not to know. She tends to be withdrawn, so we should probably help her out more. Lucas even put his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, and gave her a piece of advice. Well, whatever. They're not as nice as you think. They all call me the meddling kid. The problem is probably your attitude. Even so, she was still hesitant. Still, I don't feel confident enough to ask the seniors for help. So, before you go, could you take a quick look at the sword style I've been learning and help me out? The only people she really trusted were Doan and Lucas. He agreed immediately. Of course, it would be better if Lucas sparred with you though. Lucas was already teasing his friend. I'm not too confident about giving her advice. Sophia was annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. Come on, let's just practice first and talk later. No sooner said than done. She gripped her sword firmly and charged forward. Here I come. At first her match with Lucas was evenly matched. He was fighting pretty seriously too. Once the fight started, she realized that Uncle Oka had a reason for creating that type of shield. Maybe I should use it more proactively. Instead of just blocking, it would be more effective to deflect the opponent's attacks. Doan noticed this too. While observing the two, he took notes. Her stance needs to be a bit lower, and the way she controls her mana needs to be a bit stronger. In the heat of the moment, someone came to call for Doan and Lucas. It was Cinna. She stood in the distance, waving them over. But before he left, he handed her the notebook. Here, hold on to this for me. I wrote down some points for you to improve on. I hope it's helpful. She took it immediately. Thank you, Doan. You didn't have to do all this for me, he replied casually. We're friends, aren't we? When you get back, I'll help you more. She couldn't help but smile happily. She waved goodbye to them. I'll be waiting for you all. Please take care. In life, having a few good friends like this is more than enough. The group traveled for a long time before finally arriving. This is the place we're going to, a small city located to the northeast. Cinna told the two of them to leave their horses here and walk inside. Another problem arose. Doan, with a throbbing headache, blamed Lucas. I told you to learn how to ride properly. Are you okay? He was still arguing. I thought just sitting on the horse would be enough. Other than being a little dizzy, I'm fine. Cinna wasn't pleased at all. She immediately reprimanded him. Lucas, as soon as you get back to the academy, you need to practice. We don't need anyone holding back our mission. When she spoke, he was as obedient as a puppy. Yes, ma'am. She then reminded the two of them. Have you forgotten? We are currently just mercenaries, scouting the area for a mission. Watch how you talk to me, or you'll blow our cover. After she said that, he replied again. Yes, ma'am. She seemed very cautious. Before entering, she warned them once more. Let me repeat, this is a top-secret espionage mission. This city, part of the Gaetan Kingdom, was once a crucial transit point, but due to political reasons, it's been neglected for a long time. When immigrants from many different lands gathered on the outskirts of Orland, this area naturally became a haven for criminals. To separate the criminals from the central district, Orland officially named the outskirts the immigrant zone and built high walls to enclose it. Until now, they never cared about what happened inside that area, but now the threat is spreading to the city center, and they can no longer ignore it. Orland doesn't have a friendly relationship with our alliance, so we have to disguise ourselves as mercenaries to gather information here. We'll probably get more information if we split into smaller groups. Doan and Lucas nodded in agreement. The quarantine zone seems to be having trouble with zombies. Zoel probably created that situation. The goal is to gather intelligence. But don't forget, safety is the top priority. Doan immediately asked, puzzled, are we going to pose as a punishment squad to get into the quarantine zone? The young woman replied, we'll go in disguise so we aren't discovered. Lucas then asked, is there any way to restore the infected zombies back into humans? Of course not. For now, all we can do is destroy them. She planned to give this task to Doan. Can you handle this reconnaissance mission? He's never been scared of anything. He nodded immediately. Yes, I can. The young woman, still worried, reminded him again and again. Anyway, this is just recon, so don't do anything reckless. Luke started getting impatient. I got it, sis. The two had changed how they addressed each other. The young woman was shocked again. What he argued back, didn't you tell me not to call you senior anymore? It's true, you just can't please some people. She was at a loss for words, letting out a long sigh. Fine. Now that everything's settled, let's get going. Inside the citadel, a large crowd of people stood in a long line. Doan had also blended into the crowd. He could feel it clearly. The density of dark mana and the air contamination here were severe. The population was diverse in species completely different from the Imperial Alliance. The atmosphere here was very gloomy. Glancing around, he wondered, are these people mercenaries? The reason he thought so was because he heard one of them say, we're here to sign up for the punishment squad to clear out the zombies. Here are our mercenary credentials. The person speaking was Exa. The guy licked the tip of his pen and asked, 3 of you, or 4? She replied 3. He pointed to one side. All right, there's a group already waiting over there. Go join them now. Bring back the zombies' tongues, and you'll be paid for each zombie you kill. The 3 of them split up, pretending not to know each other. When it was Doan's turn to present his papers, the man looked at them and asked, "You just left the magic tower, didn't you? Being a mercenary is the fastest way to gain real combat experience." Next, he successfully got through, but it felt a little off. They didn't even ask for any more of his information, which was a relief. I thought they'd stop me since I look pretty young. I wonder who I'll be grouped with. I'll just treat this as a chance to get some real combat experience. Suddenly, his eyes fell on 3 guys, leaning against a corner of the wall. One of them also noticed Doan. "Is that the kid?" Another looked on dismissively. "He's just a child. That weak-looking, can he even defend himself? At that age, he's probably only learned basic magic. He'll definitely just get in our way and lower our reward. Whatever we have, enough people anyway. We'll just go in there and pretend the kid doesn't exist." With that thought, they approached him. Who knows, maybe the kid will be kind enough to die for us right at the start. He said this without hiding a shred of his killing intent. Doan heard everything but couldn't be bothered to care, thinking with exasperation, what rotten luck. If I stick around them, it's just going to be exhausting. They didn't care whether he agreed or not, and just called out, "Stop mumbling. Let's go, kid. Follow me, newbie." He followed the group of people. "Whoa, this room is nice. Let's take a look before we go. Fresh fruit here, check it out." Doan observed the area as he walked. Even though it's a quarantine zone, the outer territory is like a normal flea market. Since it's near the city gate, there's a lot of foot traffic, so this area seems pretty safe. That means it'll be hard to find those Dio creatures here. Doan, walking at the very back, secretly used his magic. "I'll use a spell to create a disturbance in the air to blur my presence. Then I'll blend into the crowd naturally. Going alone will make reconnaissance more effective. Why should I have to work with such rude people? Going solo is the best option." Suddenly, a light caught his attention. It was the shimmering light of mana flying straight up into the sky. It came from a girl wearing an outfit similar to his. He immediately recognized Senior Na's Mana. "She's watching me." He remembered what she had said earlier inside the quarantine zone. The zombies created by Dole seem to be running rampant. The objective is to gather intelligence, but don't forget that your life is the top priority. He figured it out right away. "They're probably worried about me because this is my first mission." Doan placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head gratefully. "Being watched over like this, I don't want to disappoint her either. First, I have to find a trace of the zombies. Zombies are humanoid monsters created from living people through the necromancy of dark mages or dark priests. They possess superior physical strength, with teeth and claws as sharp as blades, and a long, snake-like tongue that hangs out. It's rumored they survive by eating human flesh. I've only seen pictures of them in books, so I'm not sure how terrifying they really are." He looked around and saw several thin, ragged people sitting all over the street. The atmosphere in this area was truly grim. The sick, the hungry, and the drunk were lying scattered in the middle of the road. In a place like this, even if someone died or suddenly disappeared, no one would even notice. It reminded him of Bowin's mother. Maybe that's why Zetio chose this place. In their eyes, the residents here are just the perfect raw materials for creating corpses. He promised himself he couldn't let this continue. If people turned into trees at the refugee camp, then here, these corpses are just another form of that transformation. For the sake of peace and the survival of humanity, we need to end this. Not a world filled with wrongful deaths, but a place brimming with laughter, a place of eternal peace and stability, and where everyone can dream of a bright future. For that ideal world, from the day I met Bowin's mother again, it's time to fulfill the promise I made. We've come quite a long way from the entrance. As he was walking, Doan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Over there, some people were fighting, but looking closer, he realized they were zombies. No doubt about it, that's an undead. They looked so disgusting that he felt sick. It must be because they were created by dark magic. That voice. He realized it was Lucas fighting them. As noisy as ever. Has he forgotten our mission is reconnaissance? But wait, something's wrong. Why is he just standing still? His posture was also very strange. Behind him, a whole horde of the undead was approaching. Lucas's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at them, grinding his teeth. 2 of the undead suddenly froze. Seeing Lucas charge at them with his sword drawn, they turned and fled for their lives. Lucas roared, "Stop right there," and he quickly seized the opportunity to chase after them. "Damn it, I have to follow it." Even as monsters, the undead still retained some rationality. When it saw Lucas tear its comrades to shreds, that image must have been horrifying in the corpse's eyes. It probably thought running away or calling for reinforcements was the smart move. "I have to catch it before it disappears." He ran as fast as he could, trying to keep up. The distance between them grew wider and wider. With my current amount of mana, I can't go any faster. Chasing an undead without knowing its movement skills was probably a mistake. Before he completely lost its trail, he quickly threw out a sharp dagger piercing straight through the monster. He followed the long trail of blood on the ground, having to track every last trace it left. Alright, the bloodstain is faint and broken, but there's no sign of magical energy. I'll have to use whatever I can. The blood trail continues in this direction. If only I'd known, I would have learned teleportation magic from Sir Jigo. I was way too overconfident. I'm just now realizing the Faith Guard has a movement technique that's both fast and stealthy. They use mana in their legs to propel themselves forward, increasing their speed. It's different from Black's old movement skill. I sneak a glance at her, still following close behind me. Her style is more graceful, light, and fluid. That means she's still nearby. The captain must have had a reason for pairing me with Senior Cinna. It was probably so I could understand the unique characteristics of the Faith Guard and learn the movement techniques used for pursuit and reconnaissance. Maybe that's the real reason I was given this mission. The first time I saw my senior's movement technique, I felt it was elusive and hard to grasp, like flowing water or blowing wind. It's hard to tell where it begins or ends, but that's what creates its freedom. Instead of using an explosive burst of mana to launch forward, she steps on dispersed mana and glides lightly over it. My mana isn't on Senior Cinna's level yet, but there's enough around me to move. If I'm going to apply that, I first need to focus on what's in front of me. Doan discovered a very strange place. Looking around, he wondered, is this a den of the undead? It seemed some people had been captured. Many were severely injured, but a few were still alive. He immediately threw a blade shard outside. Before it was too late, he killed several of them without hesitation. I have to save them. Suddenly, more zombies swarmed the area. They actually dared to charge and attack him. Of course, these mobs were just small fry. A single wave of Doan's hand would be enough to take them down. He used a mana shield and incinerated the whole group with fire. The three guys from before watched in terror. One zombie was engulfed in flames, while right next to it another was frozen solid. He realized the greatest strength of his domain was its ability to slow down time for everything within its range. Furthermore, the domain is very stable, so it can be used as a private magic laboratory. It was the perfect time to test that spell. Sorry, but there's something I want to try. First, steel thermal exchange amplification. A blast of mana light shot straight into the sky as small blades flew out from his body. I was ordered to cut out their tongues. Once their tongues are cut, what value do they have left? Then there's only one way. Just as he turned, he recognized the three captured men. It's those damn guys. Now they were scared enough to piss their pants. Wait, why are you looking at us like that? We're human. Hey, mage. Sir, we meet again. They shamelessly begged him. We might have been a bit out of line before, but you can't just leave us like this. That's right. When you disappeared, we went looking for you and ended up getting caught like this. I never imagined you were such a great mage. Doan spoke in a cold, contemptuous voice. Isn't this what they call running your mouth gets you into trouble? The group grew even more fearful. What are you talking about? Just kidding. Wasting words on these guys was pointless. He directly cut the ropes to free them. Without a single word of thanks, the group scurried off. We're alive. Another second, and we would have been goners. When we saw you charge in, you looked terrifying. How did you all get captured by the undead? If it were just the undead, it would have been fine, but there was a necromancer among them. He was shocked to get this information. A necromancer. They pointed towards the forest. Yes, he controlled us, and then headed that way. I saw him go over that hill. The three of them, reckless and overconfident, charged ahead without knowing their own limits. Then we need to go now. Just then, Cinna appeared right behind him. You did well, Junior. He turned his head and replied, Thank you, Senior Cinna. The junior had a reason for showing herself. Where there's a necromancer, there are bound to be a lot of undead. From now on, we'll proceed together. He's causing a lot of commotion, so he should still be safe. Doan took the opportunity to try it out. I might get a chance to use the movement technique. He thought this was his chance. The more missions he did, the more hopeful he felt, and the more he could improve himself. The two of them chased after the zombies until the sky was pitch black. During this time, Doan had a breakthrough. It was just as he predicted. Senior Cinna was using mana energy. At first glance, it was hard to notice because of how skillfully she applied it. She would step on a moving current of mana and push her body forward. It felt like she wasn't fighting the energy current, but rather taking advantage of it. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Something was wrong. His legs began to tremble. Damn it. I almost fell because I lost my focus. I need to concentrate again. Her movement technique was second only to the captain of the Faith Guard. It was only natural for a rookie like me to be left behind. However, I can't stop here. The junior Cinna was already quite a distance ahead of him. I have to catch up to her no matter what. Minimize the friction and rebound from the ground under my feet. Place my feet gently on the flowing mana current. Follow the path she carved through the energy current and launch forward like a straight arrow. By doing just that, he was soon running right alongside his junior. Cinna turned slightly surprised. You caught up fast. Did you figure something out just now? The two were on a mission, but in reality it was also a training session. He replied, yes. The key is not to resist the flow of mana. Correct. No adjustments needed. You're brighter than she thought. You realize that in such a short amount of time. He nodded honestly. I couldn't have figured it out without you, Senior, if she didn't mind. The two of them zipped through the horde of zombies like lightning. Let me handle this part, Senior. They had finally caught up to the necromancer. It was Doan's turn to capture him. With one palm strike, he killed a demon. He cleared the area in no time, but he had a feeling this was just the tip of the iceberg. He could clearly sense something was wrong. From the intelligent class mutated creatures, even the ones around Lucas were clearly different. Yet these things weren't trying to escape. The more they were attacked, the more ferocious they became. Are these things getting dumber? Could it be the influence of the dark mage? Just then, another zombie lunged forward, daring to throw a punch back at him. It was trying to launch a sneak attack, but he had Cinna with him. The junior rushed forward and split it in two with a single strike. Doan jumped back, startled. Senior. She said nothing, only glancing in a certain direction to signal him. He understood her, meaning immediately, and dashed off. He knew he needed to be highly focused. If he made a mistake, Senior Cinna would be in danger too. He had to concentrate, taking out a mana orb to prepare for the next battle. Applying the safe distance he had discovered the other day, he continuously fired fireballs into their ranks. Flames roared, incinerating countless creatures. Yet they weren't afraid, still charging forward relentlessly. Behind them there was definitely someone in control. Everything Doan had suspected was correct. That necromancer was dressed in black with his face completely covered. Cinna spotted him and quickly shouted, "Doan, watch out." He froze, staring rigidly at the figure. What is this? He's summoning something. A skeleton demon with razor-sharp claws. He himself was no ordinary person, an undead necromancer. He realized with a shock. Did he cast magic on his own body? Not just its shape, its mana had also become malevolent and black as night. It was exactly like the dark creature I saw in my vision. The demon was about to charge and attack him. Here it comes. The sharp shards from Doan's spell shot straight at it, but it was like throwing an egg against a rock. They didn't leave a single scratch. Suddenly, I'm getting worried. This can't be happening. It blocked my shadow pierce. It's much tougher than I thought. On top of that, it moves incredibly fast, but there has to be a weakness. I see it now. However, inside this domain, its movements are restricted. If you enter my space, you play by my rules. Now, if I attack with a fireball. Before Doan could even act, Cinna had already charged forward to attack. His face went pale, his jaw hanging open as he stared in disbelief, not understanding at all. We were in the middle of a good fight. I wanted to scream, "Don't. Even though your swordsmanship is incredible, that sword can't pierce this monster's thick hide." But she didn't seem to care. She just kept on fighting. She leaped high into the air, ready to bring her swords down on the demon's head, one in each hand. She struck with a powerful slash, and to my surprise, she actually lopped the demon's head right off. As expected of a senior, it was quick and clean. Doan witnessed this display, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was the first time he'd seen such a radiant sword aura in real life. It looked like the mana wasn't just filling the blade, but radiating outwards. This person is dangerous, but just as expected, Senior Cinna is truly formidable. And on top of that, she wields a genuine masterpiece of a sword. The two agreed to press on. Good job, Doan. There must be more traces. Let's keep following them. Yes, Senior. It was late at night, and the two were still wandering through the filthy, deserted village. I can't sense any signs of life here either. The people left on the streets were either exhausted from hunger or writhing in sickness. It was horrifying. Suddenly, Cinna stopped. "We're here, Doan." He looked in surprise at the dilapidated building before them. "Could that be Zoel's lair?" he asked curiously. "Is this Steo's main headquarters?" Cinna knew it was just one of their branch facilities. There are probably many similar branches within the quarantine zone. Then let's head in. The two moved silently, trying to avoid being detected. Doan looked around. The smell of blood is so thick in this place. Could they be conducting experiments on humans here? As his mind wandered, Cinna's voice cut through. "Perfect timing. We've found it. This way, Doan." In front of them was a circular black magic formation. Why is there a magic circle on the wall? They're using a magic formula to hide the entrance. If we can decipher this, we might be able to open a path inside. While he was still thinking of a way, Cinna walked up and kicked the wall straight on. So much for a magic circle. A single kick punched a huge hole in the wall, creating an entrance. I was speechless as she turned to me and asked, "What?" A flustered Doan advised, "Don't. If you go in, it'll definitely hurt a lot." Of course she didn't believe him and just walked right inside. You say the strangest things. Neither of them was harmed at all. I followed her inside, finding it hard to believe. This place was a library. Unknown magic circles, magical formulas, and stacks of books filled with magical records. Suddenly, one book caught his attention. "Wait, what is that ancient-looking book?" He picked it up to take a look. "Could this be a grimoire bound in human skin? I need to examine it more closely." He opened it and scanned the pages. Inside was a familiar-looking magic circle. The moment he saw it, he flinched. This magic circle. I remember now. This is the Gatia stone. He recalled the identical drawing on the owl's egg. Although it wasn't a perfect match, it was very similar to the magic circle he had seen before. Seeing his stunned expression, Cinna knew right away. "Did you find something?" He told her, "It contains variations of an original magic circle. So is this a spell to turn people into the undead?" "No, that's not it. It seems more like some kind of spell to summon or awaken an entity, you know. like how that dark priest allowed a demon to possess his body. He had to summon his owl right away. The moment he called it, instantly appeared before him. The two had a sweet little reunion. He could even understand it now. Did you just call me master? More importantly, owl, are you a demon? The grimoire we saw earlier and this stone are similar. Did you know? Cinna looked at the little owl in surprise. What's with this owl? Doan explained to her. When I was little, I bought a stone at a magic shop. The owl was born from it. It hatched. From a stone. Hard to believe, I know. From a stone, huh? He stared at the page, lost in thought. The magic circle carved on that stone is very similar to the one in this book, so I'm wondering if there's some connection to the owl. Malevolent mana characters. It felt as if they carried some intense will, a language not of this world. What would happen if I used it? Cinna had also found something. She held it up and told him, let's head back for now. The item she found looked like some kind of instructional document. It seems their superiors have ordered them to increase the number of undead. That means there are many more of Zell's branches in the quarantine zone. We need to report this to the Orland City Hall and propose a large-scale sweep. Elsewhere, Lucas was still busy killing zombies. He fought until he was exhausted. Whew, these things are really stubborn. That's 3 of them down. Just then, the other 2 returned. Luke, his face lit up when he saw Cinna. She offered a few words of praise. Good job. Thanks to you. The investigation went smoothly. He grinned from ear to ear. Oh, it was nothing. Just a simple task. Is the investigation already finished? The 3 of them started to leave together. Yeah, we're heading back to Orland City Hall. Let's go. Lucas rubbed his aching shoulders and said to Doan, Whew, I must have caught around 30 of them. Usually catching 5 is considered a lot. That's good enough. Well done. It was his turn to ask Doan, how many did you get? After all that frantic fighting, he could only give an estimate. About 50. Just then, Lucas saw the head floating right behind him and jumped out of his skin. Wait, what is that? Doan explained. This is the head of a dark priest and the tongue of an undead. I figured I'd need proof to get credit for completing the mission. Lucas looked like he was about to pass out. Whether you need it or not, people could faint just from seeing that thing. Hearing that, Doan finally realized. Now that you mention it, Lucas was at a loss for words. Do you really have zero consideration for other people's feelings? Cinna also chimed in. Doan, we're about to enter the city. Put it away. The 3 arrived back at the small city and the Orland City Hall. The doors were closed and guarded. A guard looked out from inside. Mercenaries, what business do you have at the city hall? Cinna replied, we need to see the mayor. It was late at night. One of them even scoffed. What in the world are you talking about? The market has no place for the likes of you. Instead, you should go hunt corpses. Seeing you all empty-handed like this, I doubt you could even catch a rat, let alone a corpse. He's messing with the wrong person. Cinna's hand clenched into a tight fist. I'll say it again. Take me to the mayor. The man was startled. The 3 of them took off their cloaks. We're from the Alliance. This time, no one would dare stand in their way. In the meeting room, the dark mage's head sat on the table, radiating a deathly aura. The secretary's face went pale, and he began to tremble. Please wait a moment. I'll get the mayor right away. The 3 of them sat, waiting in the room. Doan noticed X was intently writing something. Realizing his senior wasn't using a normal pen, she was writing with mana without a nib. The mana characters appeared clearly before his eyes. As she wrote, the mana flowed into the air, and Doan could read it all. But just a moment later, he couldn't see them anymore. They had vanished. It seemed Cinna had intentionally stopped him from seeing it. Is that a magic tool? He was about to ask his senior, but she was sitting with her arms crossed, lost in thought. Her eyes closed in concentration, so he knew better than to interrupt and kept his mouth shut. Well, I'll just ask later. For now, I need to ask Owl a few things. I need it to appear right now. Owl, what exactly are you? Are you a demon? But as soon as he asked, it immediately hid. With this attitude, I'm definitely not getting any information out of Owl. Seeing that it couldn't even remember its own past, he reassured it. It's okay. He gently stroked its head. I'm not disappointed in you. He just sat there talking to the owl. Oh really? So you have such a special ability. Suddenly, the owl said something. He understood it, and was completely shocked. What? So to use that power, you ate this. It was the head of that dark mage. You mean to use that power you have to eat this? Its answer was indeed yes. Its eyes even sparkled as it clasped its hands in front of its chest, begging to eat it. Is this thing really necessary to restore a part of your power? Still, he felt something wasn't quite right, but his own aura began to fluctuate unusually. Then Cinna's voice rang out. Just give it to him. He didn't expect his senior to be paying attention to him. However, if they brought that head back, they would surely earn great merit in front of their superiors. She didn't care about that kind of recognition. It wasn't important. If it was necessary, they could just give it away, so what could be better? Doan nodded immediately. Okay. The owl approached the head, glancing warily at the 3 of them. Its mouth slowly opened wide. Doan watched, feeling a chill run down his spine. Just then, Lucas woke up. His heart skipped a beat. He groggily opened his eyes to the incredibly bizarre sight of the owl's mouth opening wide enough to swallow the entire demon head. He almost jumped straight for the door. He screamed, "What is that thing?" Doan had to turn and explain immediately. "Calm down, Lucas. Its name is Owl." But he still couldn't understand. "Owl," he reminded him. "Remember that small gatia stone you got for me at the magic shop? I used a combination of magic formulas and it appeared from inside it. Before, when I was with Senior Cinna, I found a magic book at the branch. The magic circle in that book looked very similar to the one on the gatia stone. I suspect there's some kind of connection between the two, but I'm not entirely sure." He asked worriedly, "So, is it dangerous? What if it's connected to RTO?" He waved his hand reassuringly. "It's fine, I've completely purified it." "So what was that about you letting it eat that head just now? It said it can only use its ability after eating a person's head. The rumor is that it can reveal an opponent's secrets." By this time, the owl had finished its meal and its body had doubled in size. They continued talking. "Wow, that's insane. Can it really do that? I'm not sure, but..." As they were speaking, a group of people entered. Doan glanced at the door. "We might be able to test it right now." As the men appeared, one said, "Oh, I've made you wait for so long, my sincerest apologies. If only you had given us advance notice that the Alliance was coming," the mayor said, wiping the sweat beading on his face. Cinna greeted him. "Well, Mayor Bordeaux of Penn City." The old man stared at them. "Allow me to extend my greetings." It seemed he had arrived in a great hurry. "I heard you entered the quarantine zone before coming here. I hope you didn't run into any trouble." Before the old man could even sit down, he saw the pitch-black owl on the table and jumped. He panicked and shrieked, "What is this giant owl? Does the Alliance raise bizarre creatures like this too?" As if his fear wasn't enough, the owl leaped right onto his head. A few of his underlings rushed towards the mayor, but they had only taken 2 steps before Doan's sharp blade stopped them in their tracks. The entire group was frozen in place like statues. Lucas also quickly drew his sword and pointed it straight at the fat old man. He used the old man as a hostage, warning them not to move. The mayor had no choice but to stand still as the owl jumped around on his head. The tension in the room was at its peak. His voice was clearly trembling. Suddenly, his attitude flipped in an instant, and he began to grind his teeth in anger. "Damn it, this is big trouble. If only I'd had a little more time, I would have cleaned out that rat's nest." Cinna crossed her arms and began the interrogation. "So, you've been working as a lackey for RTO, turning civilians into the undead." The owl on his head compelled his mind to speak the truth. That was the only way to purify that crime-ridden area, turn the residents of the slums into undead, then hire mercenaries to clean up what was left. Cinna felt something was off. That's strange. If mercenaries are killing the undead, what does RTO gain from it? When asked, he explained, it was a type of experiment. They said they were using the mercenaries to create more powerful undead. It's a real shame. If I just had a little more time, I could have cleared out all the trash in that place. RTO could create stronger undead, and I could clean up the crime-ridden districts. She continued her questioning. "Was this all your idea?" "No. Everything was according to her will." "My goddess. Priestess Amy." Doan hadn't heard that name in a long time, but it was one he could never forget. He froze. "Right. Well, I'm out of questions." The owl flew off the mayor's head, and he snapped out of his trance, still confused about what had just happened. "What Cinna said, I heard everything, Mr. Mayor." She pointed her sword right at his face, then brought it down in a single cold slash. "You colluded with RTO to experiment on people and purge the slums." He was still pretending to be clueless. "What are you talking about?" Of course he couldn't deny it. Cinna charged him. "For treason against the kingdom, and for the massacre of civilians, I hereby declare you removed from office, sentenced to death, and decree that Orland City Hall is to be sealed." His face turned beet red, and he was sweating profusely, but he still tried to argue. "No, what are you saying?" Before he could finish, she cut him down to speed things up. Afterward, Senior Cinna ordered the entire city hall to be shut down. Everyone was quarantined. Therefore, all the people inside were tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. No information leaked, proving the mayor's words were true. It was finally over. Everything was resolved so quickly thanks to the book Doan happened to find, and its connection to the owl. The 3 of them completed the mission with ease. "You two did a great job. Let's rest for a bit before returning to the quarantine zone." Doan took the opportunity to ask Senior, "May I ask you something?" She nodded. "Go ahead. That pen you were using earlier, what is it?" She held it up for him to see. "This is a specially made pen used for transmitting messages. You'll be issued one when you reach the next rank. Model. Everything written with it will be sent straight to the Alliance." "I see, so it really is a magical artifact." Lucas also had a question. He scratched his head and asked but Senior about the execution of Mayor Owen earlier. Was that really okay? The young woman explained that it all depends on your judgment of the situation. Of course, capturing him would have been best if possible, but in that situation we had to act decisively. If we had hesitated, people would have suspected we were siding with Zoel. After all, they were the ones who pinned that on the old mayor. Just like the trust you place in me, Senior, our actions must also show decisiveness. That is the principle of our alliance. The 2 of them learned quite a bit on this trip. Yes, Senior. That night Lucas was talking with Doan. But you know, Who exactly is Priestess Amy, the person the mayor wanted to protect until the very end? At the mention of this name, his face fell noticeably as memories of the past resurfaced, but he said nothing. Cinna noticed something was off and looked at him. Doan, are you thinking about someone? Lucas immediately asked as well. What do you mean, Senior? Are you saying you suspect someone Doan knew there was no point in hiding it? I was just thinking about how to say it. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but a year ago when I was at the Runan refugee camp, that name was exactly the same as the person who taught me how to read. Cinna gently patted his shoulder. You still remember the Alliance's rule, don't you, Doan? Of course. He nodded. Yes, I remember. The young woman repeated sternly. Engrave it in your heart. Once you join the Alliance, you are not allowed to hold any personal grudges. He nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Senior, did you suspect them from the beginning? Their disguises were so thorough. Even though we came to the quarantine zone as Alliance members to investigate, we must have already gathered all the necessary information. She explained that it was to prepare for the future. If this all leads to a conflict with Zoel, it's going to be a huge mess. 5 years ago, when I went to deliver orders from the higher-ups to the members of the Council of Faith, and in your incident at the Junon camp as well, you have to be prepared or there will be trouble. He understood. I see, so that's how it was. Thinking back, every time there was an unusual development, a report was immediately sent to Deputy Director Oa. Zoel's crimes are pushing people into a situation worse than death. After the Forest of Death, now it's reanimated corpses. Who knows what else they'll do? The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. I've forgotten the original reason I decided to join the Alliance. His fists clenched until they trembled. He made a resolution. If I don't destroy Zoel, this will just keep happening over and over again and I won't be able to do a thing. To protect the future that's right in front of us, we must constantly grow stronger and move forward. The three of them arrived before a large city gate. I am Cinna, a council member of the Alliance. For the crime of colluding with Zoel, Bordeaux has been sentenced to death. From now on, Bordeaux will be temporarily managed by the Alliance. After reading, Cinna held the document out properly for the soldiers to see. As of this moment, the Bordeaux quarantine zone will be reopened. Anyone who obstructs or resists will be considered an agent of Zoel and arrested. First, all civilians and wanderers near the gate and the walls will be safely evacuated from the quarantine zone. The people followed orders without a word. One soldier had a question. But wait, there are still suspected individuals in there. How do you plan to deal with them? The young woman shot back, annoyed. Are you with Zoel, or are you a guard? He replied, confused. Of course I'm a guard. What do you take me for? Then it's simple. This is your responsibility. Protect the people. Stop the rebels. That's it. And sure enough, among the moving crowd, there were a few very suspicious-looking individuals. Cinna and Doan stood at the foot of the wall, observing. Just evacuating the people near the gate was already taking a lot of time, and dawn was approaching. Suddenly, the young woman stared intently ahead. They're fast. He didn't quite understand what she meant. Zoel, she replied. If it were them, they wouldn't have acted so openly. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed. A brilliant golden light shone. Several figures in black robes had arrived on horseback led by Commander Magia of the Council of Honor. Commander Adrian of the Council of Faith had also arrived. As soon as he arrived, he grinned from ear to ear. You were waiting for us, weren't you? Of course we were. Cinna and Doan stepped forward and bowed their heads in greeting. The young woman presented her report. Thank you, Commander Adrian, for personally coming all this way. If only you had notified us beforehand, we would have prepared more thoroughly. I didn't expect even Commander Magia to show up herself. Adrian replied with a smile. We were just following the letter you sent. Ah, that's right. I heard the new recruits did an excellent job this time, didn't I? For that person to also come here personally, that person has almost never appeared on site before. Lucas and Doan replied in unison. It is an honor. Suddenly, Doan's gaze fixed on this woman. It was Magia, a rather stern-looking woman, the commander of the Council of Honor. He walked straight up to her and bowed deeply. It is a great honor to meet you for the first time, Commander Magia. I am Doan of the Council of Faith serving under Director Oa. She looked down slightly surprised. So you're the rumored Doan, are you? She then stated bluntly, I didn't come here for you. I am only interested in Zoel's grimoire. How awkward. He quickly took out the book. She stared intently at his every move. The way you control your mana is very natural. She seemed captivated, thinking to herself, like flowing water and drifting clouds. I never expected you to have such a level of magic. She rested her chin on her hand, blaming herself. I was too complacent. I should have investigated the governor sooner, and this regrettable incident wouldn't have happened. He was confused. The governor, she felt a headache coming on and sighed. Never mind, forget it. So this is the problem, right? The barrier. Are you talking about this barrier? If it's a problem, then we just have to destroy it. As she spoke, she strode forward. Adrian turned to instruct the others. All of you stand back. The two juniors were confused. Lucas even asked Senior, what are you going to do? The two most powerful people here walked straight up to the wall. Adrian drew his sword. Let's begin. The two of them joined forces in a perfect duo. Let's show them our grand performance. It's been a while since I've had to get serious. The older woman used magic while Adrian used his sword. It was the first time Doan and Lucas had seen anything like it, and their jaws dropped in absolute shock. Doan stared intently, his eyes so wide they looked like they would pop out. Those two. They're terrifying. A massive crimson magic circle appeared. The power of Commander Magia, and Adrian combined it with his sword. That's the true power of the two captains. Incredible. This isn't just simple magic. Level 4. The highest tier of magic in the system. From a gigantic magic circle that covered the entire sky, mana poured down as if it would incinerate their very souls. It was an unreal scene, as if at the edge of heaven an unstoppable entity was causing mana itself to explode. Now that was true 4th level magic. He was so moved he could cry. When would he ever be able to do that? He was so envious. It was as if Cinna knew exactly what he was thinking. I belong to the Faith Division. My role has already been decided. Just focus on what you have to do, Doan. After saying that, she shot forward like a flash. That's right, even the mage captain with his overwhelming power must have faced walls he couldn't overcome. He surely must have worked and learned under someone's guidance just like me, before rising to the position he's in today. Doan clenched his fist, reminding himself, focus, this is my first step. Right now, the mage captain is watching me. He charged forward as well. I'll have no regrets until the very end. I'll give it my all. My goal is clearer now. Roaring red flames erupted, shattering the wall containing the magic circle. Doan noticed that the tremors in the ground had no magical reaction, and all the mana from before had vanished in an instant. It was almost complete annihilation. If even mana itself could be extinguished, it had to be Captain Adrian's swordsmanship. Cinna shouted to Lucas, I'll follow the captain. So he volunteered, I'll take that side, you guys handle the center. Each person split off in a different direction. Then I'll leave the center to you two. The more time he spent with her, the more amazing she seemed. As expected of Senior Cinna, at that speed even Zetiel would feel the pressure. When the branches and the barrier collapse, Zoel will definitely be shaken. The strategy is to push them into the gap in the center. While running with Lucas, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Both of them jumped and turned around. That voice belonged to Sophia. She ran after them asking, where are we going? Doan guessed. There's a gap in the middle of the quarantine zone. I think the plan is to drive them there. Lucas Than didn't even have time to tie his shoes. He explained to him, the seniors are pushing them back so we have to hurry. Then he saw it right up ahead, a whole group of Alliance members holding shields. In the gap of the quarantine zone, everyone was looking towards the wall where a light was shining. Doan squinted and focused his gaze. There was a dark mana light emanating from it. They're here. Just as he realized it, a horde of dark mages charged out. The commander gave the order to form up. Someone turned back to warn him, be careful. He knew it. If he wasn't mistaken, the one giving them orders was a familiar face. Time had passed, but she looked the same. To his surprise, she recognized Doan too. You've grown up so much, little brother. His heart skipped a beat. His face went pale as he clenched his jaw, hatred boiling up inside him. He immediately commanded shards of his sword to fly forward and attack. The two sides clashed. A sword shard shot straight towards Amy without a moment's hesitation. She quickly commanded an undead to jump in front of her, protecting her. He couldn't believe it. Using your own subordinate as a shield, the distance is too great. I used more mana than usual, so it's a bit uncomfortable. But my mind is clearer than ever. His constitution is as weak as ever. The fact that he unhesitatingly threw away his piece proves that a part of his mental wall has already crumbled. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing scream tore through the air. Doan, watch out, a monster was right beside him. Luckily, a swordsman rushed in to save him. It was Lucas, but something was wrong. He suddenly faltered, lost his footing in the middle of the fight, and fell flat on his face. He still managed to kill the monster, but he had no idea what just happened. What was that just now? Did my sword feel lighter than usual? Was it just an illusion? As he stood there, dazed, another shout rang out. Lucas, another demon appeared right in front of him and attacked. He quickly dodged to the side. This is bad. This time, it was Sophia who came to protect him with her shield. That was too close. She turned to scold both of them. Can you two get it together? Lucas unexpectedly dropped his sword. Ah, sorry. He immediately engaged the monster. Apologize later. We have to survive and get back together. Lucas regained his composure and swung his sword. You fool. Who said I'd die so easily? I haven't even been acknowledged by my father yet. And Doan too. The two of them in front turned their heads to look at him. Doan's finally woken up. That's right. My resentment is still here, and it's time for the memories of the past to rest. She's right in front of me. The two of them stood facing each other. It was time to settle all their debts. Doan charged forward immediately. The path was set, but there were too many obstacles. With that, his small sword shard spun through the air, his determination stronger than ever. He charged straight at the horde of monsters. I'll cut them all down. He tore through them, and thanks to the other Alliance members charging in the battle was coming under control. The number of remaining undead was nothing compared to before. As for him, he was aiming for Amy. We should wipe them out while we still have the chance. But every time he got close to her, an undead dark mage would block his path. It was her last line of defense. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This roadblock isn't finished yet. He dealt with him in a flash. Amy was right behind controlling that undead. If he could get past it, he could get to her. Her cold eyes stared at him. Suddenly, Doan froze, feeling that something was wrong. Wait, something's not right. From Amy. I can't sense any flow of mana, the voice of the mage lady echoed from behind Doan. Strange, isn't it? He didn't know what to do either. The mage lady flew right above them. That's a puppet, a sorcerer's minion. He understood now. In the end, it was still the same. The sorcerer's minion was another trap. This was also magic set up by those bastards. If it's magic that makes things move like a puppet, then there must be someone controlling it from behind. The lady added, it's just a minion, Doan. It's a magic so sophisticated that you wouldn't notice even if it was right in front of you. See, even though it's just a puppet mimicking her, it still acts like a captain. It was true. If he hadn't gotten close, he would have never noticed. The two had no choice but to turn and leave, but the lady kept looking in one direction. It's time we took care of this. She waved her hand and recited an incantation. A massive magic circle appeared in the sky. Fireballs rained down from it like meteors. The lady looked up intently. A colossal fireball descended instantly, incinerating the horde of undead. Doan watched the scene unfold. The undead, and Amy too, they were just vessels created by someone. But the Amy burning in the flames looked to be in immense pain. Why did she look so tormented? If the person in front of me is a fake, then where is the real one? The next day, at the Alliance's Faith Division, Doan walked in alone. He knocked on the door of a large room. A voice from inside said, "Come in." As soon as he saw Doan enter, the man smiled cheerfully. "Welcome. You've been through a lot. I heard you've been very busy since your return, haven't you? You achieved great results, so this reception is well-deserved. Well done, Doan." There were 3 other people in the room. He thought, "This is the result," he said quietly. "Thank you. But they couldn't have called me here just for this." He immediately asked, "So, why did you all call me here?" They got straight to the point. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. It's about that owl that's always with you." Doan flinched. Adrian rested his chin on his hand and said bluntly, "The report only stated that you discovered the mayor's treasonous acts using the kingdom's own unique magic. Both the government and the Faith Division are interested in that, but since it's unique magic, they won't pry too deeply." Doan sensed something was off and asked, "Is that really okay?" The man replied, "Tracing the origins of swordsmanship is hard enough, but magic is far more difficult. They can't possibly investigate every single one of your unique spells, can they?" Only then did Doan let out a sigh of relief. If they did investigate, his owl would be in serious trouble. Thankfully they didn't. But before he could even feel happy, his heart started pounding again as the man continued to speak. "But to be perfectly honest, I'm quite curious. It's not an official investigation, just satisfying some curiosity. So I need a little favor from you." Doan wondered what kind of favor it could be. The man gestured to Old Man Oka, beckoning with his hand. The old man understood and immediately brought over a black bag. "Could you show us a little something?" The moment he saw the bag, Doan grew suspicious. "Isn't that the same bag I saw earlier?" Old Man Oka said nothing, simply holding up the black bag. When he emptied it, several heads of undead dark mages tumbled out. They had prepared for this. The owl wasn't getting out of this one. Doan was completely stunned. "Don't tell me." Adrian just smiled and nodded. "That's right." His eyes were sparkling with excitement. "Try feeding it one." The entire room fell silent, waiting for his response. Naturally, he was hesitant to bring out the owl. His eyes widened as he asked, "What? May I ask why?" Seeing how tense he was, Adrian burst out laughing. "Haha, it's nothing serious. I'm just curious. You're aware that it's a possessed vessel, aren't you?" Doan nodded. "Yes, I've seen cases of non-human entities being summoned into physical bodies before. Gods are said to inhabit the heart while demons inhabit the head. That's the saying anyway. It could be just a simple monster, but of course there's also a chance it bears the mark of a demon. Since you gave the owl that head you acquired, I suspect that's how it's able to use its powers." Everything the man said was spot on. Doan couldn't refute any of it. But the implication was far more serious. After hearing him out, Doan asked directly, "Captain, are you suggesting my owl is a demon?" The man didn't deny it, causing Doan's fist to clench instantly. "So if it really is a demon, what are you going to do?" The owl was his pet, and he truly cherished it. He looked incredibly tense, staring straight into Adrian's eyes as he awaited an answer. Fortunately, the man answered seriously, "I won't do anything." Doan didn't understand, so Adrian explained further. "There's no need to hate a creature that just sits there quietly, right?" That was a relief. It seemed Doan had been overthinking things. He scratched his face, embarrassed but much more relaxed. "I understand." He sighed internally, relieved that they were going to leave it be. As if reading his mind, the man added, "Of course, under normal circumstances, we couldn't just let this slide. But thanks to your owl, the whole situation was resolved. Consider this its reward. Just do what you think is right." With Adrian conceding this much, Doan had no reason to refuse and agreed at once. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. I'm sure my owl will appreciate it as well." I'll summon it now. As he spoke, he held out his hand and began muttering an incantation. Owl. It appeared in an instant. What's more, it even gave him a little bow. Looking both handsome and polite, its sparkling eyes gazed at Doan. Adrian was immediately impressed. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. He couldn't stop praising it. Its legs are so sturdy, and the plume of feathers on its head is magnificent. The owl, delighted by the compliments, spread its wings and bowed to him. Doan understood its intent and translated for them. It says you have a discerning eye. This made Adrian laugh even harder. What is this? I just thought it was cute, but who knew it was such a smooth talker too? Suddenly, the owl's eyes lit up as it stared intently at something. It had spotted the head and began hooting insistently. Doan translated, "It's asking if it can eat that." Adrian gave the okay, but Doan told his owl, "Wait a moment, we're not done talking yet." The owl's expression immediately turned glum. Doan looked at the others in the room. "All right, I'll use the owl's power to reveal one of your secrets. Any volunteers?" The others immediately began to scheme. "That's right. Who should we pick?" Before anyone could say a thing, one of them volunteered. "I'm out." Old Man Oka quickly followed. "Me too." In the end, only Lucas was left. Being the youngest of the group, he was the easiest target. Knowing his fate, he quickly tried to back out. "I'm out too, Captain. I don't even have any secrets to hide." Of course, Adrian wasn't going to let him off the hook. It would be awkward to use it on Doan. The same goes for me. If I can't see the result myself, what's the point? Lucas tried to change the subject. Shouldn't we have brought a prisoner with us? But he was immediately shut down. The followers of Zell don't share information with one another, so it would be pointless. The location of their headquarters, the identities of their high priests, their supreme priest, even information about their leader, is all transmitted telepathically. So even if we could extract information from them, most of it would be useless. This was news to Doan. Telepathically, Adrian nodded. That's right. They don't make any choices for themselves. They simply follow orders. Besides, they're all already dead. Interrogating them would be futile. Then, Adrian turned his gaze to the owl who was still drooling over the head. Let's hear what the owl has to say. If this keeps up, its drool is going to flood the place. Are you just noticing that now? Lucas asked in surprise. What's it saying? To his surprise, Doan discovered a new skill his owl possessed. It says that, since there are no secrets to reveal, it will demonstrate a different ability instead. A different ability. The owl says it's going to lend me its mana. That sounds insane, Lucas asked, astonished. It's going to lend its mana. Old Man Oka realized what it meant. So it's a mana-sharing ability. Doan was ecstatic to hear this, his eyes sparkling with delight. If it was nearby, it could form a new type of mana. It was as if the owl had opened up a whole new path for him. Overcome with curiosity, he petted its head and agreed. All right, owl. Begin. Lucas watched in fear as the owl opened its beak wide and snatched the head. Seeing this again. It still only took a single gulp to devour the entire head. Both Adrian and Old Man Oka watched in horror. Whoa, it swallowed it whole in a single gulp. In a flash, it was finished. Doan smiled in amusement as he waited. Good job, owl. So what do I do now? The owl looked at him and opened its beak wide as if to say, you really don't get it, do you? The others were confused. What's going on? What's it saying? Only Doan understood. It's telling me to put it in. Lucas asked, put what in? Doan looked at the owl's pitch-black beak. My hand. He felt a little creeped out, wondering to himself as he reached out his hand. I can't see anything. Is there really something in there? I don't like this one bit, but I guess I don't have a choice. The entire room held its breath, staring intently as he put his hand inside the owl's beak. Still, nothing was happening. Doan waited in silence. Suddenly he froze. I got it. He quickly clenched his fist and pulled his hand back to see. It was a glob of gray saliva. He stared at it, dumbfounded, unable to figure out what it was. Lucas guessed curiously, is that an egg? Cinna was also confused. It looks like some kind of sea creature. To him, it looked more like a compressed mass of water. The mana was just as chaotic. Doan didn't understand it at all. I can't think of a proper way to use this. It'd be great to have a support mage right now, but with this much mana, I should be able to cast some extremely powerful magic. He just stared out the window. Outside, the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun remained unchanged. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped in astonishment. I've got it. What if I try to use Captain Magia's magic? Outside, 2 members of the honor guard, Sa and Migu, were talking as they walked, summoning a level 15 magic consultant. Even though he stood out as a student, should we really be listening to him? Yeah, well, it's not like much has changed, has it? They recalled Doan's student days. Even though it was impressive how he rewrote the magic formula with the concepts of foreign objects and fireballs, why are we asking a kid for his opinion? Well, he was better than his peers anyway. They didn't like it, but they still had to carry out their mission. As they were walking, something suddenly appeared at their feet. A powerful blue light emanated from it. Even Doan was startled. What a surprise. Not long ago at the training grounds, Doan had taken out the strange glob to test it. All right, preparations are complete. Now how do I use this? Its shape and properties are different. But I've seen a mana structure like this before. It was in the chest of the golem on the day of the union exam. For now, I'll treat this as a mana core and channel the surrounding mana to merge with it. Instead of increasing its size, it's more important to increase its mana density. I'll raise the pressure and limit the size. Heavier, but faster and stronger. Just like the one Magic Captain Magia summoned. He was blown away by the scene before him. He had now created that same massive orb of mana himself. He knew it surpassed his own magic limits. A source of power I've never felt before. With it, he quickly chanted a spell. The mana orb grew larger and larger, surging with power like a crashing wave, like a tidal wave pouring down. The group watched in shock. The power was too immense. As the dust and smoke cleared, the scene was even more horrifying than he had imagined. The result was that the training ground had been completely devastated. Adrian couldn't help but be impressed. This is even more incredible than I thought. The two guys arrived just in time to get completely soaked by Doan's magic rain. One of them trembled, gritting his teeth in anger. He couldn't hold back, pointing a finger straight at Doan and yelling, "What the hell is this?" "If that had been a direct hit, we'd be dead," Cinna retorted coolly. "Don't you know that accidents can happen on the training grounds at any time? You're the one who walked in here without recognizing the danger." That was true. The guy was speechless, unable to argue back, completely drenched. His companion tried to defend him. "What's your problem?" The two sides were about to argue further when Adrian stepped in. All right, that's enough." He put his hands on his hips and asked the other two, "Why is the honor guard all the way out here?" Only then did the two of them remember their mission. About that. He quickly fumbled through his pockets. "This is an official dispatch from Captain Magia for Captain Adrian. But the ink's completely smudged now. I can't read the contents because it's wet." Adrian gave up. "I can't read this." He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. "So, what does it say?" The other guy had no idea either. "I'm not sure, but it's very likely a request for a consultation regarding Luteo's magic." A magic consultation. That's definitely not for me. He immediately figured it out. The only mage in the Faith Division is Doan, right? The guy who'd gotten soaked nodded. "That's right. Are you all suspicious too? It's strange when you think about it. The arrogant Magia, asking for the opinion of a rookie from another team. The guy who had been thinking ill of him now frowned. I thought he was overrated, a 15-year-old mage, but the magic power I just saw must have been level 4 or higher. In that case, his magic is on par with Captain Adrian's. Even Adrian's group found it hard to believe. This is really suspicious. Is she targeting Doan? He quickly thought it through. Knowing Captain Magia's personality, it was possible. If that arrogant old woman is acknowledging our rookie, then there's no reason to refuse. He turned to him and said, "Doan, you might have a lot on your mind, but just go do it. We'll talk when you get back." Doan nodded. "Yes, I understand." His face flushed slightly in embarrassment as he thought to himself, the fundamental problem with that magic still hasn't been solved, but this is the first time I've ever used such powerful magic all at once. It's all thanks to that black owl-like thing. He suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Who doesn't like having power? He made up his mind. I need to check it again when I get back. At the Honor Guard headquarters, Doan had barely stepped inside when someone said, "You're late." Magia was waiting for him with her arms crossed. It seemed there had been some chaos just before he arrived. He just bowed his head and explained briefly. "I was practicing a new spell, and things got a little out of control, but this seemed to pique her interest." "A new spell," Doan added. "It was inspired by you." "Captain, I tried to create a torrential downpour." The more she listened, the more intrigued she became. "Inspired by my magic." "Very clever. Sit." The two of them began to talk. "Does the spell have a name yet?" "Not yet. How about Aqua Rage?" "Aqua Rage. Wrath poured down from the water. Is that what it means?" "That's brilliant." The more they talked, the more she seemed to like him. "You have a keen eye and excellent artistic sense." They continued to exchange compliments. "You're very good at naming spells. Sir Arthur's Azure Flame Barrier must be the same." "That's right. I named it when I was vice captain." Doan loved this topic, his eyes shining brightly. "I knew it. I always thought it sounded so cool. I really enjoy naming spells too." And just like that, they had found a common topic to discuss. "It seems you have a great interest in language. In that case, we'll have much to discuss for today's task." She was finally getting to the main point. Surprised, his eyes went wide as he asked her, a task. Her expression turned serious. "The language of demons used in the demon realm. Can you decipher the word for darkness?" Hearing this, he was completely stunned. "Not perfectly, but I can still do it." "Where did you learn it?" He told Magia. "I learned it at the Lel branch I visited in Oland. If I have research materials, I believe I can decipher them." He placed his hand on a stack of books. "I need you to look at this. We have to understand Lilo's formulas to deal with them, so we need to hurry." The moment he placed his hand on the book, he could feel that it was made of human skin, just like the one he'd seen back then. In the room, the two of them sat together. He was reading and researching the book while the lady sat drinking tea, watching him work. Occasionally, she'd glance over, probing him a bit. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you know much about demons?" He turned in surprise. Other than the fact that they're a race from the demon world and that Luteo and the JN Shore use their power, I don't know anything else. She swirled the glass in her hand. It's only been about 100 years since the demons truly revealed themselves. Before that, we only knew of their existence through possessions or summoning rituals by dark mages. However, so far only common types of demons have appeared. None of the higher entities have revealed themselves. The idea of common demons is just speculation, but it's very likely that countless species exist. If you think about it, the demidemon race and demons probably aren't all that different from humans. Just as there are ordinary humans, there are ordinary demons. And just as there are humans who possess special powers like you, Doan, there are surely demons who possess special powers as well. That makes sense. Anyway, if we continue to reinforce the summoning formulas for demons, then one day one of those demons. She took a sip of wine. We'll decide that first we need to deal with the root of low. Suddenly, he started to feel a bit worried. For now, I should keep this a secret, since this lady seems to have a strong aversion to demons, Doan suggested. If I may speak frankly, I believe we also need countermeasures against the ghouls. She was very dismissive. Ghouls are only a danger to ordinary people. For those skilled enough to join the alliance, they are nothing to worry about. He knew that, but his point was, even so, innocent people are still being sacrificed. He already had a plan. I want to find a way to help the people who have turned into ghouls return to their original state. She had never considered this before, but she immediately thought, that's impossible. The dark magic that transforms humans into ghouls performed by the dark priests is almost divine in its power. A man-tree can be partially purified by the power of Si-dong, but those who have become ghouls can never return to how they were. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch innocent people be sacrificed. If we get the chance, our understanding of demonic power will also expand. That will surely help in breaking the demon summoning formulas. Doan didn't care. As long as he willed it, he would succeed. I will definitely find a way. Therefore, please lend us the power of the honor guard. The next day. In the end, I stayed up all night deciphering the magic formulas in the book. Doan walked through the long hallway. He kept thinking about yesterday's conversation. I will definitely find a way, so please. He had proposed it to her so bluntly. At the time, Maga had thought that even though it was just a request from a rookie from another team, Captain Maga would still promise to cooperate. Alright then, I should plan my next step. If I want to research divine magic that can counter Zoel's methods, it would be great if I could go to Zeon myself. He knew his own limits all too well, but, to request a mission that far away, I'm still just an inexperienced mage. There must be a better way. First, I'll go back to the Faith Council to report. He immediately acted on his thought. In Adrian's room, Maine said to him, I've managed to decipher the spell in the magic book this way. He sat there lost in thought for a moment. So you're saying it's all sorted out? He wasn't objecting at all. He was a little surprised. Ah, yes. He leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. No matter how many times I hear about magic, I still can't understand it. But thanks to you, I can now stand confidently before Maga. His tone suddenly changed. You must be exhausted from staying up all night, right? But before you leave, could you look at one more thing for me? Doan asked curiously. What is it? He was quick to ask for a favor. Adrian spread out a map. We are monitoring Zell's headquarters. This was the first time he'd seen this. There were so many new things. What are these symbols on the map? He explained. Those are Alliance headquarters, built on the areas where Zoel's man-trees were previously destroyed. He guessed immediately. In that case, it's very likely their headquarters is located within the range of these outposts. He asked in surprise, why? He pointed a finger. I've been thinking about it for a while. Why would they place those bases in those specific locations? It seems the bases on the outer edge were built very early on, and the closer you get to the center, the more recent the construction date. So, the purpose of these bases might be to form an encirclement to trap Zelo's headquarters, just like the sweep operation we conducted in Orland, gradually tightening the noose. Adrian was impressed and laughed in agreement. Yeah, you're right. It won't be long before we find Zell's main base. Then he moved a game piece forward. I hope you'll have improved a lot by then. Of course, that's what I want for myself too. Yes, I'll do my best. He clapped his hands happily and smiled. Good, good. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. He also took the opportunity to ask him a question. Captain, I'd like to ask for some advice if you don't mind. He naturally agreed, cutting him off to ask. Advice about what? He scratched his head shyly. Actually, I want to request a mission that allows me to go to Sion personally. He answered honestly, I'd like to approve it if I could, but your rank isn't high enough to receive a solo mission. He already knew that. Seeing his dejected face, he suggested I figured as much. If you want to learn about Sion, try visiting your old school. The principal used to be an archbishop of Sion. Only now did he remember. That's right. Right. It's time for me to go. He stood up to say goodbye. He replied politely. Anyway, you did a great job. Oh right. An official from the kingdom will be coming tomorrow afternoon to award a medal. Be there after lunch. From the kingdom itself. That was shocking news, Doan asked in disbelief. From the kingdom itself, Adrian explained. The reorganization in Orland was a real headache. Now that that's over with, take a few days off. Maine walked out of the room thinking, a commendation ceremony, huh? It's nice to feel recognized, but it's nothing to make a big deal about. Anyway, tomorrow I'll go to the academy and meet the principal. The next day at the Alliance Academy, Doan spread his arms wide. Welcome, Doan. I've heard all about your achievements. The two shook hands politely. I hear you were also instrumental in the OL mission, weren't you? He shook hands with the old man. Thank you, sir. The old man cut right to the chase. Well, I assume you didn't come here just to say hello. Shall we get straight to the point? I didn't expect the old man to be so direct, so I was a bit flustered. I came to ask about the divine authority of the Gion Orthodox Church. As soon as he heard my question, he asked back, it seems your last mission gave you much to ponder. Are you trying to gauge Zell's power through the Church's divine authority? Well then first you need to understand what divine authority even means. The power Scion uses is often called divine authority. At first glance, one might assume it's a form of holy magic. But to be precise, divine authority isn't a power in itself, but rather a state that allows that power to manifest. It's an incomprehensible mystery with an elusive origin. To one person it's a miracle, but to another it's blind faith. That very thing in and of itself is what's called divine authority. He fumbled through his pockets. It's hard to describe in words. It would be great if I could just show you, but unfortunately, I'm restricted. So, that makes it a bit difficult. He pulled out a badge. This is one of the Archbishop's holy relics. I will gift you this pin one day. Go to Scion yourself. You've come all this way. I'm sorry I can't give you the answer you were hoping for. May the blessings watch over you on all your paths. This old guy is actually really nice. The scene changes to the Union's grand training arena. He looked around at the crowd that had already gathered. Where are the high-ranking members of the royal family? Two guys walked past and he overheard them talking. Hey, did you hear? The rumor is the Crown Prince himself will be giving out the awards, and he's not easy to please. I heard he plans to test people with duels and bets. Apparently he also likes to start fights for no reason. This ceremony is going to be chaotic. Walking behind them, he thought. If it's a duel with the Crown Prince, maybe that's my chance to go to Sion. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder, stopping him. Doan, what are you doing here? He turned around and realized it was Lucas. The whole room was buzzing with chatter. Come on, let's go. Guess what? The Crown Prince himself is presenting the awards. The first Crown Prince, the second in line to the throne. Lucas and Doan were also talking. But where were you just now? I just stopped by the academy for a bit. At that moment, a voice boomed across the room. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. A young man walked out looking incredibly majestic. Doan and the others bowed their heads deeply in greeting. He stared at him intently. So this was the first Crown Prince. His mana light is strange. Very bright, but a bit murky. Suddenly, the prince glanced over at him. Doan stared right back. Their eyes met. Humph. The MC's voice continued to ring out. Next, the Governor Doan turned away, wondering, did our eyes just meet? Or was I just imagining it? The next person to walk out was the blonde woman with the black eye patch. The moment the governor entered, the entire atmosphere shifted. Even everyone's breathing seemed to fall in sync. Lazarus was the MC. Next, we will announce those who are to be commended. The Sword of the Kingdom's Union, who uprooted Mayor Orland, a collaborator with GV. Doan stood there thinking, I wonder how much stronger and how many more achievements I'll need before I can be acknowledged by the governor. One day I will stand by her side. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard his name being called Mage Doan of the Faith Council. He was in shock, frozen to the spot in disbelief. Huh, is that a mistake? Me. But since no one else stepped forward, it had to be him. Doan walked straight ahead. I thought this commendation ceremony had nothing to do with me. The captain and Cinna are here after all. Why would they call my name? He walked right up to her and bowed his head. Greetings, Governor. The Crown Prince also rose from his seat. The two of them stood before him. He could feel the Crown Prince's intense gaze the most, so it wasn't a coincidence after all that look I felt earlier. The prince held out the award for repelling the rebellion of Manager Oren and neutralizing the magic of Zelo. I hereby present this award to Mage Doan. Wow, a monetary reward. And you may choose one Tier 4 item from the Union's archives. Doan reached out with both hands to accept it. Suddenly the prince continued, I really don't understand. Are you truly a mage? Doan answered honestly. Yes, I studied under the guidance of Headmaster Arthur of the Union Academy. As soon as he said that, the man sharply turned his head. Never heard of him, but I do know that the mayor of OL was beheaded. His eyes gleamed. He was quite an impressive man. Every time he came to the palace, he always brought the exact sweets that I like. For such a loyal man to be labeled a traitor. It sounds strange, doesn't it? He couldn't believe he'd be questioned so directly in front of everyone. Was no different from openly doubting the Union. And he was being so blatant about it. You said you discovered it with your own unique magic, but no one knows how. And that's supposed to count as an achievement. Doan was speechless. Thinking back, he finally understood. So this is what they meant when they said he likes to start trouble. The governor cut in immediately. I personally recognize Doan's achievement. Is there a problem, Your Highness? The prince was silenced but still tried to argue. I am merely pointing out an inconsistency. To give such a reward to a rookie who just joined for an achievement he can't even explain himself. It's absurd. He went on a tirade. In this place with nothing to learn from. I really don't understand why His Majesty sent me here. Therefore, whether that achievement is real or fake, I will have to verify it myself. Let's see if he's useful kindling or just useless weeds that won't even catch fire. I'm curious. And just like that, they went to verify it. They all headed to the training arena. The match would be a one-on-one duel. The other people started murmuring. I heard the royal family's secret arts make them proficient in all types of weapons. It seems close combat and hand-to-hand are no exception. A rookie mage who specializes in telekinesis. Will he be okay fighting barehanded? It's hard to say who will win. Lazarus stood between the two and announced, "We will now begin the instructional match between His Highness the Crown Prince and Mage Doan of the Faith Council." Nominally, it's an instructional match, where the kingdom's second in line personally instructs a new member of the union. But in reality, it's just the Crown Prince's bad habit, a meaningless fight just for him to vent his anger. Everyone knew this. Doan introduced himself. "I am Mage Doan of the Union's Faith Council." The prince challenged him first. "Show me what you can do. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge that special magic you used to expose the rebellion." If that's the case, he's basically been backed into a corner. The atmosphere shifted. I still don't know what he's thinking, but from the flow of his mana, I can sense an intense will to win. The will to win, a spirit that never accepts defeat. You can tell this crown prince is just an arrogant rookie. He let out a sigh. First time in a one-on-one fight. Now don't focus on magic, pay attention to how your body moves. The crown prince struck a pose, beckoning with his finger and taunting him. Bring it on. Doan's eyes glowed, shooting out a beam of blue light. A path visible only to him appeared with the crown prince at the very end. He froze in place, shocked. So fast. But he's still just a rookie. He tried to dodge, but only then did he realize something was wrong. Are my feet bound? And just like that, he took the full force of Doan's blow. His entire body was sent flying, and that was with Doan holding back. The crown prince was utterly humiliated, yet he still managed a twisted smile, remarking, "Nice trick." But he dug his heels into the ground, wanting to attack first, and threw a punch straight at him. "You're still just a kid." Of course, he wasn't skilled enough for a one-on-one fight. Even if Doan stood perfectly still and let him attack, he couldn't land a single hit. Sweat poured down his face, his raised leg unable to come down. Doan tilted his head slightly to the side, unable to hide his blatant contempt. The more he looked, the more pathetic the prince seemed. No brains, no manners. Your noble title of Crown Prince is a complete waste. He could throw as many punches as he wanted, but none of them would ever hit him. Then it was his turn to counterattack. Mana flashed in the palm of his hand. "Let's see if I can make you look worthy of your title." With a single strike, he froze in pain, clutching his face. He was sweating buckets. How? How dare you mock me with such cheap tricks? But of course his attack could never touch Doan. He had an incredibly strong protective barrier. I get it now. The flow of mana. Was the mana flow distorted by the explosion? He looks completely exhausted now. I didn't expect him to go all out like that. He used up that much mana in a single blast. No wonder he can barely stand. But I'm not in much better shape. I'm about to run out of mana myself. Dragging this out any longer would be dangerous. I need to end this fast. This one attack will do it. The crown prince hadn't even caught his breath when he looked up at Doan and panicked even more. That bastard, he must have been screaming internally, his face turning pale as he nearly wet himself in fear. Between them, Doan was creating a massive vortex of mana. The prince frantically looked towards his attendant, begging for help. "What the hell are you doing?" "My sword, bring me my sword." The scene was just plain embarrassing, and the woman was forced to witness it all. She suddenly announced, "The match ends here." At her command, Doan's mana vortex stopped. The management cleared the area. The commendation ceremony was over. There was no need to continue the fight. The outcome was already clear. Any more would just further humiliate this ignorant crown prince. Doan shot him a warning glare, while the prince was still too scared to speak, gritting his teeth in bitter frustration, and turned to walk straight away, not daring to spout any more nonsense like a pouting child. Doan just scoffed and watched him go, not bothering to engage. That evening in the dining hall, a group was chatting lively when Doan had to turn to the guy next to him. "Slow down, you're going to choke." Anyone who didn't know them would think they'd been starved for 3 days. Even Sophia was eating just as much as him. Lucas argued while chewing loudly. "Hey, this isn't just a free meal, you know? It's to celebrate my friend's achievement. How could I possibly refuse?" Doan had to remind him. "Swallow before you speak," Sophia suddenly asked. "But Doan, are you really planning to go all the way to Zeon to find a cure for the Ga people?" Doan put down his knife and fork. "Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think the holy magic of Zeon might be able to help." She thought it was a bit far-fetched. "It's so far away. It's a small kingdom deep in the mountains, so it won't be easy to get there." Lucas also leaned back and chimed in. "Anyway, you were pretty lucky, Doan. How did you even end up in a fight with the crown prince? He commented casually. He's just a twisted person on the inside, even with the seniors and the governor right there. But thinking back on the fight, something felt off. It's strange. He's the crown prince. If he's the crown prince, he should have access to all the secret royal techniques and skills he wants, right? Sophia guessed. Maybe it's because of that incident. You know about the current king, His Majesty Simon, right? Yes, he's the late king's younger brother. That's right. The late king was a wise man and a truly noble sovereign. When he was on the throne, not even the G could run rampant, and the world was much more peaceful back then. But the crown prince at the time, the late king's son, plotted a rebellion, and Prince Simon, the late king's younger brother, stopped it, but in the end, the king was assassinated. That only happened a little over 10 years ago. Growing up amidst all that royal bloodshed, it's no wonder he's so traumatized. Lucas thought pensively. Yeah, I'd probably be the same way. Childhood wounds don't just fade with time. Sometimes they only become more apparent as you get older, just like what I went through. Anyway, Doan Sophia advised seriously, the royal family is going to start paying attention to you after this. Be careful. Getting involved with royalty never brings anything good, except maybe a promotion. The next day, Doan was alone in his room. Between missions and ceremonies, I've been so busy I haven't even had time to talk to my owl. I'll make time today. The moment he called, the owl appeared instantly. He hugged it with delight. This owl was really useful to him. You stretched so easily when you swallowed that severed head, but you can't do that anymore, can you? He asked it. Owl, where did you go when you disappeared? Did you go to the demon world? Suddenly, he remembered. Ah, because I purified your mana, you can't go to the demon world anymore. Suddenly, he felt a wave of pity for it. You have nowhere to go, and no memories left. I guess I can't learn much from the owl anymore. Remembering something useful from before, he asked, can you create another one of those water element mana orbs like last time? Ah, you mean we don't know what will appear this time, right? Seeing its sad expression, he reassured. It's okay, don't feel guilty. I didn't plan for this to happen either. But I've studied the elemental branches pretty thoroughly at the academy. Wanting it to cooperate, he naturally didn't forget. So before we experiment, meanwhile, over with Adrian, he snapped his fingers with interest. Ah, that thing. I left it somewhere around here. It looked too horrifying, so I couldn't just leave it out in the open. Ah, found it. One bag should be enough, right? It turns out Doan had come to him to ask for that bag with the head from before. Yes, thank you, sir. But before he could even take it, Adrian snatched it back. Turns out he had it all planned. If you're not doing this alone, would you like me to observe? Wouldn't it be more helpful if the captain himself supervised? What do you think? It sounded reasonable, didn't it? With an offer like that, he couldn't refuse and just had to nod. Adrian exclaimed happily, great, let's go. Doan was speechless. I have a feeling I just got dragged into something. The two of them headed straight for Adrian's private training ground. The owl got to eat its fill before getting to work. The other guy ran around the owl looking at it endlessly. No matter how many times he saw it, he found it fascinating. It was incredibly annoying, but he couldn't shoo him away. Oh well, time to get started. Alright, I'm starting now. Doan waited nervously. What element would appear this time? They say the mana orb's attribute changes every time, right? For now, I'll just observe. But his hand touched something. What's with that stunned look? Is the shape still the same? I must have been worried for nothing. The two of them stood in the middle of the field. Then I'll practice the water element magic that I couldn't perfect last time. Adrian nodded. All right, I'll just stand here. Before anything even happened, this guy was already laughing and giving instructions. If something happens and I bite the dust, you'll take my place as captain, okay? He was speechless, but he just kept grinning cheekily. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Just messing with you. I have an aura shield, so I'll be fine. Doan couldn't even crack a smile. Yeah, he thought to himself he's carefree, but his skills are rock solid. In that case, he immediately thought of a great idea. Alright, this time, I'll aim to break the captain's aura shield. He clenched his hand into a fist as mana light radiated out. First, he dispersed the mana, to make it easier to control, then he controlled and regulated it. Water rose up right in front of Adrian. The man watched intently. Looking up from down here, it looked even more terrifying. Doan calculated to increase its piercing power, I need to make it denser. Absorb the heat from the liquid water, increase its cohesion, and form a giant pillar of ice. Now the guy couldn't laugh anymore. His whole body stiffened and he just stood there completely stunned. His aura shield looked like a tiny ant under the massive sharp pillar of ice, but just maintaining it was already exhausting for him. Controlling a giant ice pillar telepathically is still too much for me, so I'll change it into a column of water, then release it all at once. Another cloud of steam and dust billowed up. He jumped, in shock, his face pale. On the ground, all that was left were Adrian's glasses. He panicked, screaming, "Captain," but of course he wasn't dead. All that magic was only enough to knock his glasses off. He was still standing there, albeit a little shaken. Ah, you scared me to death. Luckily the shield held up. He was still in the mood to joke. For a second there, I thought you were really aiming for my position. Doan rushed over, concerned, asking, "Are you okay?" The panic in Doan's heart was obvious. I swear I only intended to lightly touch the outermost layer of your aura shield. He couldn't understand how it. The man picked his glasses up from the ground. Don't worry, I jumped into your attack myself. He put his glasses on and smiled. Something was flying at me and it didn't look like ordinary water, so of course I couldn't just stand still. Doan let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was okay. I was so shocked. I thought something had happened to you, Captain. Even though Adrian reassured him, he was still scared. Even if it was just practice, it was still a spell he'd put his all into. The two said their goodbyes and left. Witnessing that today was enough to satisfy Adrian. Doan watched him go. Even after taking a direct hit like that without a scratch, Doan was certain. The captain is a monster. A few days later at the main headquarters, Doan was walking down the hall pale and with a throbbing headache. Have I been overworking myself these past few days? This fatigue just won't go away. That day, following the captain's advice, I fed the remaining 2 heads to the owl and decided to keep the absorbed mana energy inside its body. Because I still haven't confirmed what attribute the mana inside the owl's stomach is, I need to clearly visualize how to use other types of mana effectively. I've been thinking about this for days, he thought to himself. Maybe I just haven't gotten enough sleep. My body feels so heavy. But he clenched his fist. I'm too excited to stop. On my way back after meeting the governor, I'll try a different spell. Last time it was wind type. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared right in front of him. It's that crown prince. They've run into each other again. He was a bit stunned and surprised, but ultimately bowed politely to greet him. The crown prince was furious, but couldn't find any fault with his greeting. He ground his teeth and snarled, "To think I'd run into you here. No wonder I had a bad feeling. So you're heading to Scion. Don't you dare embarrass the Alliance with those half-baked skills of yours." After saying that, he looked incredibly smug. But Doan wasn't angry, simply replying calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Since you were the one who taught me that day, that won't be an issue." His words were gentle but sharp, and the prince's face grew paler and paler. Arrogant little brat. With that, he stormed off. Doan didn't say anything more, but his contempt for him was obvious. "You haven't changed at all. Ever since then, your mana and your gaze have been the same. Your mana flow must still be unstable because of your emotions. How pathetic." Anyway, as soon as I joined the Alliance, I noticed something was off. The world isn't entirely friendly towards the Alliance after Owen. Even the royal family, who should be our allies, can't hide their wariness and hostility towards us. The common people without power are better to us than they are. For the Alliance to be recognized by everyone, it's still incomplete. The Alliance must become much stronger so that no one can challenge it. This will be the first step to prevent its collapse in the next 5 years, and the minimum requirement to achieve that. He walked straight out the main gate. The guards watched his retreating figure. Can you believe it? That low-rank mage got a private meeting with the governor. Yeah, most members haven't even seen the governor's face. They gossiped among themselves. That mage is definitely not normal. No wonder the rumors keep spreading. Doan walked into a forest and his whole body felt refreshed as if the mana itself had a life of its own. Just then, the governor appeared. "First time here, what do you think? Not bad, is it?" The two of them talked as they strolled. "Yes, it's beautiful. I can feel a sense of completeness in this place." She asked again in surprise. "Completeness, you say?" He nodded. "If only other places were like this." She led Doan to a certain spot. "We're here. This is the Alliance's treasury, where your reward is kept." He wondered in surprise. This is the Alliance's treasury. She led him inside. The entrance alone was enough to overwhelm him. So many treasures gathered in one place, and this probably isn't even all of it. The governor pointed to a room. "Everything in here is rated level 5. The one I'm giving you is in the next room." He was just realizing it now. A treasure. I didn't think much of it when she said that, but seeing it with my own eyes is astounding. Now I understand why everyone is so obsessed with treasures. It was the first time he'd ever seen such a sight, and he stood there staring dumbfounded. He saw a ring with a stone face, exactly like his own. "Does it have the same pattern as my pin?" "This is the same type as the one I got from the orphanage's vice director." He held it up, looking at it intently, wondering if this was the crest of a noble family. Mana flowed through it, but it wasn't very strong. "Not yet." "Strange, I feel drawn to it." The governor asked him in surprise, "Why did you choose this one?" "Even I can't explain it. I'm not sure. It feels familiar, and for some reason I'm drawn to it. I understand. I see things like that happen sometimes. An inexplicable connection between you and the object." He took the chance to hold up the crest and ask, "Do you know anything about this symbol?" "I know it well. Of course. Those 2 large curves represent the tree that once supported the world, and the star nestled inside represents humanity and elves sheltering one another." Doan guessed. "So, is this the crest of an elven family?" She nodded. "That's right. A very ancient family. I wonder if it's true, but I feel like it might be related to my bloodline." The governor knew his origins. "I heard you were looked after by a foster mother at the orphanage." But as for his memories of his birth parents, he told her, "I have no memories of my birth parents, but my memories of my foster mother are still clear. My foster mother left me at the orphanage and never came back. A nanny." It's been a long time since I've talked about this, but strangely, in front of you, Governor, it feels easy to open up. He replied, then I'll take that as a compliment. But she advised him, you could have chosen something far more valuable than a grade 5 treasure. But he didn't need anything else. This was enough. It doesn't contain any special mana at all. And I don't even know what this symbol means to me, but I feel a powerful whisper pulling me toward it. From now on, I'll discover its meaning myself. He really liked it. Thank you, Governor. A few days later, in the mission room, someone brought a scroll. Doan, you have a mission. The day had come. Finally, this mission would be his probationary one. But Lucas, standing next to him, went, wait, what, I'm being sent to Bassino? Hearing him shout, Doan guessed right away. Looks like he's not happy. He looked over at Doan, wondering. Doan, you're going too. I thought for sure you'd be sent to Zeon. It's fine. Bassino has a stabilization team. Doan thought so too, silently, calculating that more than half of the stabilization team was made up of former priests from Zeon, which is why people called it the second Zeon. To be honest, learning from the veteran members of the Union in the stabilization team would probably be easier than going to Zeon. The two talked amongst themselves. How will the mission team be organized? Is it just going to be you and me? Who knows? There are probably some seniors being dispatched to Bassino too, but Lucas's expression soured, as if struck by lightning because there was one more person. Old man Oka announced with a smile, and Dad will be going with you, son. Lucas turned to Doan, bewildered. Hey Doan, why is the stabilization team so hard to run into? I haven't seen them once since I joined. Oka shot him an annoyed glare. You skip all the training sessions, what would you know? Lucas protested defensively. We've trained so much, right, Dad? As soon as the words left his mouth, a huge lump appeared on his head. Doan, walking beside him, explained it to him. Just like we specialize in reconnaissance, the stabilization team is responsible for maintaining local order and repairing damages. First, the Vanguard is Team 1. The main assault forces, the Harmony and Honor teams, are Teams 2 and 3. The units that follow the stabilization unit and the mission assignment unit are Unit 3. After local stabilization, the practical unit joins as support personnel, while the independent unit under direct command handles independent missions. So, you're just figuring this out now. Come to think of it, during the Battle of Owen, the Vanguard was at the front and the Honor team was in the rear. Doan teased him. Are you finally starting to get it? He got all defensive. I'm not that stupid, you know. Doan teased him even more. Right, only sometimes. Oka, walking ahead, asked with concern. For both of you, this is your first time going to another duchy, right? They both answered in unison. Yes. Oka warned them, then stopped chattering. Bassino is more complicated than you think. It's an independent duchy in the far southwest of the continent. This is your first time leaving the kingdom of Gaetan. On the way, we'll pass through a few branches. Lucas pointed. If it's a branch in this direction. Oka nodded. Yes, we'll be stopping by Dungton. Hearing that, Doan's mood changed. Just hearing the name made his heart skip a beat. Dungton, the Dungton shelter. By the time they arrived, it was dark. The stone house was still the same exactly as it was when he was a child. Lucas even asked, so this is where you grew up? Doan just gave a slight nod. Old man Oka came over and put a comforting arm around his shoulder. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. This is where I first met you. Doan also looked toward the spiral staircase that led underground. And 5 years have passed since then. Just then, someone approached. You've all arrived safely. The man introduced himself. I'm Bis Janner, of the practical unit. It's an honor to meet you all in person. He led the 4 of them to the house. Lucas looked around and saw no one. It's quieter than I expected. Are the others out on patrol? Bis nodded. That's right. I'm pretty much the only one stationed here full-time. This guy has a lot of questions. He asked one after another. I heard Junon is a small town, but are you managing everything by yourself? This time it was Doan who answered him. The practical unit specializes in observing daily life and gathering information. If many people move at once, it's easy to attract attention. Working alone is more effective. He seems to know everything while Lucas asks about everything. Oh, is that so? And the reason you're not wearing a uniform is because Oka couldn't listen to his son's dumb questions anymore and cleared his throat. Let's get to the main point. Currently, Zell has completely disappeared from Junon. Beast told them. And Liberta has filled that void. Liberta is also one of the gazettes said to be rotting the continent from within. They call themselves a freelance mercenary group, but in reality they're just a band of thugs. They're the worst kind of people, believing that ignoring order and acting on instinct is the natural way. Recently, Liberta took over Junon's criminal gang, the Manson Group. Since then, they've spread their influence throughout the town. Their leader's name is Banner. He's only 17 this year. He was trained in swordsmanship by a Liberta officer 2 years ago and has since risen to become their leader. Oka asked, how many of them are there? He replied, their numbers are still manageable, but at this rate we need to deal with them before they get any bigger. His voice echoed in the room. Actually, I met him 2 years ago. He was very strong back then, but he was so young that I hesitated. That was my mistake. So you let him go just because he was young. Even though he was a villain, I've regretted it ever since. But there's no point in dwelling on the past. We need to deal with Liberta. Finish them off before they grow any stronger. These 3 alleys are their main bases. All 3 are essentially considered their headquarters. They often wear red scarves, Liberta's symbol, so they're easy to spot. Each location has over 20 men. Oka quickly finished his calculations and nodded. I see. I'll take point 1. Point 2 goes to S and Lucas. He then gave his son a specific warning. Lucas, be careful not to disrupt the mission with unnecessary actions. Point 3 is for Bisjanner and Doan, as this is a Shinzam team mission. Bisjanner focus on supporting Doan. From start to finish, Doan's expression remained unchanged, completely stoic. Oka stood up and reminded the team not to miss anything. As the whole town was plunged into darkness, the group began to move. Doan flew across the rooftops. Looking around, he saw how much this place had changed in 5 years. That shop was where Mother Bowin had bought him his first ice cream. This street used to be so clean, full of nice restaurants and cafes, but now it was completely different. Bisjanner asked in surprise, "Have you ever been to Junon before?" Doan answered without hiding anything. "I'm from the Junon refugee camp." The man told him, "I see. The prolonged famine, slow trade, and fewer visitors. The streets changed very quickly. I don't see any beggars on the road." After the Manson gang was absorbed by Liberta, their profession changed. After hearing this, he said nothing more, while the other man just glanced at him quietly for a moment. But he seemed to read his thoughts. "It's probably been a while since you've been here. We didn't even give you time to look around. Is there someone you want to meet here?" His eyes were clearly filled with sadness. The people he wanted to see were all dead. This place, it was once important to me. But the people I care about now, not even the ones who wanted to use me are here anymore. The sweet taste I first experienced as a child, and the road where I watched the sunset with Mother Bowin. It's all gone now. And this place, it's now completely exposed, defenseless against crime. It's nothing but a pile of ruins shrouded in the shadow of death. What I have to do isn't to cling to memories, but to cut out this darkness by its very root. If one day we can restore this place to what it once was, then someone's laughter might echo in this city again. Finally, the two of them arrived at the Liberta hideout. A few thugs wearing red scarves were sitting around, yawning out of boredom, with nothing to do. Doan suddenly rushed forward, kicking the door wide open. The men inside jumped in shock. The whole group slammed the table and shot up, yelling, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, his head flew from his neck, blood spraying everywhere. He killed them with small, sharp fragments of a sword. One of them, pale-faced, stood up. Damn it, what are you all doing? Get that bastard." The whole mob charged, but they were no match for him. Only one man remained, apparently the leader. He stood opposite Doan. "Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? I didn't expect the Alliance to show up here." Only then did Doan open his mouth to speak for the first time. "You're Banner, aren't you?" The man didn't answer, just smirked wickedly. "Yes, I am Banner. Why would the Alliance come to a rundown place like this? Have I become that famous?" Suddenly his gaze fell upon a corner behind the man. There was a girl clutching 2 small children, trembling in fear. Women and children. He suddenly remembered what Bisjanner had said. "I don't see any beggars on the road." After the Manson gang was absorbed, their profession changed. They made a living by trampling on others, especially the weak, like women and children. His fists clenched in anger. Seeing that he wasn't attacking, the man thought he had the upper hand and laughed mockingly. "Well then why don't you tell me your story? I mean, if you live long enough to tell it." He shouted an order. "Give our guest a proper welcome, boys." A whole swarm of men rushed out to attack Doan like a colony of ants. But he wasn't afraid. One man with a few sword fragments was more than enough to handle the entire crowd. His face darkened. He'd never seen Doan this angry. In the blink of an eye, he wiped them all out, leaving only the leader alive. The man was clearly terrified now, but he still tried to talk tough. "You've got some strange tricks. When did the Alliance turn into a circus?" He must have thought the sword fragments flying around him were just magic tricks. Doan mocked him. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson. This is magic, Banner. You're not only ignorant, you refuse to learn." The man shot back. "Don't take me for a fool. I know plenty," he chuckled. "Oh really? Perhaps I underestimated you. That dark mana surrounding you. That's not something you get from basic mana training. Don't tell me Liberta is borrowing demonic power, just like Teo." The man knew he had no choice but to fight now. He hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder. "I didn't expect to run into the Alliance this soon. Whatever, I was planning on dealing with you anyway. Your head isn't worth as much as those other guys, but I'll take what I can get." Just like that, he charged forward to attack. Doan didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there and let the man swing at him, but he couldn't even land a hit. He smiled and taunted. "So you can enhance your aura, huh? You'd at least need to be at this level to be a decent gatekeeper. Your body is well trained enough to wield that greatsword." A barrage of his sword fragments shot forward, but the man still managed to dodge them. He was a little surprised. "You're pretty fast for your size. Your movements are clumsy, but your reflexes are sharp. Of course, you can't compare to Senior Shinnah." The man cursed, furious. "This bastard. What is this guy? It's hopeless. Why can't I hit him? Why can't I even touch him? After his attack failed, the man recoiled in fear. Now it was Doan's turn to counterattack. A ball of mana in his hand glowed brightly before shooting straight at him too fast to block. It would be a waste if this didn't kill him. His body slammed hard against the wall, blood streaming down his face. Even on the verge of death, he glared at Doan. That bastard. Is he saying, "My sword is nothing"? Damn it, you look down on me that much. With a trembling hand, he grabbed another sword, leaped up, and brought it down with all his might. Die, don't be so arrogant. A bright light flashed inside the house. Even from outside, a blue glow could be seen filling the room. The space grew still. His whole body trembled inexplicably. I can't move. Why? He was frozen in place, and Doan simply let the sword fragments finish him off. Since it's over, I'll tell you something. Banner. I grew up here in Junon. To you, Junon is just a workshop district, nothing more than a small town. But to me and to others, it was everything. And someone like you is defiling this place, defiling its very meaning. Instead of the happiness of the people and the laughter of children filling the neighborhood, that kid plunged the city into fear and death. That kid trampled on precious memories, and I will never forgive him. Finally, it's done. The owl is stuffed to the gills. Doan told the girl he had just saved that she should be safe now, just in case they would escort her somewhere. But the terrified girl advised them, you two should run. I heard the Liber soldiers are coming to capture prisoners. Leave before it's too late. Old man, Bisjanner, told him. Even now, the leader is dead. If Liberta's soldiers gather, the two of us won't be able to handle them. We should report back first, and then. But Doan didn't say a word, and went straight for the owl. He lunged forward. Hey, what are you doing? Doan's hand clenched the orb of water just as it always did. Liberta's soldiers are gathering here. Our mission is to wipe out Liberta, isn't it? Liberta won't just disappear because Banner is dead, so this is the perfect opportunity. While they're all gathering in one place, Liberta must pay the price. A short while later, 4 people were gathered in the room. Good, everyone's back safe. Bo has returned as well. The area you went to only had stragglers. They were just low-level grunts, nothing useful. Same for us. Elder A asked him, what about your side? Your team did great. You gathered quite a lot of intel. The elder noticed him smiling foolishly and immediately asked, did something happen? You've got a suspicious look on your face. Doan then took out a blood-stained piece of paper. It fell from the clothes of a Liberta soldier. Right after we cleared out their hideout, we fought a group that we believe were Liberta soldiers. We rescued all the prisoners and wiped out their soldiers. This came from one of them. The elder looked puzzled. As for the soldier's head, I already fed it to the owl. Elder A already seemed to know this. Just as he suspected, Doan added, from Banner and his soldiers we found something connected to Zelo. Banner and his men were all using dark mana just like Zelo. Perhaps Liberta is also using black magic like Zelo's forces. Black magic shouldn't be usable like that. Maybe Liberta and Zelo have teamed up. Cinna turned to join the conversation. It seems we can't rule out that possibility. Wasn't it the Alliance's mistake to underestimate them? Elder A mused thoughtfully. They'll use any means necessary to become stronger. We need to move faster. The original mission was to head to Bassino and support the sub-guilds one by one, but from now on we're changing the plan. We'll split up and go directly to each sub-guild to stop and suppress Liberta before they can assemble. You're worried if this is the right course of action, aren't you? The sub-guilds are in Beliza and LER, right? Yes, and it takes 2 days just to get there. What if we split into 3 groups like we did today? At the very least we could. Delay their gathering or break their morale. But Cinna was still worried. It's not that I haven't considered it, but with you and Lucas. How do you think we should split up? The vice leader and senior Cinna will each go to a sub-guild. Lucas and I will head to the stabilization squad. Each sub-guild already has soldiers from the main forces, so there shouldn't be any major issues. But you two are mages. Even in the stabilization squad, not many people will take a mage's word seriously. Doan nodded. I know, but this time will be a little different. That's why I said I'll go directly to the stabilization squad. Different, how exactly? The elder asked. Doan took something out and placed it on the table. This is a holy relic from the archbishop, which the headmaster gave me. The old man had once told him, I'll give you this brooch. One day you should go to Sion. I'm sorry I couldn't give you the answer you were looking for after you came all this way. May this bless you on your journey. If the priests from Sion are stationed at the stabilization squad, the pin he pushed forward was a round golden brooch, is greater than. And that's all for this recap, my loves. If you want to keep following this series, smash that like and subscribe button. You don't want to make the admin mad. Anyone who doesn't smash those buttons, well, just wait. The admin is bringing a can of cooking oil to your house.